I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. How are you today? Okay. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button on your way in. I have the goals up. If you learn something new, those are always my goal to share with you something that I've learned that I think that you may not have had time to catch up on or miss, or it's not being broadcast on the for-profit media that is controlled by billionaires who, in my opinion, like to keep certain facts away from the American public and keep up a whole lot of hyperbole and bullshit for you to see as opposed to facts. I also want to remind you I will be having my fourth annual Secret Santa giveaway from content creators to subscribers. Whatever content creator decides that they want to give back to the subscribers, this is an annual event. It is Saturday, December 6th at 3 o'clock p.m. The content creators will get on stage. We will do a Secret Santa name exchange and gift exchange to each other at that time. The gifts have to be between $30 and $50. Where does the subscriber come in? The subscribers come in when we get our gifts from each other, the content creators, when we pull this money out of our pocket and we give our gift to the persons whose name we've chosen, that person is not allowed to keep the gift. They must then turn around and give that gift to a subscriber who is actually physically in the chat dropping their cash app. We come out of our pockets. The Secret Santa portion is just a ode to Christmas traditions. And then we give our gifts to people who gift us throughout the year. There is no pot. The content creators who participate get nothing out of it. What they do is they actually go in their pockets and they give a gift that is to be given to the subscriber. You cannot go back on your own show. The prizes must be given away in this event. All you have to do as a subscriber is to show up and drop your Cash App in the chat, and you will be gifted something. One thing you can be guaranteed of, somebody's going to get a gift because I will be here and I will be giving back to the people who give to me all year long. Hey, foot soldier. Hey, T Danielle. Um, if you, I'm pretty sure a lot of you haven't heard about this as they promote drunkenness and bullshit. But show up on December 6th and come and get a chance to win anywhere between $30 and $60. So I appreciate that. So let's get started on the news. Now, what do you guys think about the simple fact that 4547? I wonder how much money is being spent. I'm seriously wonder how much money is being spent by all these warships being gaggled up in the Caribbean Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. How much money is being spent on that? And I could have sworn when the government shut down, uh, the issue was that they wanted to expend the Obamacare of money. I was pretty sure that the Republicans said, well, it's October now, and that's something that can be handled later. So, you mean to tell me that all of November has gone by, and the government has been reopened for over a month, and the Republicans still haven't tackled this healthcare issue? You wonder why? Let me see. Let me see. Hey, Miss Jackie, it's good to see you. Now, you wonder why this hasn't been tackled, but it's real strange that something uh, via healthcare has been tackled over the Thanksgiving holiday. Something that Dr. Oz, who's over Medicaid, no, he's over Medicare. Dr. Oz did tackle something. You know, when I was doing the series on Luigi who shot that what was it? Oh God, United Healthcare executive. One of the things that executive had put into work was the prior authorization, wherein a actual doctor who worked under the umbrella of United Healthcare would say that you needed a test, say that you needed a procedure, and then you would get a letter back saying you need a prior authorization. Your This had to be reviewed by who was reviewing this. In most cases, it was AI reviewing it. In most cases, it was nurses who had a script that they had to go by and to ensure that these things would be rejected. I talked about this all during the United Healthcare thing because the healthcare situation is very perilous. Also, Medicare did not have that. A lot of they must during sign up time, which is now, a lot of seniors thought that they had to sign up under one of these Humanas, United Healthcare, Cigna, all of these different private insurance companies, and come to find out, no, you do not have to sign up under any of these insurance networks. You can have Medicare as standalone Medicare. So once seniors decided to choose a private insurer, they can never go back to just having standalone Medicare. That's one of the, you're locked in to having to choose one of these private insurers. Did you know that? Now, why would you want standalone Medicare? You would want standalone Medicare because you did not have to go through all of this rigmarole of all of these insurance companies trying to figure out ways to just profit off of the money that they are getting paid to cover your health issues with health insurance that they are giving you. That is why. So you know what Dr. Oz did this past weekend? Now he has set up a prior authorization component to the straight up Medicare. So they are going to put in the they're going to put in the apparatus that now will make you have to go through all of these denials of service and to try to ensure that they don't have to pay out for the services that your doctors say that you need. So how is this saving the money? Because they're not paying. Now, they talked about death panels when they were putting together the Affordable Care Act, otherwise known as Obamacare. They talked about they're going to give death panels, and if you're old, they're not going to cover your what the doctor says you need. And this is exactly what they're doing under this administration. If you have not uh, bought in to one of these insurance plans, United Healthcare. Why do you talk about United Healthcare the most? The most because United Healthcare does it the most. The United Healthcare has profited the most. At the same time, outcomes, health outcomes for their insurers is in the tank, is in the trash. Okay, so if you did not know, there will now be a pre-authorization stipend to all Medicare patients. You know, they said that they were going to save Medicare, and it seems like they are going Medicare. They seems like they are going in the way of big profits to short you actually on your health care. But that's not part of the overall uh, Obamacare subsidies that they were supposed to be talking about. Because people are going to lose their Obamacare subsidies December 31st. And your Congress still had not come together and derived a plan for that. So 4547 was supposed to derive a plan for that I think it was last week, sometime last week. He was going to put out a healthcare plan, and it was getting late in the hour, and then the newscasters got a win. Oh, we just heard that he's not going to put out a plan. Allegedly, his plan was to extend the Obamacare subsidies because they absolutely have no plan, have not been working on a plan. They asked that little beady-eyed Mike Johnson. Well, you say that you guys can implement your plan as soon as the Democrats sign on to reopen the government. Yes, we have a plan. Yes, we have a plan. And now all of a sudden he must have a hole in his pocket and must have lost the plan because now all of a sudden he don't even want to talk about a plan. Why is this important? Why is this important? How much money is being sent to have these warships in the Caribbean? How much money is being spent there? Oh, but I forgot. They have $1 trillion budget. They have $1 trillion budget with a war criminal, someone who is willing to just unlawfully against maritime law, against international law, just to shoot people. So they got money for that type of shit. Now, And I'm not sure if all of you are aware of this either. Now, we are allegedly in a drug war that has not been approved by Congress, that they are treating as a real war, a boots on the ground, uh, kill people type of war. That has not been yet approved by Congress, but they're going forward as if it has been. Understand that any war action has to be approved by Congress. This hasn't gone before Congress, but we are supposed to just take their word that we're on a war footing with Venezuela over drugs that they have not even proved are actually drug ships or drugs coming to the United States. We are to believe that every ship, every not it wasn't a ship. These are little fishing boat. Every fishing boat's held enough drugs to kill 25,000 Americans. So therefore, we have to stop them. Not one time have you heard of any of these boats shooting at our military. You've heard none of this. At no time has there been any proof, anything lifted out of the water to show you. Yes, see, we will prove to you to we will prove to you that these are drugs on these boats. At no time have we seen. Hey, Bird. At at no time have we seen pictures or names or identities of any of these people that they're striking, but we have seen them come and tell you that they've killed narco drug terrorists, but absolutely no proof. Why is this important? This is important um, because of the rhetoric behind it. And like, we're supposed to just sit up and we're supposed to really play dumb. But I don't know if you guys. He wants to prevent drugs from coming into the United States. This is all about the drugs. He cares so much about the drugs. If that's true, if that is true, why did he just pardon the prior president of Honduras, who was tried and convicted in the United States and had received 45 years in drugs? The same person who said that he wished that he could shove drugs up the United States citizens' noses and unalive them. If your president is so concerned about drugs, why did this person get a pardon? Why are we spending all of this money and treasure? And if they start putting, do you think that nobody's going to lose their lives? And he sits up on his plane and try to lie his way out of the fact that Steve Witkoff? Steve Witkoff was sitting up there colluding with the Russians to flatter him into accepting the um, Russians' rules and missions and goals to end the Ukraine war. And so when he gets busted doing that, saying what you need to do to flatter him, and you'll get everything you want. And then suddenly here come the United States with a whole Russian plan. All 28 points are everything that will appease Russia, and nothing that will satisfy the actual nation that had been invaded by Russia. So when that gets brought out in the press, he said, "Oh no, that was just a starting point. I'm just sick of the killing. A 25,000 people were killed last week. Then it was 25,000 people were killed within the last 3 weeks. What is this? These 25,000 people, is that the amount of people that he figured has to be killed? He said every drug boat is killing 25,000 people, and now he is so sick of loss of life. So Why are we putting our American troops on the line? Are not lives going to be lost for this fake drug war when we know that they're going for regime change so they can get that oil for who? Corporations. What is it going to benefit you? Nothing. It's not going to benefit you a goddamn thing. It's not going to benefit you shit. Okay, let's get into some of this. Let's get into where is this? Here we go. Let's read about it. Let me share this with you. If you are unaware of this, hey, Renee, it is always good to see you. So we are doing all of this in to Venezuela. 4547 grants clemency. Oh no, that's another one. That's the this is another clemency. We're going to my book part. Hold on, I apologize. Maybe it's here. Or maybe it's a video. Oh, we will see. Let me see. I think it's here. Oh, child. Okay. Let's try another route. So, did you guys hear about any of that stuff that I was telling you? Let me let's go here and find it here. I apologize. Uh, Here we go. Let's let's hear about the pardon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Let me share this with you. So they asked 4547 about this, and the reason that he's giving for pardoning this convicted uh, drug seller, he said that they said, who is they? Who is they said that it was a Biden setup. That is why he's pardoning this person who was convicted in a United States court. Here we go. Let me share this with you. So you will definitely understand what's going on in Venezuela has nothing to do with you. We are sending our troops, our treasure, and our war machines out to fight someone for absolutely no reason other than to enrich oil magnets. Be sure about that. Let me share this with you.
Better word, this is insane. I'm Liz Oyer, the former pardon attorney for the Department of Justice. Juan Orlando Hernandez is the former president of Honduras, a country of about 10 million people in Central America. During his presidency, Hernandez turned Honduras into a narco state, meaning the government itself worked in partnership with drug traffickers to export drugs around the world. Hernandez took millions of dollars of bribes from major international drug traffickers. He partnered with cartels, including the Sinaloa cartel. He even took $1 million bribe from El Chapo himself. In exchange, Hernandez used his police and military forces to protect these drug traffickers, including using violence when necessary. Under his leadership, Honduras became one of the most violent and most corrupt places on earth. It also became one of the largest export points for cocaine shipments to the United States. In total, Hernandez was responsible for sending 400 tons of cocaine to the U.S. That's billions of individual doses of drugs. Hernandez was extradited to the U.S. to face trial. In 2024, he was convicted by a jury and sentenced to 45 years in prison, plus an $8 million fine. He was also ordered to forfeit over $15 million in drug proceeds. His conviction and sentencing was the result of over a decade of work by U.S. law enforcement and national security professionals. And then Donald Trump just wiped it all out in an instant with a pardon. Why did Trump do this? No one knows. Trump is supposedly so concerned about drug trafficking that he is literally blowing boats out of the water. So it makes no sense that he would set this guy free unless there's something in it for him. Once again, Trump is putting his own interests ahead of the interests of the American people. His pardons are growing more and more dangerous and corrupt. Please help sound the alarm by sharing this information and by asking your elected reps to demand accountability for presidential pardons. Hey, everybody. Donald Trump just announced that he's pardoning one of the largest foreign drug traffickers in the world. For lack of a better word, this is insane.
Okay, so that, excuse me, that is in my description box. That's number one under pardons in my description box. You notice that they said that he even gave this Honduran former president even gave El Chapo money. And why I reported on this a long time ago. Let's review that our Department of Justice just escorted 17 family members of El Chapo to the United States. They walked across the border. I believe it was the Tijuana border that they walked across, and they were able to bring so many suitcases per person, and they were picked up by none other than your representatives from your Justice Department that says that they will never answer any questions about this. But spent on this farce about drugs coming from Venezuela. How much money is being spent on this farce about what is this? What is fentanyl coming from Venezuela when fentanyl doesn't even come from Venezuela? That is killing 25,000 Americans a year. Each boat represents 25,000 American lives. Let's review this secret deal with the Sinaloa cartel. If you don't remember this, your government brought them into the United States. Let's remember this.
"17 shadows slip through America's supposedly sealed gate. Family of Mexico's most notorious kingpin, greeted not with handcuffs, but handshakes. As cartel lieutenants become government witnesses and former partners become sworn enemies. 1,000 bodies pile up in Sinaloa's streets. The hunters have become the hunted. But at what cost has this game of chess been played? In the shadow war between nations, who truly controls the next move? In an extraordinary development along the US-Mexico border, 17 family members of one of Mexico's most notorious drug trafficking organizations.
Hold on, I made a mistake. Hold on. Hold on. I apologize. Hold on. I think I have it. Hold on. I think I have it right here. I apologize for that. Yes, here we go. Let's get back to that. Let's get back to that.
In an extraordinary development along the US-Mexico border, 17 family members of one of Mexico's most notorious drug trafficking organizations have been escorted into American territory under peculiar circumstances. Mexican Security Secretary Omar Garcia Harfuch confirmed on May 13th that relatives of Ovidio Guzman Lopez, son of the infamous drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, crossed into San Diego from Tijuana last week. Footage showed the family members walking across the border with rolling suitcases, greeted by waiting US agents. According to investigative journalist Luis Chaparro,
You think there's any cash in those suitcases? They didn't have to go through border patrol. They're going through a little side gate. That is not the border patrol gate. You don't think no cash is in these suitcases? Let's continue.
by waiting US agents. According to investigators Diego from Tijuana last week, footage showed the family members walking across the border with rolling suitcases, greeted by waiting US agents. According to investigative journalist Luis Chaparro, who first broke the story, at least one sniper watched over the group as they surrendered to American authorities. Sources report they carried more than $70,000 in cash during this unprecedented crossing. The group reportedly included Griselda Lopez, El Chapo's former wife and mother, to Ovidio and his brother Joaquin Guzman Lopez.
As we saw in the news, Ovidio begins a negotiation with the Department of Justice of the United States. And it's evident that with his family going to the United States, it's because of that negotiation.
The crossing has shocked Mexican officials, with President Claudia Sheinbaum admitting she learned of the development through news reports, highlighting an apparent lack of communication between the Trump administration and their Mexican counterparts. The secretive nature of this operation stands in stark contrast to the publicly aggressive stance on border security that has defined much of Trump's immigration policy. Noting that such details have not yet been provided, Garcia Harfuch insisted, the government of US President Donald Trump has to share information with Mexican prosecutors. The Justice Department has declined all requests for comment on the matter, maintaining strict silence regarding this unusual border crossing. This border crossing appears to be part of a complex legal maneuver involving Ovidio Guzman Lopez, known as the Mouse, who was captured by Mexican security forces in January 2023 in Culiacan and subsequently extradited to the United States, facing multiple drug trafficking charges. His capture was no simple affair. It was the culmination of a second bloody operation that left at least 29 people dead, including 10 Mexican soldiers. This followed a failed 2019 attempt to arrest him that caused such widespread violence in Culiacan that then President Andrés Manuel López Obrador controversially ordered his
Okay, so that link is number 2. It says cartels are in the U.S. So exactly why again are we going to war with Venezuela? Uh, can somebody tell me uh, if you have an idea of why we are going to war with Venezuela? So he also said that he has uh, this was the reason why this man was arrested is because a Joe Biden administration set him up, and that he had never called any president of a country a drug dealer. He said that Joe Biden was the one who did that. Are we kidding ourselves, or do we forget that when they found a person alive who was from Colombia, that he then called the Colombian president, his wife, and his families. He said that they are drug dealers. So when he was on his plane, lying about every question that was asked of him, he said he had never called anyone a drug dealer. So let's get into let's listen to 4547 on his little gaggle on his plane talk all of these lies and all of this silly shit that he had to say on his plane. Now, we're going to get into the of it all, double striking these boats to now the very first boat that they struck, there were two people who survived. Now, uh, Keg Breath came out and said, yes, that was the mission. We told you that this is what we're going to do. But now that there has been two investigations opened on him, finally, Congress understands that they have a job other than to say yes, sir, to this administration. They have open investigations on Hegseth for these two strikes because now the the uh the whole world community, the whole UN said that these strikes are extrajudicial strikes and they are against the law. But finally, somebody in our Congress is questioning these strikes. Now, this is the very first strike. Understand, there have been many strikes after this. There are over 80 people who have been killed by these strikes that they tell you that drugs is coming into the country. As he releases someone who says that he wanted to shove drugs up the United States citizens' nose. So none of this makes any sense, but I digress. So P. Hexel, there were two survivors that they showed hanging on to these boats. So when they came out with this first strike video and showed you this first strike video, they actually cut that tape. So you were unable to see that two people survived and then they struck the boat again. Now, now how strange is it that that was the first boat, two survivors, but you do know that there were two more boats that had survivors, and what did they do? They didn't strike those boats again. So either that was your mission to kill everyone, and you went back and struck it again, as these people, you knew that these people were struck and hurt and was no harm to you. They hadn't presented harm to you when you struck them the first time. But surely, this time, you were supposed to go through and collect the wounded people who you say that you're at war with, but you struck them again. The whole mission was to leave no witnesses. But you notice the next time that there were survivors, that they plucked them out of the waters. These warlords that were sending so much drugs to the United States, they were going to kill 25,000 of your American citizens. You notice they didn't double strike those survivors because they knew it was wrong. That's a consciousness of guilt. If you thought it was right, you'd have done it to every fucking ship that had survivors. And what did you do with those survivors? Did you bring them in and try them for the things that you said that they were doing? No. You didn't even arrest them and put them up on trial in the United States. You did none of that. You said you released them back to their home countries. Uh, One happened to be from Colombia. But and then when the Colombia president had the audacity to question why you struck a boat with one of their citizens on there and called him a narco drug trafficker, what did your president do? Your president turned around and then called him a drug dealer as he sat on Air Force One yesterday and said, "I've never called any president of a country a drug dealer." This is some real crazy bullshit that's going on. So let's get into this. Let- Hey, have y'all had your feel of that DC shooter thing? Uh, have y'all had your feel of the simple fact that 4547 is not obeying the law? A judge has already said that it was illegal to have the military, the National Guard, already said that it is illegal to have the National Guard in DC. Did 4547 remove the National Guard? No, 4547 kept the National Guard in DC and now want to uh, freeze all of the what is it? It's citizenships of the Afghans who risked their lives to assist the American military in Afghanistan to the point that if they go back to Afghanistan, they are going to be uh, killed for being traitors to their country. So therefore, that's the only reason that they're over here. Now, are we clear that the person who did this shooting got his citizenship from this administration? Now, this administration wants to blame it on who? Of course, Biden. All of this is Biden's fault. How is this Biden's fault? When you guys were the ones who gave him his actual citizenships. So, Biden, that administration, they were the ones who vetted him and this, that, and the other. So you have so little faith in Biden when it's everything else. So you actually had faith in Biden, how they vetted the Afghanistan people who was allowed into this country, and now you want to poo-poo it as being imperfect. Well, it seems like you feel like everything about the Biden administration is imperfect. And if it was so imperfect, don't you have the duty to do your job prior to giving somebody citizenship in this country? Where's your duty? Barefaced lying. Barefaced lying indeed. Now let me get into some of this shit. Let's get into some of this. Here we go.
a stupid person. Donald Trump just completely blew up at a female reporter, calling her a stupid person for questioning his administration's position that the suspect in the devastating DC National Guard shooting was not vetted by the Biden administration before being allowed into the country in 2021. Donald Trump is feeling cornered. He's feeling backed into a wall. Why? The truth hurts his political position. And the truth is, this 29-year-old suspect was an Afghan national who had a CIA ID, worked closely with American intelligence, and was completely vetted by both the Biden and Trump administrations, where Trump granted him asylum in April, and he doesn't want the public to know it. So make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. To support my work, also click my Substack linked below, but also to get the word out right now. Because this evening, we did learn of the devastating news that one of the members of the National Guard that were shot, one of the West Virginia guardsmen, has died. And we're going to get into that momentarily. But Donald Trump was just speaking to service members on Thanksgiving.
Understand that guard member wouldn't have died if he'd have followed the judge's order. So who is the reason why this service member died? It's the fault of this administration. They are trying to get you to think something about Biden, but the woman wouldn't have been in the DC streets had he just simply followed orders. Real simple. It is this administration's fault for all the way up until Buble said that you're going to have to fucking get used to disobeying judges' orders. It's this administration who wanted to take this to the Supreme Court, and now that they cost the life of one and possibly two National Guard members, they say that they're going to put 500 more troops in the streets when no should have been in the streets in the first place to allow this to happen. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. And why is nobody in your for-profit media pressing them on the simple fact that they shouldn't have been in the street in the first place? And now it's everyone's fault, but administration that routinely disobeys well, what's the point of having judges? What's the point of taking anything to court if you can choose which judge you are or are not going to obey? And then when someone gets hurt as you disobeying a judge's order, you're going to bring that many more troops into Washington, D.C.? And I'm just really, I'm really sick of all of this bullshit that this administration is allowed to pull. What is the point of us having this shit is retarded, and people are getting hurt, and it's Biden's fault.
He was asked by a reporter, simply put, Mr. President, why do you keep lying about whether or not this suspect was vetted? And here's his answer.
Suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens too. It happens too often with these people. You see him? But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other. And that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens soon.
Your DJIG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration for what this man did?
Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, for many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to.
Yeah, and there was a law passed that make it almost impossible. Almost is not entirely. So your administration vetted them. Now that's what he don't want to get caught up in. You were the one who said that he could stay. You and your administration did this. If you thought that, look at them, this is a plane, look how they came in here. Okay. And what? What does it to do with the price of tea in China? Absolutely nothing.
Certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go. We were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram.
Not really sure what he's talking about, but essentially he's lashing out at this reporter for simply confronting him with the truth. She's saying, well, sir, he worked with the CIA. He was close with the CIA. And well, he was vetted. He was vetted by your administration. He was vetted by the Biden administration. And his response is, well, you're a stupid person. Remember when he called a reporter piggy? This is his next hurrah into attacking female reporters. Now, tonight we did learn, according to West Virginia, Governor Patrick Morrisey, the horrific news that Specialist Sarah Beckstrom passed away from the injuries sustained during the horrific shooting. He says this is not the result we hoped for, but it is the result we all have feared. Sarah served with courage, extraordinary resolve, and an unwavering sense of duty to her state and to her nation. She answered the call to serve, stepped forward willingly, and carried out her mission with a strength that defined the very best of the West Virginia National Guard. Today, we honor her bravery and her sacrifice as we mourn the loss of a young woman who gave everything she had in defense of others. We will forever hold her, her family, her friends, and her fellow guardsmen in our prayers as they grieve what no family should ever have to bear. Here's the deal, folks. She should have never been in Washington, D.C. in the first place.
Everyone has reported here, somebody drove across the country, came to Washington, D.C. to attack America. And that person will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These young people should be at home in West Virginia with their families.
Look at Janine Pereiro. Like, how dare you say they should be at home? A whole judge and a sycophant who knows that what the mayor said is right, shooting her an evil eye for saying the absolute fact of the matter is they shouldn't have been in the Washington, D.C. streets in the first place. But nobody's putting the fucking foot in their ass about that fact.
These young people should be at home in West Virginia with their families. As a DC resident, I should be
person in DC to attack America. And that person will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These young people should be at home in West Virginia with their families.
These young people should be at home in West Virginia with their families. As a DC resident, I could not agree more. Now, tonight, during the interaction with reporters at Mar-a-Lago, while he was talking to the United States Coast Guard and other branches of the military for Thanksgiving, Donald Trump continued to rant about Somalis and their alleged harm to the United States of America. What the hell does this have to do with Somalia, sir?
Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national.
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for? But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence.
And no one's able to see it now. No one's able to see it now. No one's able to see the Somali is ripping off the country. If they are ripping off the country, at the same time you say that they are giving money to Somalia, the same Somalia you've been striking since your first week in office in January, and have not given any reason for it, that same Somalia. Let's continue.
We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but
brought her over here, child. So you want to talk about where you come from, where your family come from? Your family come from a Nazi loving country. Is that am I mistaken? Am I mistaken? Your father was a whole Klansman. So let's talk about where you come from.
Press conferences this late anymore because no one really knows what he's talking about. Why is he going off and talking about Somalia and Somali people when in reality that has nothing to do with Afghanistan? With 9/11. This is a highly trained, highly specialized individual. And clearly the Trump administration really doesn't talking about that. And that's why this is how he ended the press conference tonight.
Thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead.
Afghans, do you believe that this asylum claim that is being floated? Of course, you just detailed that this suspect was flown in under the Biden administration. Yeah. But was he granted asylum under the War administration?
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out. No matter how you want to do it, it's very hard to get them out. But we're going to be getting them all out now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The answer to that question was yes. The answer to the question, yes. It's hard to get them out, but we're going to get them out now. So if you can get them out now, you could have gotten them out had you reviewed their asylum papers and there was something wrong with these people and you didn't want them in the country. But we're going to get them out now. How convenient. How convenient. So and that only says that you allowed these people in. You didn't believe them to be vetted properly. You could have gotten them out before this tragedy happened. So we are supposed to feel some solace of, oh, he's going to get them out now. And they were not vetted properly, but he allowed them to stay in. He didn't do what he can do that he's doing now. So you mean to tell me that you sat up there knowing people were not vetted and you allowed them to stay in this country? And then you're taking fault of this again. Because it is ultimately and uniquely his fault and his fault alone.
You guys, thank you, everybody. I'm Jessica Cartalia. You're watching President.
Donald Trump abruptly ended his press conference because he kept getting questioned about, well, sir, why is your administration lying? Let me run through the truth. The truth is this 29-year-old Afghan man drove across the country from Washington State to Washington, D.C., targeting National Guard troops. He shot and killed one of the troops, shot and critically injured another who we don't know if they will survive. He was a CIA, essentially adjacent, worked at the CIA closely, had a CIA badge, was highly specialized, highly trained, highly vetted by the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security in 2021, 2024, and once again in April of 2025 when this administration granted him asylum. That's the truth. It's not a political truth. It's just the truth. As always, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I will have another update for you very soon.
Okay, that link is in my description box. It's the third link in the description box. Let me find this. Let's get into the P. I think I have his full gavel on the airplane. I apologize. Now, we saw that disastrous press conference where he asked told a reporter that she was stupid for checking him on his lies and trying to get him to admit the facts. How dare you not buy my bullshit and try to get me to state facts? So now he's also has threatened Joe Biden with jail. Joe Biden, who has stage 4 bone cancer and did absolutely nothing wrong, he's threatening him with jail. So if you're not familiar with this channel, I'll go over there and check him out. Let's get into this.
But in the meantime, Donald Trump is very close to getting away with the Epstein thing because of all the distractions he's creating all over the place. And we're gonna stay on the Epstein story. We're gonna demand that these files get released. We're gonna demand that we know the names. We're gonna demand accountability for people who were predators of children. But in the meantime, we have to trudge on, and we have to address the current what he's attempting to make distraction.
The current dumpster fire that he's putting up all of these. Why do you think all this crazy shit is going on? Okay.
But still,
the shit that's going on is more criminal than the last shit that is going on in this administration, and they just keep it running. They just keep falling into it. That's why Article 2, Section 4 ought to be bought up. This whole administration ought to be bought up on Article 2, Section 4. Get all of them in one fell swoop.
Distractions, if they come to fruition, would damage the country. They are dangerous just by their very nature. And yesterday, he posted on True Social this insanity about canceling the pardons of Joe Biden because of the auto pen, and also threatening to prosecute Joe Biden. Strange that Donald Trump can't be prosecuted for anything because the Supreme Court gave him just radical, unlimited, unprecedented immunity for crimes committed.
It's strange that he think that immunity only applies to him. And that same immunity that the Supreme Court issued out, it's not a crime if the president is doing it as a part of their official duties. It only applies to him. Do you get that? Do you get that? The made up bullshit rule that the Supreme Court did to keep him out of jail, knowing his penchant for breaking the law. And I could see why he think the rule is just for him, because what other president have we had that so blatantly continued to break the law time after time after time, and break another law to get your mind off of the laws that he broke 15 minutes ago? Every fucking day is something with this motherfucker. But what of any of this has this administration done to improve your life, and how you live your life? While we get all of this other bullshit, see, the shit we're not paying attention to is how he's fucking over the lives and the fucking well-being and the health of the American people. Why we paying attention to all of this bullshit, he and his family are getting filthy rich in the meantime. What are you getting from this? Let's continue.
While in office, but Donald Trump thinks he can prosecute Joe Biden because I guess he wasn't president, just like his presidential pardons can be canceled. Can Donald Trump's be canceled? Can the next person that comes in just cancel the pardons? No, they can't. It is the unfortunate element of our Constitution that until amended, we have to abide by. The rule of law, right? This is what he wrote. Any document signed by sleepy Joe Biden with the auto pen, which was approximately 92% of them, Mr. Stats over here. Well, we're going to lower drug prices by 5,000 million billion zillion %. Great. 92% of them is hereby terminated and of no further force or effort. The auto pen is not allowed to be used in approval if approval is not specifically given by the President of the United States. It starts a new paragraph, I guess. It's Donald Trump. Look, we can't hold him to too high a standard relative to understanding his native tongue. I mean, they want English to be the official language of the United States, yet their cult leader can't even speak it fluently or write it fluently. Make it make sense. The radical left lunatics, all capitalized for some reason, circling Biden around the beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office, took the presidency away from him. Joe Biden had radical left lunatics in his administration. Milquetoast, middle of the road corporate Democrat Joe Biden had radical left lunatics. Right. When you finally did have a radical left lunatic in front of you, Zoran Mamdani, you kissed his asshole, Donald Trump. So none of this holds any water whatsoever, carries any weight whatsoever. Liar. I'm hereby canceling, through Truth Social, by the way, true presidential proclamation. We'll get to that, though. I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden, because the people who operated the auto pen did so illegally, says Donald Trump. No due process, just a proclamation, just a declaration. Fantastic. Joe Biden was not involved in the auto pen process, and if he says he was, he will be brought up on charges of perjury. Thank you. You gotta love it. Thank you for your attention to this matter, says our addled dementia patient of a president. And now listen, you would be correct to say, well, that's just him on Truth Social. It's not official, right? And this might not be official either, but the official White House Twitter account also tweeted this, and with the quote of him, I'm hereby canceling all executive orders, blah, blah, blah. And they're serious and patriotic because they put a flag emoji. They put a flag emoji in there. Now listen, Manu Raju, somebody I generally think does great work over at CNN. He had Bill Brennan, a former Donald Trump lawyer, on, and they talked about this. Now, I wanted to bring this specifically, this analysis, because this isn't some radical left lunatic that Donald Trump would have you believe. This is a guy who represented Donald Trump in court. This is Bill Brennan, former Trump lawyer, and these are his opinions about this.
Donald Trump's former attorney, Bill Brennan, who is live with us as well. Bill, thank you so much for joining us, too. I want to start with you and about whether Trump even has the authority to do this. He's saying he can do this. Can he actually do this legally?
Manu, it's my understanding that the auto pen's been around since around 1930. 2011, President Barack Obama first used it in a high-value document. It was 3 sections of the Patriot Act that he wanted extended by Congress. Unfortunately, he was in France at the time. He used it. It was valid. In 2005, President George W. Bush asked the Department of Justice for an opinion, and the DOJ said at that time, under certain circumstances, the use of an auto pen is legally sufficient. I think the real issue here, Manu, is going to be scienter, whether or not President Biden knew that the documents that were signed with the auto pen were used. If he knew and he approved it, then I think it passes muster.
Yeah, because the president is saying that Biden would be charged with perjury. What basis does he have for making that charge?
Well, perjury is lying under oath. I think I don't know that President Biden made a statement that he approved the auto pen, that perjury would be applicable here. There's no doubt that the auto pen itself is a document that is a device that can be used. It's all going to depend on circumstances.
Oh, Bill, I think we lost Bill's feed there. Might have fallen there on the ground, but we'll bring him right back because he's got some good analysis here.
Do you think, Manu? I think we lost Bill's feed. It might. have fallen on the ground.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to, I think it's Jesse Dolomore. Go check him out. Great commentary. Now, let's hear 4547 in his own words. What a better place to get his own words than himself. We're going to watch the actual whole thing. His Air Force One gaggle on yesterday. And we're going to point out the bullshit.
Hello, Mr. President. Hi, how are you? Hi. What would you like to know today?
Could you start off by telling us the latest one with Russia and Ukraine? Are you expecting Zelensky to come visit you?
We're having good, I don't know, he would like to come, but I think we should get a deal done first. We're having good talks. We started with Russia. We're having some talks with Russia. Ukraine is doing well. I think they're pretty happy about it. They'd like to see it end.
So you had no talks with Ukraine. This is on yesterday. So you had no talks with Ukraine. You think Ukraine is doing good? We've had good talks with Russia. And Russia. I think Ukraine is doing good.
And, we won't know for a little while, but we're making progress.
What are the big sticks?
We settled 8 wars, and I thought this would be one of the easier ones because of my relationship with President Putin. But this is probably one of the more difficult ones. There's a lot of hatred.
You said there were a few points of disagreement that were still left to be.
Yeah, a few.
Can you tell us what those are?
Well, it's just standard things, but people are starting to realize it's a good deal for both parties. If they got to stop the war, they're losing a lot of people, a lot of soldiers.
Standard things. What is a standard thing? He has no idea. He has absolutely no idea.
Mostly soldiers.
In that 28-point plan that was originally leaked, there were some portions of that said that Ukraine.
Well, that was an original proposal, and then from there we went back and forth.
So when it comes to a seating plan,
that was an original proposal. Now, from whom? I thought that you guys said that was not even a starting point, but now that was an original proposal. From whom? Now you're saying it was an original proposal, and we've gone back and forth. We started, the starting line was giving Putin everything he wanted, and then we had to go back and forth and negotiate something that was acceptable to the country he invaded. Is that what you're saying? Yes, that's exactly what you're saying.
to Russia, is that still on the portions of that said that Ukraine?
Well, that was an original proposal, and then from there we went back and forth.
So when it comes to ceding land to Russia, is that still on the table, or is that changed?
Well, they're talking about going land both ways and trying to clean up a border. You know, you can't go through the middle of a house. You can't go through the middle of a highway.
They're talking about land both ways. You can't go through the middle of a street. Yeah, you can. Yes, you absolutely can separate land from one street to the next street. Have you seen cities and towns? Isn't that how cities in a town show their borders based on if you're north of this street, you're in this city. If you're south of the street, you're in a whole nother city. Get the fuck out of here. But why should they have to do any of that? Why should they have to? What you're saying is, yes, they're annexing, and we're going. A part of this is annexing Ukrainian land. That's what you're saying. And all of this streets, and you can't do this and this street and that street. What you're saying is, yes, we're allowing Russia to annex the sovereign country that they invaded. That's what you're saying.
So they're trying to work something. It's a complicated process. Doesn't go that quickly.
What about security guarantees and Ukraine?
Well, we're working that out with Europe. Europe will be largely involved in that. We're working that out with Europe.
And
Europe really wants to see it end if possible.
there were a lot of Republicans who felt that the first plan, the first 28-point plan, was too favorable to Russia. Have you changed
Well,
that?
that was just a map. All that was is a map. That was not a plan. It was a concept. And from there, they've taken each one of the 28 points, and then you get down.
That was a plan. That was a concept, kind of like the concept of a plan that you had for healthcare that never materialized, that you spoke about in the presidential debate. The concept of a plan. So you know it means absolutely nothing. That was a plan.
To 22 points, a lot of them were solved, and actually very a concept. And from there, they've taken each one of the 28 points, and then you get down to 22 points. A lot of them were solved, and actually very favorably solved. So we'll see how.
Going from 28 points to 22 points is not a lot. It's 6. That's what it is. It's 6 out of 20 at 28. That's not a lot. And how were they solved? And which 6 were they? Since they have been solved, you can tell us which 6 points that was on that Putin proposed plan that have been solved, and in whose favor. Since you want to say that they have been solved. But we supposed to play crazy.
We'll see what happens.
Do you think that Russia was being asked to give too much land back to Russia? I know at one point you said they shouldn't have to give any back.
It's really up. Look, the way it's going, if you look, it's just moving in one direction. So eventually that's land that over the next couple of months might be gotten by Russia anyway. So do you want to fight and lose another 50, 60,000 people? Or do you want to do something now? In some cases, the land is going in the other direction. So they're negotiating. They're trying to get it done. You want to have a border? You can't have a border that goes through a highway or a border that goes through the middle of a town. So that doesn't work. So it's a long, complicated process, and very, very sad because so many people are being killed.
What's the next step?
They're going to keep talking. They're talking to Russia now. Steve Witkoff is going over, maybe with Jared. I'm not sure about Jared going, but he's involved.
What's the plan now? They're going to be talking. Steve Witkoff is up. What did he say? Did he say he was in Russia now? Let's see.
What's the next step?
They're going to keep talking. They're talking to Russia now. Steve Witkoff is going over, maybe with Jared. I'm not sure about Jared going, but he's involved in the process. Smart guy, and they're going to be meeting with President Putin, I believe, next week in Moscow.
Next week in Moscow?
I think so, yes.
What kinds of concessions are the Russians going to have to make?
Well, they're making concessions. Their big concession is they stop fighting and they don't take any more land. Again, it's a war that would have never.
They're taking many concessions. They've stopped fighting. Have they stopped fighting? He said that the Russians have stopped fighting, and they're not going to take as much land. They're going to concede that they cannot take as much land from a sovereign nation that they can. He said that they are making concessions. Hold your thought right here. Let's see where Kushner and Witkoff was at the time or over this weekend while this was being talked about. Let's see what Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner was up to. It seems like they were in Miami. Let's see what happened in Miami. Zelensky kills Trump's plan and strikes back. How so, you may ask?
Ukrainian President Zelensky just said Donald Trump checkmates.
Hold on. Let me. That is a little too fast. Here we go.
after Ukraine and its Ukrainian President Zelensky just said Donald Trump checkmate. So after Ukraine and its European allies exposed the Trump regime for laundering that Russian 28-point plan for surrender and trying to force it on Ukraine, and Ukraine said absolutely not, respect our sovereignty, reject it. If you want peace, let's start with a ceasefire and let's do a real peace, not this Russian BS. So what Zelensky did is he said, well, Witkoff and Rubio and Kushner, if you're meeting with the Russian proxies in Miami to launder surrender plans against us, you know what we're going to do? We're going to send a Ukrainian delegation where? To Miami, and let's do the meeting in the same spot where you tried to sell us out. We're sending the Ukrainian delegation there. So Zelensky sends his Ukrainian delegation to Miami to meet with Witkoff, Donald Trump's envoy to Russia, the main guy trying to sell out Zelensky. You had Kushner and you had Rubio there. Now, just take a look right here at Witkoff's face at this meeting in Miami that took place over this weekend. He looked like a defeated man who had been caught and exposed. Just take a look at him there. His head was down the entire time. He was fidgeting with his tie. Take a look at Marco Rubio, as he knew. He could even look at the Ukrainian delegation at first because he knew that they caught the Americans betraying them. Take a look at Kushner, who's probably just thinking, now, how can I make money off this? How do I get even richer off of this? Take a look at this scene right here. You see the Ukrainian delegation sitting across from Witkoff and Rubio and Kushner right there. You see the Ukrainian delegation strong, powerful, supremely confident. You see how sheepish and weak Trump's stooges are sitting there. Now, let me just show you right here, but I like how
Jared Kushner sitting up there like, oh, Steve, don't give away all the information like you did with Palestine. Don't tell them we've been working on this deal for 2 years and we've had it planned for 2 years. Don't do like you gave up all the info on Palestine. And I was sitting up there looking at you and shaking my head like, oh, please stop. Don't do that. So these are the people who are negotiating a real estate baron. Two people that only have worked in real estate are negotiating peace. Imagine that. And the last time they did that, it seemed like they came out a lot richer in their negotiations.
John Jackson,
when they negotiated with Israeli and the Palestinians, it was for their own enrichment. In a minute. Why, when you see Steve Witkoff, who is 4547's real estate buddy, who works in real estate and building shit, I'm going to let you know why that is important. And Jared Kushner, let's continue.
Discusses this. He goes, I've dealt with a lot of bad, guilty people in my life. Witkoff looks like a guy who got exposed in front of the whole world. I love this for him. I bet he looks great in orange, and there's certainly more recordings out there. Enjoy. Watch what happens during this meeting in Miami on Sunday between the Ukrainian delegation and Trump's stooges who were there. Here, play this clip.
There, but the progress throughout.
Now you wonder why Trump didn't tell you that they were meeting as he was on the airplane having this press gaggle. You do understand that they were meeting on the same day. Did he reveal that? No, he didn't reveal none of that because he didn't know how it was going to go. Let's hear what happened.
Delegation and Trump's stooges who were there. Here, play this clip.
There, but the progress throughout the week as we've been communicating. The end goal is obviously not just the end of the war. Obviously, that's essential and fundamental. We want to see the end of the killing and the death and the suffering, and I'm sure the Ukrainians, I know they do as well. They want.
Do you see the look on that face? Is that the look of fear and terror? I don't want to be here. I don't know where Vlad is going. Vlad may spank me for even being here. I am Vlad's puppet. Let's see this face again. He's feeling choked by his own tie.
We want to see the end of the killing and the death and the suffering, and I'm sure the Ukrainians, I know they do as well. They want peace, but it's also about securing an end to the war that leaves Ukraine sovereign and independent and with an opportunity at real prosperity. So this is not just about ending a war. This is about ending a war in a way that creates a mechanism and a way forward that will allow them to be independent and sovereign, never have another war again, and create tremendous prosperity for its people. Not just rebuild the country, but to enter an era of extraordinary economic progress. It's a country, Ukraine has tremendous economic potential. Ukraine has tremendous opportunity for true prosperity. Obviously, you can't do that in the middle of a war like this, but ending the war alone won't achieve that. So this is not just about peace deals. It's about creating a pathway forward that leaves Ukraine sovereign, independent, and prosperous. And so we expect to make even more progress today. And we're grateful that you would travel all the way here to Florida. We apologize for the rain. It's not supposed to be raining, but there's only certain things we can control. So thank you.
And I think a point that John Jackson says that isn't getting enough attention, whichever intelligence service, whether it was Ukrainian or European, that got those phone calls, that did that wiretap between Witkoff and the Russian proxies, whether it was with Dmitriev and the other Russian proxy, there's a lot more where those tapes come from right there. And you know that the intelligence services are sitting on a lot of dirt on Witkoff right now. And I think Witkoff is probably wondering, what else do they have on me? What other phone calls? What other emails? What other messages? They have it all, Witkoff. They have it all. Now, following the meeting that I just showed you right there, Zelensky put out the following message. The Ukrainian delegation should already be in the United States by this evening, U.S. time. The dialogue based on the Geneva points will continue. Diplomacy remains active. The American side is demonstrating a constructive approach. And in the coming days, it is feasible to flesh out the steps to determine how to bring the war to a dignified end. The Ukrainian delegation has the necessary directives, and I expect the guys to work in accordance with clear Ukrainian priorities. Then, after the meeting took place, Zelensky posted the following. Russia is eager for Ukraine to make mistakes. We won't make any. Our work goes on. Our struggle goes on. We have no right to fall short, no right to retreat or turn on one another. If we lose our unity, we risk losing everything, ourselves, Ukraine, and our future. We must stand together. We must hold our ground. There is no other choice. There will never be another Ukraine. We defend Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Now, right before that meeting in Miami between the Ukrainian delegation and Witkoff, Rubio, and Kushner, the Wall Street Journal was out with another report called Make Money, Not War. Trump's real plan for peace in Ukraine, or betrayal of Ukraine. The Kremlin pitched the White House on peace.
I told you we would be getting to this. We would be getting to this. Isn't this blatantly obvious anyway? Isn't it blatantly obvious that 45-47 is doing everything to appease Russia and Putin, his good friend, who he had your military on the ground rolling out the red carpet in Alaska for? Let's get to it.
Through business. In other words, sell out NATO, sell out Ukraine, and Donald, maybe Russia will make you and your family richer. To Europe's dismay, the president and his envoy were on board. Let me just share with you how this article starts right here. For the Kremlin, the Miami talks between the Russians and Witkoff and Kushner were the culmination of a strategy hatched before Trump's inauguration to bypass the traditional U.S. national security apparatus and convince the administration to view Russia not as a military threat, but as a land of bountiful opportunity, according to Western security officials. By dangling multi-billion-dollar rare earth and energy deals, Moscow could reshape the economic map of Europe while driving a wedge between America and its traditional allies. So Putin promised, we've got trillions of dollars for you.
Seems like that is working out real fine. With that, that proposition seems to be going through swellingly as the United States is isolating themselves under this regime.
Donald, and we'll make you even richer. And then Putin said, and why don't we help with some propaganda initiatives? We can go to the moon together, Donald. We can build on the moon together. Wouldn't you like that? Now, so after the meeting, or right around when that meeting's taking place in Miami between the Ukrainian delegation and Trump's stooges, you have Zelensky put out the following message as well. I spoke with Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO. We'll continue our conversations in the coming days. These are important days and much can change. We are coordinating closely, and in our efforts and in the efforts of all of our partners, it is our joint measures and shared positions that will be extremely effective. Mark, thank you for your support. In other words, you have a multi-pronged effort right here where Zelensky sends his delegation to go to Miami. It's symbolic as well. That's where you tried to betray us, Donald? Okay, we're going to assert our moral and formal and international authority where? In Miami. Witkoff, show up, man up, look at us, eye to eye. And Witkoff was like, I'm not sure what to do. Rubio, look us in the eye. Kushner, whatever the hell you're going to do, you were selling us out as well. Then the phone call to the Secretary General of NATO, informing NATO what Ukraine just did with the United States.
How much time, money, and energy have you spent on health, wellness, and beauty products to look and feel younger and healthier? If you're like me, probably too much. Now, I'm so excited to share with you guys C15 from Fatty 15.
Because one of the things that Ukraine's been
Midas and using code Midas at checkout.
So then after that meeting took place, notice that Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, takes a very different tune. Because one of the things that Ukraine's been doing great is also, there's already a wedge, by the way, between Rubio and Witkoff. Witkoff did this 28-point Russian plan behind the back of Rubio. Not to suggest that Rubio isn't complicit, but that was behind the back of Rubio. So Witkoff and Kushner did that with the Russians in Miami. Rubio found out about it later. Rubio tried to fix what Witkoff did basically after destroying, any shred of whatever America may have left with its allies, which is basically nothing. So then Rubio goes out, and now Rubio talks about this meeting. Now watch how Rubio changes the tune on Ukraine. Play this clip.
Yeah. All right. And I apologize because I'm pressed for time. I think we both are. But I just wanted to update you. We had another very productive session building off Geneva, building off the events of this week. As I told you earlier this morning, our goal here is to end the war. But it's more than just to end the war. We don't just want to end the war. We also want to help Ukraine be safe forever. So never again will they face another invasion. And equally importantly, we want them to enter an age of true prosperity. We want the Ukrainian people to emerge from this war, not just to rebuild their country, but to build it back in a way that will be strong.
What the hell is going on with Rubio's ears? The fuck? His ears are 2/3 as long as his whole head. What the fuck is going on?
Stronger and more prosperous than it's ever been. And so this is comprehensive, what we're working on here today. It's not just about the terms that ends fighting. It's about also the terms that set up Ukraine for long-term prosperity. I thought we started laying the groundwork for that, most certainly in Geneva. I think we continued that work in our communications throughout the week. I think we built on that again today, but there's more work to be done. This is delicate. It's complicated. There are a lot of moving parts, and obviously there's another party involved here that'll have to be a part of the equation, and that'll continue later this week when Mr. Witkoff travels to Moscow, although we've also been in touch in varying degrees with the Russian side, but we have a pretty good understanding of their views as well. So much work remains, but today was again a very productive and useful session.
And then what we saw on the weekend shows is that some of the Republican leaders in the House and in the Senate, but also in the House and the Senate, like Republican Congressmember Mike Turner, Republican Congressmember Don Bacon.
Okay, that's all I wanted to show you this clip. Let me see. I don't think they're talking about Russia. Oh, they are. Let's see what they have to say.
Had to say, play this clip.
And we heard this week from Vladimir Putin saying that it would be pointless. That was his word. At least that was the translation of his word. It would be pointless to make a peace agreement with Ukraine because Zelensky's government lacks legitimacy. I mean, where could this go?
We need moral clarity dealing with Putin. He does not want a peace agreement with Ukraine that leaves Ukraine a sovereign country that can be. He wants to control another third of Ukraine. He would like to make Ukraine a vassal state. So I don't know why the administration keeps pursuing the pointless here. But yet we see in the Wall Street Journal that there's evidence it's all about trying to make agreements on rare earth minerals and natural gas pipelines and things like that, of which Ukraine has no part of in this. And
so they want to make plans once again about Ukraine's rare earth minerals without Ukraine having a say-so in it. Make that make sense. Who would that profit? Is that going to profit you? Why is the United States so insistent on these rare earth minerals? What are they getting out of this deal? And why is it the United States' job alone to help settle and form a fucking peace agreement with the United States obviously being on the side of the country that invaded Ukraine? So I don't understand why they are putting themselves foremost. Yes, I do. These rare earth minerals. Now, your president is out there fighting so hard to get his hands on rare earth minerals. We understand that their first agreement that he wanted to give Zelensky, he was when he had him come to the White House and talked crazy to him. He told him he actually had no options. But how did that work out for your president? It didn't work out well for him. He actually told Zelensky that they were going to have to repay all the money that was given to them, and when there was no money given to them, weapons were given to them. So in exchange for the weapons that had already been given to them, he sat Zelensky in the White House and told him he is going to have to pay for those weapons that the United States, the ally, chose to give Zelensky. He was going to have to pay for them with his rare earth minerals. So my question to you is, how do those rare earth minerals help you in the United States as a United States citizen? How does that enrich your life? It doesn't enrich your life. It enriches the lives of billionaire tech people. 4547 said that they would have somebody go in there and extract the rare earth minerals from Ukraine. Who needs rare earth minerals? Who uses rare earth minerals? These tech companies that they are allowing to spring up all of these data centers in your states, who you are paying the electric bills for. So they are going to get their product through negotiations, through wars, and through your president saying that they're going to have to pay for the weapons, but they're not going to have to pay money. Money that could shrink our deficit. No, it's not. They're not going to have to pay for anything that is going to improve the lives of Americans. No, they're going to have to pay in things that are going to improve the profits of billionaires. Period.
Putin does not want peace. The president should see it, and therefore we should be focused on giving high-end weapons, accurate weapons to Ukraine, long-range accurate weapons, and also air defenses that help protect their cities that are being bombed every single night. We need a little more Ronald Reagan here, as you mentioned his name. When he called the Soviet Union an evil empire, this president also needs to see the evil intentions of Putin, but he needs to call it out and see it for what he is.
Now, this is a Republican. Bacon is a Republican. Let's be real clear on that. He does see the evil because he's basically looking in a mirror. He understands the evil in all of this, and he's trying to profit off of this. Do you not think that he will get a kickback from these tech billionaires who are already throwing money at his fucking feet? If he secures these rare earth minerals for these tech billionaires, how does that improve your life? How does all of this talk improve your life? Not at all. What has he what deal has he made about healthcare other than cutting it from the United States citizens by the millions of people who are about to lose their healthcare? He has nothing to say about that. And we're in the month of December. Let's continue.
Here is what Republican Congressmember Mike Turner had to say about whether Witkoff should continue to serve as a U.S. negotiator in Ukraine. Let's play this clip right here.
But, one thing that I think everybody understands is that you can't be America first and pro-Russia because, Russia is a self-declared adversary of the United States. It's fielding, new advanced nuclear weapons that are specifically targeting the United States. It's constantly attacking the United States with offensive cyber. It continuously identifies both NATO and the West, the United States, as its adversary. So in this, and of course, when it identifies Ukraine as its adversary, it does so in identifying the West and the United States.
Hold on. Trump wants health savings account. What is a health savings account? Exactly what would this health savings account be. The Trump want to give everyone money to buy their own health care, and he wants to call it Trump care. But is that not Obamacare? So he has an idea that includes extending the Obamacare money for 2 years, and then he wants to give each American citizen their money, and they can go out and buy their own health care. That's a great idea, that he wants you to believe that it's not Obamacare in itself. Okay, okay. Are you stupid? Or are you just playing dumb? I really hope you're just playing dumb. That is absolutely no healthcare plan above Obamacare. Replace it with what? What is he replacing it with? What? How would that replace Obamacare? How is that bringing the prices down? How much money is he talking about? He's going to give you to do what? To pay insurance companies. The Obamacare isn't the ones who are bringing up prices on healthcare. The insurance companies that you will get money from Trump to go buy your insurance from. So how is that shrinking the price of healthcare? Please tell me. Please tell me. How would that shrink the price of insurance? Is he saying he's going to these insurance companies who are making billions upon billions each year over the last year? What is he doing about these insurance companies who are making billions on coverage, but are not giving you the treatment that the doctors recommend, the tests that doctors recommend, that are denying you health care, so they can keep this money for profits? What is he doing there? How would anything that you said that he wants to stop lying to your viewers that Trump wants to cut off everyone's health care? What is he doing? How many millions of people are about to lose their health care because they have not extended the Affordable Care Act subsidies? How many people are about to lose their health care? Let's talk facts then. Let's talk facts. How many people are about to lose their health care? You know, the health care that they said that they would work on once the government reopened, or what plan have they bought that is going to ensure people are not going, their rates are not going up 2 to 4 times higher? How many people are about to lose their health care? Huh? And what has Congress done up until now? What has Congress done up until now? Hmm? When have you seen a congressional hearing about health care being held in the walls of Congress up until now? The government has been open for over a month now. People are signing up for their health care now. I think the cutoff date is December 10th or December 15th. They don't have until the 31st. They do not have until the 31st, because enrollment for healthcare does not go until December 31st. So that's the first lie. That's the first lie. And enrollment for this year is not open until the 31st. So what have they done? Uh, what? No, you don't answer a question with another question. Answer the question that I asked you. What have they done, and how would this bring down the prices of healthcare? And yeah, and that's why Trump wants to emulate it. That's exactly why Trump wants to emulate it and try to pretend like him giving you money to buy health care would be something other than what Obama has created. He's trying to get rid of Obama's legacy. Yes, he is. And trying to slap his name on top of it at the same time because he has absolutely no health plan. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. No, facts run my life, sweetheart. Facts run my life. And the fact that you can't answer the question means I run yours. That's what it means. For example, how would they do that? How would that happen? It will stop insurance companies from ripping us off. As Dr. Oz has enacted under this administration a way to rip off people who are on Medicare who have not chosen private insurance. As Dr. Oz has put into Medicare that you are going to have prior authorization. It seems like this administration is taking tips from the for-profit insurers to deny people health care, to have people jump certain treatment, certain tests. Now, Dr. Oz is saying that people who are on straight up Medicare subsidies are going to have to endure all of this prior authorization. So if you think that 4547 is trying to save you on health care, he's not trying to save you on health care. So let's talk facts. How are they going to save you on health care when they are saving money that they are spending on people who actually have Medicare, who doctors have actually subscribe medicine, treatment, and surgeries and all of these things, and they're telling you you're going to have prior authorization, which means that they are your straight up government Medicare is going to be denying patients. So how is that going to make it cheaper? I'm waiting. $2,000 ain't going to cover jack shit. It gives everybody a choice of what plans. It gives everybody a choice of plans of the existing healthcare insurance companies. So how is that going to save you money? How is that going to save you money? If you're getting the same choice of plans that you already have, but you say the insurance company are not going to be able to rob people, how is that saving you money? More people, everybody will have money to buy insurance from the same crooked insurance company. How is that going to save you money? It seems like that's going to ensure that the insurance company have a bigger pool of people to fuck over. So how is that going to save you money? Trump RX. You know, the Trump RX that's going to, what did he say? It's saving people 500%, 1,000%, 1,000%, 1,500%. So what he's saying is that if your prescription is $10, it's saving you 200%. That means that they are paying you back the price of the prescription. They're giving you the free prescription, and they're also giving you the money that the prescription costs. Because there's nothing over 100%. So you're listening to a president telling you that he's made plans with these prescription drug companies that's going to save you 500, 1,500%. How is that possible? How can you save over 100% on anything? How can you get over 100% off on any item unless the person that you're purchasing the item for is giving you a rebate? Anything over 100%, they're paying you. So you believe that your prescription costs are going to go down 500, 600, 1,500%? Is that what you're telling me? Explain how that works. Because they've been how are they're going if they've been charging you 500 or 1,500% over the regular prices, how is that going to give you a saving of over 500 and 1,500%? They didn't say over the regular price. No, they said they're going to be saving you. If you are used to paying 500% over the regular price, then you're going to have to save me 500%. It ain't about not the regular price. The price I pay is what I'm supposed to be saving. Make it make sense. He's supposed to be saving you 500% over the price you're paying. So how does that make sense? No, it seems like you want to hear me talk. It seems like you're mad because you can't make sense of what I'm saying. I see you're not a mathematician. I see you know absolutely nothing about math. How are you going to be saving 1,000 or 500% above what you're paying for your prescription? And who's going to give you a prescription when you don't even have health care? Who's going to give you all of these prescriptions when millions of people are about to lose their health care? Where are you going to get these prescriptions from? I guess he will be saving a lot of millions of people in the United States 100% on their health care prescription because they will not have any health care. Therefore, they will not have any primary care physician to give them a prescription for medication. I think that's what it is. I absolutely think that's what it is. And when you get sick enough that you have to use an emergency room for your doctor, your whatever is ailing you will progress to the point that it's terminal. And when you go to the emergency room and they want to give you medication, they're not going to give you a full prescription. They're going to give you 10 pills or enough pills for a week or 3 days. So I guess that's the 100%, 1,500% that is going to be saved on prescription because you're not going to have a doctor to prescribe you any medication. Okay, I got it. Because we won't be paying for politicians to get big pharma kickbacks 10 to 15 times what other countries pay for the same drug. So is it big pharma who's getting the kickbacks, or is it these physicians that these pharmaceutical companies send into your doctor's office and give these sample packs to pass out to their patients by buying the doctor's whole office a lunch? Is that not how the pharmaceutical company works in the United States? So how is that going to benefit you? No, it sounds like you have, because you still have not said how you are going to save 500% on the price that you're paying for your medication. You have not said how you're going to save 500%. Y'all can say all of this kickbacks. He said you're going to save 500%. He cut the prices 500%. So how are you going to save 515, 1600% on the price that you're paying for your medication? Not the price that other people are paying on their medication, the price that you are paying on your medication. Don't be stupid, and don't try to play me for stupid. You be stupid at your own expense. I'm not stupid. I know that there's no way that no one is going to save me 500% on the price that I am paying for anything. You dummies. Let's move on.
It's as its adversary. You have to understand that the balance it continuously identifies both NATO and the West, the United States, as its adversary. So in this, and of course, when it identifies Ukraine as its adversary, it does so in identifying the West and the United States as its adversary. You have to understand that the balance of this peace arrangement has to be one where you have to look at Russia as a skeptical adversary.
And while all of this is taking place, what I don't want to ever forget is the terrorism being committed by the Russians on a daily basis against innocent Ukrainians. I don't want to forget the torture and the killing of innocent civilians that Russia is engaged in every damn day in Ukraine. This isn't a both sides issue, okay? We need to stand behind Ukraine and recognize that Russia is the bad guy.
Hey Jill, how you doing, Jill? Hey Nappy Child. The low IQ channel, please, please. I have proven that you are absolutely low IQ. You are insulting anyone. Impress me with your IQ. I paid $39.47 for a prescription. Can you tell me what that cost would be if I'm saved 500%? Save me 500% off of a $39.95 bottle of medication. Tony Tigerus, please write that number in the chat, what I'll be paying for that prescription if I'm paying $39.95 and I am going to save 500% on that prescription. How much would I have to pay for that prescription? Let's make it simple for a simple bitch. Make it simple, simple bitch. Make it simple, ho. I'm paying $39.95. What will I be paying after 45.47 saves me 500% on that prescription? I'll wait. I said what I think. Did I say I think anything is the best thing? What I said was 45-47 thinks that Obamacare is the best thing because he's trying to repackage the same thing that Obamacare is and call it Trump care by giving everybody money to go out and buy their own insurance from private insurance companies. So what I asked was, if Obamacare is so expensive and so bad because it's expensive, then 45-47 giving you $2,000 to go out and buy your insurance, how is that going to save you money? I said what I said. You heard exactly what I said. And no one can tell me how that's going to save you money when you're going to the same insurance companies who is the reason why your insurance is so high. How are you even going to buy insurance with $2,000? That's the first question. But the second question is, if you're buying the insurance from the same insurance company that are charging you and making profits by denying you actual healthcare services, how then is it any different? And where are the savings going to come from? Where are you going to save money from? Oh, you're going to save money from the fact that you're not going to be able to afford healthcare. That's how you're going to save money, because you're not going to have any health care. But I notice no one is answering those questions. I notice no one's answering those questions. No, you're wrong, Nappy Child. He's talking about you saving 500% of what other countries are paying. Make any of this make sense? So he's talking about these dummies are sitting up here arguing that he's talking about you saving 500%, 150. I see no prices. I absolutely see no. Where's the Tigerist? Tigerist. I am still waiting on what will I be paying for a prescription that I'm paying $39.95 for, and if 45.47 saves me 500%. So what am I paying for this medication now? What am I paying for this medication now? Yes, and he wants to say, well, everybody should just pay for their own health insurance, and I'll give everybody money and not enough money to pay for their health care insurance, and they can just go buy their own insurance. That's his great health care plan. That is Obama's health care plan, and we can just call it Trump care. Because I'm too stupid and too inept and too low IQ to think of a plan in my own administration. So I want to tell you how bad Obamacare is, and I'm going to do nothing different than Obamacare. He actually wanted to extend the subsidies for 2 years. Like, I hate to do it, but, maybe we'll just have to extend these subsidies. And then we'll give everybody money and they can go out and buy their own health insurance. And how is that going to save money, though? You're buying health insurance from the same companies that are not giving you health care. They're keeping the money for profit, and they are denying whatever health care that they give you to make these profits. So you're giving them you're going to give every American citizen money to buy. So you're giving the insurance company a bigger pool of money to short people on healthcare to make more profit. So what you're doing is you're aiding these people who you say that are robbing the American people. And you got idiots in here telling me that the insurance companies are robbing you, and that Obamacare has something to do with the cost of insurance, while this administration has said absolutely nothing about what he's going to do about the insurance companies robbing you. And as this administration has taken the single vessel of not having to be indebted to these for-profit insurance company, Medi-Cal, and now he and Dr. Oz have signed an executive order that not Medicare have signed an executive order that they are going to implement pre-authorization for people on Medicare to have procedures done. See, you have to be real dumb to not understand that this administration is going to kill a whole lot of people because a whole lot of people are not going to have access to health care. And those who do have access to it are going to be hard pressed to get the coverage that is guaranteed under these plans, all the way up to Medicare, taking the worst part of health insurance and enacting it on people who have to rely on Medicare, people who never had to have pre-authorization. The worst part of Medicare, the reason Brian Thompson was laid out on the street as he was on his way to a shareholders meeting to divvy up the fucking payments of that United Healthcare group had swindled out of the people who had health care and were denied their services. You know, the Brian Thompson, the one who enacted the AI that rejected 90% of the claims that came in due to prior authorization. You know, the man-child of prior authorization that bled out on a New York City street and they never even stopped the meeting. You know that Brian Thompson. Why do you think that this administration is so set on putting AI over everything? Because AI is the one who was rejecting most of the patients at United Healthcare, not human beings, not doctors, not nurses, not professionals in the healthcare industry. No, AI. And you wonder why everybody was on the side of and not on the side of big insurance. This is the brainchild a pre-authorization. So exactly, what is 4547 doing? Even if he was to give you enough money, every person in the United States enough money to buy health care, what is he doing to ensure that you get the health care that you are paying for? Let's start there. I'll wait. I'll wait. Nothing? Oh. Can we continue now? The richest company in the world should have universal health care as a standard. It's a false economy to have the largest resources you have and people sick and underperforming. It is absolutely a shame. Giving every American $2,000 does not fit into the deficit. Is over $1 trillion. It's going to cost over $1 trillion. And it still is not going to be enough for you to have good health care. You know, that good health care that these congressmen, senators, and other people in the administration get for the entirety of their lives. You know, not going to give you that good health care. Even when you're paying right now, even when you're paying via your job. Somebody said that most why does your health insurance have to be connected to your job anyway? Have anyone ever changed jobs, lost jobs? I'm pretty sure a lot of people have lost over 1.3 million, and they have stopped giving you the numbers since September of how many more people have lost jobs in the United States. Why is the option to keep your health insurance that expensive as Cobra? Anybody lost their jobs? Anybody have been in between job and had to try to continue their health insurance under Cobra? Why's your health insurance connected to your job in the first place? insurance. Your health insurance is connected to your job, and because in World War I, when they sent most men over to fight the war, they needed workers in the United States. So most of the workers who were going to be employed were who? Women. That's instead of paying women higher wages, they poo-pooed that, and so they decided to offer options such as healthcare through your employer. That's why your healthcare is done through your employer in the first fucking place, because they didn't feel it was worthy enough to pay women enough money. So they got around it by offering healthcare. And why was that? Why was that so good for the employers? Because the employers had a greater pool of people to present. I will give you 15, 20, 200, 3,000 people to insure. What's the best rate you can give me? I'm bringing you 3,000 people. What did that do? That the insurance company was like, hey, I'm used to getting 1 or 2 people. You're bringing me a whole 3,000 people. Let me give you a deal on this health insurance. So what the fuck are we talking about here? Do you know what the fuck you're talking about here? That's how health insurance got connected to your jobs. Absolutely nothing. Cobra is hella expensive. Okay. Okay, so we got all of the low IQ people quiet now. Can we continue? Okay, so let's now that all the low IQ people are quiet.
This should be very simple.
Okay, let's get back to this press gaggle. Let's see what other things we can debunk in this press gaggle.
Never happened if I was president. This was not anything that was going to happen. This happened because of stupidity. It's too bad.
Mr. President, so if Wickoff is going to Russia next week, does that mean that Thanksgiving deadline doesn't stand anymore for Ukraine to agree?
We're going to see what happens. They set up a date, and the date is going to be sometime in the very near future.
Do you have a new deadline? Or a deal?
No, I don't have a deadline. You know what the deadline for me is? When it's over. And I think everybody's tired of fighting at this moment. They're losing too many people.
Have you heard this audio that Bloomberg has of Wickoff coaching the Russians on how to appeal to you?
Well, I haven't heard it, no, but that's a standard thing, because he's got to sell this to Ukraine. He's got to sell Ukraine to Russia. That's what a deal maker does. You got to say, look, they want this. You've got to convince them with this. That's a very standard form.
So where's the tape of Wickoff telling Zelensky how to sell what he wants to you then? Since it's so standard, where is the recording of him doing it with the Ukrainians? It's standard practice. It's nothing to see here. It's standard practice. Let's continue with this bullshit.
Of negotiation. I haven't heard it, but I heard it was standard negotiation. And
I haven't heard it. I don't know this person. I don't know this person who I just pardoned. Oh, I don't know. I didn't see it. I didn't hear about it. Nobody asked me. I didn't think about it. Always the denying. Please.
Imagine he's saying the same thing to Ukraine, because each party has to give and take.
So you're not worried that he's too pro-Russian?
No, I think, look, this war could go on for years, and Russia's got a lot more people, got a lot more soldiers, So I think if Ukraine can make a deal, it's a good thing. I think it's great for both. Frankly, I think it's great for both. But Ukraine's got it's much smaller. It's a much smaller group of people. They've lost a lot of people. Russia's lost a lot of people, but Russia has a much bigger pool of people.
Mr. President, are you planning to unveil a health care plan anytime soon?
Well, we're looking at different alternatives. I mean, I like my plan the best. Don't give any money to the insurance companies. Give it to the people directly. Let them go out and buy their own health care plan. And we're looking at that. If that can work, we're looking at that. That's sort of taken off. That's what I like. Don't give the money to the insurance companies. They go out and buy their own plan. You give the money to the people. I like it the best.
Are you planning to
And that saves them money how? Please expound on how that's going to save them money.
extend those subsidies?
I'd rather not. Somebody said I want to extend them for 2 years. I don't want to extend them for 2 years. I'd rather not extend them at all. It may be some kind of an extension may be necessary to get something up.
I'd rather not. Are you going to be extending the Obamacare subsidies? I'd rather not. Some people say, who are these some people? Be specific. Some people say they may have to be extended because I have no other idea. And the idea that I have is trying to slap my name on a black man's successful insurance health insurance program. So I have absolutely, I could do this. We got to look into it. We got to look into it, and we may do this and this. But I hate to do it, but I may have to extend this Negro's health care insurance because I know that the only thing that many of us YW people are good at is stealing the ideas and the patents and everything of black people and trying to rebrand it as our own. It's in our heritage. Let's continue.
Because I'd rather not. Somebody said I want to extend it. That if that can work, we're looking at that. That's sort of taken off. That's what I like. Don't give the money to the insurance companies. They go out and buy their own plan. You give the money to the people. I like it the best.
Are you planning to extend those subsidies?
I'd rather not. Somebody said I want to extend them for 2 years. I don't want to extend them for 2 years. I'd rather not extend them at all. It may be some kind of an extension may be necessary to get something else done because
if it's so horrible, why would you extend the horror to people? If it is so horrible and expensive, why would you extend this horror? Huh? Surely, people insurance rates are going up 2 to 4 times as much is not as bad as extending this Obamacare horror. No other ideas in between the one or the other, as you want us to believe that the Affordable Care Act, the Unaffordable Care Act is what I call it. Okay, so what do you call your plan? What is the GOP plan supposed to be called? Huh? I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything tentative that sounds sensible that is going to work other than the Affordable Care Act. I don't see. That's the only plan that I see on the table. Oh, the only one. The Affordable Care Act, or people not having the ability to pay to have health care. Those are the only options that are before us right now. As you have a president right in front of your face telling you I don't have nothing for you, man. I don't have nothing for you, man. You remember that song? Mm-hmm. He don't have nothing for you. I got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. We can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. I got nothing.
Unaffordable Care Act has been a disaster. It's a disaster. And I said it was when it first got put in.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to extend these subsidies because what I have is non-existent. I can see a disaster. Usually, when you see something that's disastrous, when you're in power, you have observed it, you have checked it out, and you have seen the pitfalls of something that you know that your populace is going to need, and you have plans enacted to fix it. You have ideas, and you have run them by your administration and to fix the pitfalls that you see in something. But no, your administration is too busy taking every available agency, all of the agencies, and performing these ICE raids. Also, it's curious that you are doing all of this performative bullshit on these ICE raids, and you still haven't kept up with the deporter in chief, who would be who your nemesis, President Obama. All of this performative shit and all of this cruelty that is being enacted on American citizens as well. All of these uprisings that didn't have to be, never happened under President Obama, who has deported factually more people than this clown has, with all of these shit shows out here in all of our cities. To be a failure to this black president, who he has so many yanks about, that he has the National Guards and all of these goons out in your street to make you feel like he's doing something better than a black man. He's very low IQ. Now, this is what you call low IQ. He can't figure out to see a successful plan and make it more successful. No, he needs to put on a show of brutality and of crushing your constitutional rights. Shall I go forward? Let's continue. I digress. We were talking about healthcare.
Lost a couple of Republican votes, and the Democrats voted for it. It's a Democrat plan. And the premiums are going up, and it's the Democrats' fault. But, you know, they are negotiating with me. It's very interesting. They want to see something happen.
Who are you talking to?
I can't tell you who, but we have...
They are negotiating with me. Are you negotiating with you on what? You don't even have a plan. How are they negotiating with you? I don't want to say. You mean it's not Chuck Schumer? It's not. If somebody was negotiating with you, of course you'd say, but they're negotiating with me. They want it done. It's the Democrat plan, but they're negotiating with me because they want something done. Which one is it? Which one is it? It's their plan. They've enacted it. They voted for it. But they want something done. They're negotiating. You wouldn't believe it. I know I wouldn't believe it until you tell me who's negotiating with you, so I can confer with them if they are in fact negotiating with you. That's why I won't believe it, because so much that comes out of this administration is just abject lies and propaganda.
A lot of... And it's the Democrats' fault. But, you know, they are negotiating with me. It's very interesting. They want to see something happen.
Who are you talking to?
I can't tell you who, but we have a lot of Democrats want this plan to happen. They would love to see the money go to the people and the people go out and get their own health care. And there would be nothing like it.
Are you planning to replace Kash Patel as
No, he's doing a good job.
This week?
Kash Patel? No, he's doing a great job, I think.
This week we saw those cases against James Comey and Letitia James tossed out. Do you still have faith in Lindsay Halligan?
Oh, she's great. I think she's great. They got out.
He asked about Lindsay Halligan. Oh, she's great. She's great. I said she was a great person, and she went in there and fucked up them cases spectacularly. But I'm just going to say it's the judge's fault. It was the judge threw it out on a technicality. The technicality that she was not supposed to have that position, and you put her in that position anyway. Inept prosecutor who had never tried a case. We do know that there is another judge looking at the reason that these cases were brought for a vindictive prosecution. We do understand that that is still a case that is before a judge as well. So all of this technicality shit, you know, technically that you weren't supposed to put her in that position in the first place. So is it a technicality or is it your personal ineptness? Which one is it?
Under the technicality.
We saw those cases against James Comey and Letitia James tossed out. Do you still have faith in Lindsay Halligan?
Oh, she's great. I think she's great. They got out on a technicality, and you'll see what happens from here on. But if you look at the actual charges, I think anybody that looks at it very fairly would say, boy, are they guilty. So let's see what happens over the next week. You know, the court didn't say you couldn't bring the case, re-bring the case, or appeal the case. So they have a lot of options. They're going to call the shot. I'm not calling the shot. But Lindsay's a very talented lawyer.
Why you ain't calling the shots? You called them the first time, and when you got that bimbo to get up there, who was not qualified and who was not supposed to be put in that position in the first place. When are you going to nominate someone for this seat, like you are legally supposed to do? We'll see what happens. You never once heard him say that he's going to nominate someone that must be approved by the Congress to put in this seat. Not once did you hear him say that. And now it is official that the other bimbo of New Jersey, Alina Habba, has been tossed out of that seat that she knew she was not supposed to have, that she refused to leave, to the point that people who had charges people who were under charges in New Jersey were signing petitions that they refused to have their case heard before someone who didn't have the legal right to bring charges on them in the first place. To the point that Todd Blanche had to be the co-signer of every New Jersey case that came that Alina Habba wanted to prosecute her. So Alina Habba was getting every case babysat and co-signed by Todd Blanche to try to remain in a seat that she was not supposed to be sitting in as well. So that bitch has finally been tossed as well. So when are you going to nominate people that are going to be able to be approved by Congress? Let's continue.
Mr. President, on Venezuela, sir, are you planning to talk to Nicolas Maduro?
I might talk to him. We'll see, but we're discussing that with the different staffs. We might talk about Venezuela.
Interesting enough, if the U.S. this week did, of course, name him the leader of a foreign terrorist organization. So why do you want to talk to him?
Say it again.
Maduro, the U.S. Designated him the leader of this foreign terrorist organization. Why do you want to talk to him if he's the leader?
If we can save lives, if we can do things the easy way, that's fine. And if we have to do it the hard way, that's fine too.
Mr. President.
If we can save lives, now he's about he cares about saving lives. If we can save lives, we'll do it the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. Save lives as your defense secretary is being investigated for war crimes. Isn't that? So if we can do it the easy way, who's losing their lives? these people that they are doing these strikes on, trying to convince you that these are narco drug terrorists, without even trying to give you any proof or evidence of that fact. So, you mean to tell me that all these warships are sitting off the coast of Venezuela, if we can save lives, this is about saving lives, as you're about to put our soldiers in harm's way about something that is a fairy tale, just some fairy dust that you blew out of your funky ass to tell us that we supposed to believe. Now you want us to believe that you're trying to save lives, as you're putting the lives of people who actually decided to serve their country, something that you refused to do, that you wiggled your way out of every time that it was time for you to do what these people are doing, and you're putting their lives in danger for basically the oil. We know what it's for. It's basically to take the oil from another sovereign nation. Why is any of this our business? Who is going to gain from this? Who is he doing this for? What has he but you see what he has put into making billionaires richer. But what has he put into figuring out a health care plan for United States citizens? What has he done to do that? And you still are out here talking dumb shit to people who are bringing you actual factual information. You're still out here buying the bullshit that he's peddling. But you can't see who is profiting off of this administration, and surely it is not you.
Give any reaction.
Well, I'm not going to tell you what the goal is. You should probably, if we can do things the easy way, that's fine. And if we have to do it the hard way, that's fine too.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction?
Well, I'm not going to tell you what the goal is. You should probably know what the goal is, but...
Well, if she should probably know what the goal is, why can't you tell her the goal? I'm not going to tell you the goal. You should probably know what the goal is. Yeah, we do know the goal is. The goal is to go in and steal their oil. That's the only goal that I see that there is. Let's continue.
They've caused a lot of problems, and they've sent millions of people into our country. They were probably the biggest abuser with Tren de Aragua and all the others that they sent in, the drug dealers and drug lords, the people that they sent in, the jailbirds. They opened their jails and prisons and dumped them into the United States, and we're not happy about it.
Do you have any reaction to Mayor Pouncer announcing?
They opened their jails and prisons and sent them to the United States, and we're not happy about it. But ICE operation was taking care of that. But now we are back to they opened their drugs in prison. I thought that we had a remedy for that. So we're bringing in warships. We're bringing in warships because they opened their drugs, their jails and insane asylums, and these people came to the United States. So what you telling me? You brought them back to Venezuela on these warships? Yeah, are you telling me we going to see Venezuelans get off these warships and go back home? What the fuck are you talking about? None of this shit makes sense, but to crazy people. Now, there is a comment. Yeah, right, woman. Ask Putin about those nukes he wanted to send to Venezuela. Oil my ass. Oh, you can't read? Old hag can't even read. Read what? Read what? Read what? Who says that Putin didn't actually send nukes to Venezuela? I know I read that article where there was a cargo jet from Russia that I had to fly many different obscure routes. So if something happened to it, it would not fall down in a nation that would arrest the pilots and confiscate what was on this cargo plane that actually went to Venezuela. So what I'm telling you is I don't know if Russia has not already taken nukes to Venezuela. Do you? Do you? Oh, so you came in here. You thought Ukraine came in here with some breaking news when I've already did the story on the freighter plane that they have no idea what was dropped off to Venezuela about 2 weeks ago. Oh, you thought you were giving me some breaking news? Sorry. No breaking news. There. No breaking news whatsoever. And do not curse in my chat. If you're in your feelings that I'm telling the truth about 45, 47, you can be mad, but do not come in my chat cursing. Am I clear? Am I clear? Just so we are real clear. Do not come in my chat cursing. I understand you're spitting mad at these facts, but don't curse in my chat. Trump and his billionaire right Christian nationalist buddies wound up MAGA with fear of the boogeyman tactics, and now MAGA clucking around like wound up little duckies. Okay, so let's carry on.
She's not running for re-election in D.C.
Well, I got along with her very well. I liked her. We worked together. D.C. is now a safe community. It's a great community. You people know it better than I do.
D.C. is now a safe community. Yet I still have the National Guard in D.C. As sitting ducks in D.C. for absolutely no reason, absolutely no legal reason. But it's so safe that I'm bringing in 500 more National Guard troops. D.C. is so safe now. This was yesterday. This is yesterday.
Because you live there. But D.C. is now safe. The restaurants are booming. The place is booming. We have no crime. And we did that all in a period of 3 or 4 weeks and then made it better and better and better. And now we're setting new records. I mean, literally, it's as safe as there is anywhere in the country now. And if you go back a year, it was a very unsafe place. Before I got here, D.C. was a very unsafe. And it's our capital. We have to make it safe. We're doing really well in Memphis, Tennessee, and we're doing well in other places. The one that is really troubling there is grossly incompetent.
How was your call with the Japanese Prime Minister?
Great, it was great. I had a great talk. I have a very good...
I apologize. This is November 25th. This wasn't yesterday. So that link is in my description box. Let me... Let me share this one with you. Let's go to this one. Let me make sure it's being shared. Let me share this one with you. Another gaggle. I think this is the one from yesterday. Here we go. Now, 4547 put out a live social tweet calling Tim Waltz retarded. We do know that Tim Waltz has a special needs son. Based upon that, Indiana had previously said that they would not be revisiting their maps. Since a judge in Texas has said that the map that they gerrymandered in Texas will not be able to stand. If you did not know that, them gerrymandering that map, excuse me, at the request of 4547 to get 5 more seats, it has been ruled unconstitutional, and Texas will not be able to use their map. However, what Texas set off in California will be able to stand, because unlike Texas, California put in before their voters in November, and the voter says, well, if they are going to break the rules, yes, you can redo our maps until the year of 2030. So California, their maps will be able to stand. So, it's not working out well for 4547. So Indiana had already said that they will not be gerrymandering their maps. So what did 4547 do? 4547 came out and started putting pressure on Indiana to gerrymander their maps. And then he came out and said this tweet in reference to Kamala Harris, VP, Tim Walz, something about him being retarded. And you know what happened in Indiana? There was a state senator in Indiana who said that he will never vote to redistrict their maps, because he himself has a special needs son. And what 4547 said about Walz was disgusting. So while he is trying to take shots at Tim Walz, he actually shot himself in the foot. So let's hear this bullshit. Now, this one, I believe, if I am correct, was yesterday. Let me share this with you. Yes, I think this one is yesterday. Let me go back. "18 hours ago." Yes, this one was yesterday.
To see if we can save a lot of souls. A lot of people are being killed. Being killed doesn't have much to do with us, but I'd like to see if we can save a lot of souls. A lot of people are being killed. Last month we had 27,000 people killed in that ridiculous war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president.
Have you spoken with Rubio and Witkoff since?
I have, yeah. I've spoken to them, and they're doing well. Ukraine's got some difficult little problems. They have some difficult problems, but I think Russia would like to see it end, and I think I know Ukraine would like to see it end.
You just said that Ukraine has a little bit of problems.
Well, we have a corruption situation going on, which is not helpful.
And is that impeding the peace talks?
Well, I said it was going on for 3 years, right? Didn't I say it? For 3 years I said it, so I was way ahead of schedule. But I think that there's a good chance we can make a deal.
Mr. President, on Venezuela, can you tell us more about why the airspace above Venezuela should be considered closed?
Because we consider Venezuela to be not a very friendly country. They sent millions of people, really, and probably a number in excess of that. And a lot of those people shouldn't be in our country, from jails, from gangs, from drug dealers, from all of the people that came into our country shouldn't have been in our country, causing a lot of problems.
Does your warning
and drugs.
Does your warning mean that an airstrike is imminent, or should we not read it that way?
Don't read anything into it.
The New York Times reported that you had a phone call with Maduro. Did you?
I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes.
And can you tell us a little bit
No,
about
I can't do that.
Mr. President,
would you say it went well?
I wouldn't say it went well or badly. It was a phone call. Yeah.
You've been so.
Can you talk a little bit about the strikes and the controversy around Secretary of
that Pete Hank said?
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him 100%.
You don't know if there was
You're talking about the two men?
the second strike to kill the two men.
No, he said he didn't do it. He said he never said
Would
that.
you be okay with that if he did?
He said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision.
He said he didn't do it. He said he didn't do it. He said he didn't do it. No, he never said he didn't do it. No, he said that you knew all the time that he were making kinetic strikes. He never said he didn't do it. He actually admitted to it. He said he didn't do it. When? When did he say that? Oh, he got a real barber. Or is the hair? Did he actually get a real barber to take the length off that hair that he usually has tucked behind his ear? Now, this may be breaking news. It looks like he has a professional haircut. Wow, I just noticed that. Isn't that amazing? Let me see. Callan Brown, 54% of U.S. citizens between the ages of 16 and 74 cannot read above a sixth grade reading level. According to the U.S. Department of Education in the UA is 18%, which is below the 21% of us who are illiterate. Fact check, do research, think critically, and independently. Don't fall for misinformation and propaganda. I concur. I definitely concur with that. And that's why I'm bringing you facts. Hey, Bird. I thought 4547 said he was good with unaliving them. Oh, this story is changing. The story is changing so much more since the facts are getting out. Okay, let's continue this.
Keep drugs out of the U.S. Right. Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Which
Juan Orlando Hernandez.
Well, I was told.
I don't know who you are talking about. You don't know what drug trafficker you pardon? If all of these warships are in the Caribbean behind drugs, each drug represents 25,000 American lives that are being killed on this fentanyl that doesn't come from the region. But now all of a sudden you don't know who she's talking about. Let's get into that.
I was asked. Right.
Can you explain?
Would you be okay with that if he did?
He said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision.
Mister, you've made so clear how you want to keep drugs out of the U.S. Right. Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Which
Juan Orlando Hernandez.
Well, I was told, I was asked by Honduras, many of the people of Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. I don't mean Biden. Look, Biden didn't know he was alive.
How are the people in Honduras going to tell you that it was a Biden setup? And I'm not saying Biden. Biden didn't know he was alive. Do you know that you're alive? Do you trying to get us to believe that you give a shit about drugs allegedly coming into the U.S. from Venezuela on these little boats? Do you think? Are you alive? Thinking that we are buying this bullshit, that you are striking boats because of drugs, and you're not trying to figure out a way to go into Venezuela and steal that oil? Do you think that we give a fuck? That we think you give a fuck about a illegal person who didn't really win the election, being the president of Venezuela, when you tried the same shit in the United States? When you had all those yokos climbing the Capitol with a noose outside with chants of hang Mike Pence, smearing their excrement and feces all throughout our Capitol, and you sat there and did absolutely nothing? Do you think that we believe that you care about Maduro being a illegal occupant in Venezuela? Why do you care? Oh, you're jealous of people who are able to do things that you are unable to do. Like Biden, like win the election over you. Like Maduro, who if I don't know anything about Maduro, who many in your administration say did a coup and is sitting in office illegally. Like you tried to do. Like Obama in bringing forth a health care to ensure that American citizens have health insurance, like you are unable to do. Let's continue.
But it was the people that surround the Resolute desk, surround Biden when he was there, which was about very little time. And the people of Honduras really thought he was set up, and it was a terrible thing. He was the president of the country, and they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country. And they said it was a Biden administration setup, and I looked at the facts and I agreed with them.
What evidence did you share that he was set up and that he wasn't?
Well, you take a look. I mean, they could say that you take any country you want. If somebody sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life.
Let's revisit this comment because I was deleting someone. That I was deleting someone.
Arrest the president and put him in jail.
Set up and that he wasn't.
Well, you take a look. I mean, they could say that you take any country you want. If somebody sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. That includes this country, okay? To be honest, I mean, if somebody does something wrong, do you put the president of the country in jail? They said it was a Biden setup. It was a Biden administration setup. And you have a big race going on this week, next week. I think it's going to be a very important race. It'll be interesting to see Honduras. That's what you're talking about, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's not he's not an R word. She just told him the president of Honduras. Honduras, that's who you're talking about, right? They were talking in code when she told him Hernandez of Honduras. Okay. So just because the country is selling drugs, you can't arrest the president. Would you ever do that?
Well, what is the second part of your question?
Do you want to tell Putin, here is my deadline for you to...
No, I don't have a deadline. I have a deadline when the war is over. And hopefully the war is going to be over. 27,000 people killed last week.
Last week?
Over the last 3 or 4 weeks.
3 or 4 weeks. Over a month. Okay.
That war should end.
On the Venezuela vote strike, if there were a second strike that killed wounded people even in the first strike, are you?
Well, number one, I don't know that happened. And Pete said he did not want.
Okay, so you notice how he keeps saying that Pete said he did not do it, and I don't know if that happened. So it's going to be new news. But we do know that there's old film footage of that first boat strike. So it's just amazing how he can come out here and present footage of this, and he can hear if he did not know that they were two people hanging on to this boat that have been broadcasted all over the news, and he does not have the curiosity to go and check the footage that was presented to him about the very first boat strike that he absolutely will be able to view. If he had any curiosity or if he gave a damn, well, Pete said he never did that. Isn't that weird how that worked? Uncurious president about war crimes. But he knew that striking the boats in the first place was a war crime. Let's be clear. Let's be absolutely clear. Look how many times he says the word Pete.
He didn't even know what people were talking about. So
he didn't even know what people were talking about. Pete had no idea what you guys were talking about.
We'll look into it, but no, I wouldn't have wanted.
You think you had looked into it prior to now? You think you'd have looked into it as soon as the news broke, if you didn't already know it?
That, not a second strike. The first strike was he didn't even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted that. Not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine, and if there were two people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Does that make you?
I have great confidence.
He's saying there's no second strike.
I don't know. I'm going to find out about it, but Pete said he did not order the death of those two men.
Do you have any concerns about how those boat strikes have been carried out at all?
Very little, because you can see the boats, you can see the drugs in the boats, and each boat is responsible for killing 25,000 Americans. So they're doing an amazing job. And you know, we're getting, you just look at the numbers, the amount of drugs coming into our country by sea is infinitesimal compared to what it was just a few months ago.
On immigration,
and each boat, think of this, each boat on average is responsible for the death of 25,000 Americans.
On immigration, your administration made a lot of moves throughout the last few days after we know that Afghan national is this.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that right here because hold on 1 second. I will pause that right here because I definitely want to share this with you. Based upon what you just heard there, let's look at some of his previous talks. To be real clear, that this man can't remember one lie from the next. So let's get into this right here. I'm going to put it up on my screen. Here we go. Okay, so we heard 4547 said, just because somebody in your country is doing something, you can't accuse the president of doing this. Now, we had the first boat strike where there were survivors, but there was another boat strike where there were survivors. One of the survivor was from Colombia. So when they struck that boat and there were survivors, they didn't do a double tap. I showed you the double tap that the Israeli government did on a hospital where they struck a hospital, and then when the rescuers came out to assist the people, it was a stairwell, and the stairwell was totally opened up. And then what did the Israelis brutal government do? The genocidal government Israel do? They did a second tap, which means they struck the building again and actually got the rescuers and the people who they were rescuing. So that's what a double tap is, and it seems like our administration is practicing the same type of genocidal type of war crimes that the Israeli government is now doing. So he says that, hey, so it seems like, okay, so we are given the information that they were survivors on that very first strike So come along a couple of strikes later. Now there are some survivors, and one of them is from Colombia. They didn't double strike this one. Why didn't they double strike this one? It seems like they had gotten the message that what you're doing is categorically illegal. And so therefore, what did they do? They scooped these people out of the water. And so they want you to believe that they're drug traffickers. They did not arrest them. They sent them back home. They sent them back to home, to their home cities. Why did they do that? When questioned why, Hexelf was questioned directly. Why would you send them back home? Why didn't you arrest them and charge them? And he went back into, I remember when I was in Iraq. No, Pete Hexelf, who can always think that he can word salad you out of giving a direct answer to a question. His story to say why they didn't arrest these alleged drug traffickers that they are actually killing at sea because they are killing so many people in the United States. When they found out these people had survived, they didn't arrest them. They sent them back to their home. Hexas says, I remember when I was fighting in Iraq, and we would be fighting these people on the ground, and we would turn them back over to their to somebody. We would turn them back over to their country after they have been captured, hoping we would never see them out there again. And the next day or two, they were right back out there, and we were fighting them again. So he gave that as an answer to why he did not arrest these people who survived the boat strike. This is your answer. That in Iraq, you would turn combatants over, and then a day or two later, you had to fight them again. So surely, what you should have gotten from that is, if we turn them back over to their country, they're going to be out here running drugs again. Wouldn't that be why you told that story? That would be a story why you would say, this is why we arrest them. Because based upon my experience in Iraq, we would turn combatants over, and a day or two later, we were out there. They were out there in the field again, and we were fighting them again. So instead of turning them back over, we decided to prosecute them here in the United States, would have been an answer. But that was his answer as to why they gave them back to their countries. He made absolutely no sense. And if you want me to play, if you don't believe that he was stupid enough to say that, that's exactly what he said. Now, so the first people, they did a double tap on them. The next people, they sent back to their home countries. And then the president of Colombia had the audacity to ask, why did they shoot up that boat? And 45, 47 in all of his dingbat qualities, then called the president of Colombia and his family drug dealers. So you heard him in that prior clip that's saying just because somebody is committing crimes in a country, you can't hold their president accountable. How come? How come you can't? He did. That's exactly what he did with the president of Colombia, who asked why they struck that boat in the first place, because the president of Colombia's position was they were not smuggling drugs. So let's see him do it, something that he says that shouldn't be done. And this is exactly what he did in relationship with the person who survived this strike.
On his threat to Colombia.
They make drugs.
This morning, President Trump doubling down on his threat to Colombia.
They make drugs. They refine drugs. They make cocaine. They have cocaine factories. They have no fight against drugs.
Trump vowing to cut off U.S. aid to the country, accusing Colombian President Gustavo Petro of being an illegal drug leader. The threat comes on the heels of controversial airstrikes on several alleged drug boats in the Caribbean, including this one. The 7 strikes so far, killing 32 alleged traffickers. But Colombian officials say the U.S. also killed an innocent fisherman, violating international law. U.S. officials claim all of the vessels were cartel ships smuggling cocaine to the U.S., but even some Republicans question whether this use of deadly force is legal.
So all of these people have been blown up without us knowing their name, without any evidence of a crime.
Also overnight, President Trump addressing the increasingly fragile ceasefire in the Middle East, insisting the truce in Gaza remains in effect despite new fighting.
They've been quite rambunctious. They've been doing...
I just wanted to present this for you. Just the facts. No hyperbole, no propaganda done here at all. No propaganda, just the facts. Let me, let me, oh. Okay. Let me drop this right here for you. This would be number 7 in my description box. Let's move on. Let me see what else I wanted to show you. Why do they suspect Hexef would and I do believe that they are actually saying that SEAL Team 6 were the ones who were given the order. Why is that important? Y'all know why it's important. Y'all already know why this is important. But why do they suspect Hexef would do a thing like this? Let's get into the facts of Pete Hexef. Before we get into that, let's get into
Secretary of Defense is announcing
the highest ranking officer in that region, who retired only 2 years into his 3-year, only 1 year into his 3-year term. He, a black 4-star admiral who was over that whole region. After Hexef started with his bullshit, he abruptly retired. Hey, Very Carey. Let's remind you of this if you forgot, just in case you forgot. Let's get into that.
top military commander who is in charge of the U.S. Southern Command is retiring now unexpectedly. Remember, this is the region, of course, where those escalating attacks. Secretary of Defense is announcing a top military commander who is in charge of the U.S. Southern Command is retiring now unexpectedly. Remember, this is the region, of course, where those escalating attacks against boats in the Caribbean, those boats off the coast of Venezuela that the Trump administration has said have narco-terrorists on board. We're just getting in a statement here from the Admiral, writing in part, "It's been an honor to serve our nation, the American people, and to support and defend the Constitution for more than 37 years. Secretary Hegseth says Admiral Alvin Halsey will retire at the end of this year. It's not clear why it's happening now, but it's coming, of course, as the president is stepping up that military campaign in the Caribbean, not just on the boat strikes you're seeing here, but as we reported right here last night with those authorization of the CIA operation inside Venezuela.
We thank you for watching, and remember.
Let's review his letter, what he says in his letter. It has been my pleasure to do what?
Administration has said have narco-terrorists on board. We're just getting in a statement here from the Admiral, writing in part, "It's been an honor to serve our nation, the American people, and to support and defend the Constitution for more than 37 years.
To support and defend what? The Constitution for over 37 years. Do you find that it's strange that he's retiring after 37 years of supporting and defending the Constitution. And therefore, right now, with what's going on in our military, and you think that my black ass is going to be sitting over it when it comes time to court martial people? Oh, no, thank you. No, I am not. Because I have had 37 years in this military to support and defend what? The Constitution.
We're just getting in a statement here from the Admiral, writing in part, "It's been an honor to serve our nation, the American people, and to support and defend the Constitution for more than 37 years. Secretary Hegseth says Admiral Alvin Halsey will retire at the end of this year. It's not clear why it's happening now, but it's coming, of course, as the president is stepping up that military campaign in the Caribbean, not just on the boat strikes you're seeing here, but as we reported right here last night with those authorization of the CIA operation inside Venezuela."
We thank you for watching.
I didn't want to go there. Okay. I didn't want to go there. Let me remove this. Why is this important? If you guys, y'all already know that I have gone the full length with Hegseth from his confirmation hearings to today, and you guys understand what I have shown you that was reported by Hegseth. Now, I want to show you this other channel from the Midas Touch. I think he was in the Navy as well. Yes, from the Midas Touch. I want to share you. Navy commander sends a wake-up call to 4547 after Admiral quits. He is a Navy commander himself. He was. I think he's retired. So let's share this.
Bobby Jones here from Midas Touch and Valor Media Networks. You know, I had a whole video that I wanted to talk about something that has been progressively getting worse in the United States as far as how the military is being used in local law enforcement and how ICE is really taken away from local law enforcement agents. And I will eventually talk about that. But I feel compelled to bring something up that just recently broke here in the news. I want to directly address it because I have a personal connection to it, but it also answers a question that I keep hearing asked in the United States. So at the time of this recording, it just broke that the head of United States Southern Command, Admiral Alvin Halsey, has decided to step down and retire. Now, why is this unusual? For those who don't know, the United States military breaks up the world into these huge geographic areas called combatant commands. And the largest level that you can have is basically one over a continent. United States Southern Command is over South America and the waters that surround it. Admiral Halsey was in command of the entire military for America in that area. But he's also a Navy man, a Navy aviator by trade. And so he understands the uniqueness of what President Trump, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth wanted done in regards to Venezuela and the drug interdiction mission, as they may be calling it, and how it could be violating certain rules. Since this campaign against Venezuela has begun, you've seen a large amount of United States military activity amassing itself off the coast of Venezuela. You have an amphibious ready group with 2,500 Marines ready to go. You have various surface ships in the Navy that have tons of ordnance. You also had drones in the area, etc. But what has happened has been multiple strikes against small boats conducted by U.S. Special Forces operations. So we're looking at now a total of, I believe, 27 Venezuelans killed, who President Trump, Pete Hegseth are saying are narco terrorists, a new term that they've come up with. Well, the thing about that is international law, especially law of warfare, doesn't really recognize this new thing that they made up. Either they're civilians that should be arrested and apprehended, or they are enemy combatants of a nation state or a declared organized group that the world recognizes and therefore can be attacked. None of that's happened. We don't know what group these people supposedly allegedly belong to, but most importantly, there has been no proof No process of showing proof, and no authorization from Congress to continue this operation of indiscriminately killing people without proof. As a matter of fact, you have Venezuelan fishermen who live by the sea who are not able to go out and actually do their livelihood because of the fear that they could be indiscriminately killed. Now, why does that matter to Admiral Halsey? Well, because Admiral Halsey is in charge of every American military person in that area of the world. And as someone who knows him personally, I knew that this would not sit well with him. I am not shocked that he has decided to step down instead of being the person ordering these missions on behalf of the president. See, the question that's been asked here recently by me, to me by many of my friends that are civilians and this, that, and the other, what is the military going to do when they are presented with unlawful orders? Well, I will tell you that the military is going to still try to follow the law. And if they're given an unlawful order, they're going to try not to execute it. Let's go back to Trump's first term in 2017, during that time period, during the Black Lives Matter protests after the George Floyd murder. President Trump wanted General Milley to tell the United States military to shoot protesters in the leg, wound them, shoot at them, turn weapons on them. And General Milley said, hell no, which is why to this day, Trump hates his guts. And they took his portrait down at the Pentagon because he had the nerve and audacity to follow the law. And now a man who, by the way, one of the very few black admirals in the entire United States Navy, you can count him on one hand, literally at his level. And as a matter of fact, he's the highest ranking black man in the Navy, decided to take his 37-year career, one filled of prestige, combat operations, leadership, and moral courage, and said, no, I will not execute something that I believe is fundamentally wrong. And the reason I think we know this is because the Pentagon and Hegseth were caught off guard. And then they gave a nondescript statement thanking him for his service. They didn't have a response ready to go because they didn't know he was going to step down. The White House at the time of this recording has yet to release a statement as to this. This is the number one thing militarily you have going on in the world. And the man that you wanted to execute it said, no, I'm not doing it. The Navy's motto is honor, courage, and commitment. And Admiral Halsey, over the course of his 37-year career, has done that. But that's not just because he was in the Navy. It's because it's a reflection of the man he is. Okay. Admiral Halsey graduated from Morehouse College. And for those of you around the world who don't know what Morehouse College is an all-boys, historically black college and university in Atlanta, Georgia. It is the school that gave us Dr. Martin Luther King, Maynard Jackson, Spike Lee, Samuel L. Jackson. I can go down the list. And the one thing that they stress there, and I know this because I taught there, is integrity and to be a leader of consequence. And in these times, politically charged, where you have a president who is giving unlawful orders, by many legal experts' estimation, you have a man who said, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You know, it's interesting. Hegseth hates DEI, this, that, and the other. He fired General C.Q. Brown, another black man who was in charge of the United States military. He was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the number one guy there. And all he did was exude excellence and integrity. And now you have another black man, a 4-star admiral, who is exuding courage. Courage, where it matters most, when it matters most. But you got a problem with some people that look like me in high positions of authority. We should be so lucky. We should be so lucky. And so now the question that everybody keeps asking about the military, are they going to follow these orders? Are they not going to follow these orders? This, that, and the other. You have proof because they have been consistently asked to do illegal things. And at every major turn, the United States military thus far has said no. Go back to that speech about 2 weeks ago where Hegseth got all the admirals and generals together. Admiral Halsey was in that audience. He was there listening, just like everybody else. And just like everybody else, no one said a word. There was no cheering. There was no nothing. Because what people failed to understand about that gathering and why it was so subdued is because every uniformed member in that room understood the seriousness of what was going on. And now, as they went back to their various posts all over the world, they had moral decisions to make. Admiral Halsey made his. And I'm sure there are going to be others that will continue to do so. Heck, we've had many generals here in the last 2 weeks step down. The vice chairman of staff for the United States Air Force. I mean, you can just look and see the people stepping away. And that's not even talking about just the regular rank and file members of the military. They understand that the United States Constitution has limits to it. And they understand that the President of the United States, the Commander in Chief, the Chief Executive, whatever you want to call him, is limited by that document. But I want to ask you guys a question. How many of y'all would be willing to sacrifice a career that lasted almost 40 years? You reached the apex. Would you be willing to do it? Are you worried about the fallout from doing it? I'm sure all those thoughts may have ran through Admiral Halsey's mind, but you know what? He made the right decision. the morally and ethically acceptable decision, the one that every leadership conference you go to, they talk about making that decision, but very few actually have to make it. And he made it. And he made it. This continues to shore up my faith in the United States military, in our officer corps, in our leadership, because at the end of
So this link is in my description box. It is labeled "I retire." I just want to flesh out all this Venezuelan story. Let's I want you to realize that J.D. Vance had to come in and vote Pete Kegbreath into office because there were not enough sitting senators that would have approved him. So all of these Republicans, these GOP senators who now wants to investigate him, let's see what they approved when they were actually sitting in Congress at his confirmation hearings. Just a couple of little snippets that I have played and replayed about this unqualified alleged drunkard. Let's play a whole sycophant, a whole do bitch for 45, 47. Let's remind ourselves. Now, this is at the budget hearing. This is after I think this, let me be sure. I will tell you which hearing. He had his confirmation hearing, and then he had his budget hearing, which he came with absolutely no budget prepared. And that was one of the contentions during his confirmation hearing, how the veterans, the veterans, what were they? It wasn't the Veterans Administration. The veteran nonprofits that he was over two prior to being a Fox and Friends weekend co-host. He had actually put them into ruins, had ruined their budget, had gone through all of their money to the point that they had to have a forensic budget done. Now he has $1 billion. They decided to give him $1 billion budget, and the first time he showed up to his budget hearing, he had absolutely no budget. This is who the GOP put in office with J.D. Vance waddling his eyelinered eyes down to approve as your Department of Defense. There is no Department of War. I will not call the Defense Department the Department of War because that is another thing that was not legally changed that has to go before Congress to be changed. Let's be real clear. People are falling for this bullshit. If you have a newscaster who sits up and presents anything that the Department of Defense is doing, and they call it the Department of War, you really need to change the channel. Because all of that is a bunch of bullshit and propaganda. Let's continue. Let's get into this.
I am focused on your fitness to serve, including your character and temperament and your overall qualifications to do the job. And I do appreciate the comments of Ranking Member Reed with his concerns regarding your nomination, because I share those concerns. As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was falsely accused in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think completely cleared is accurate, but the fact is that your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA and paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on. As secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know
that
that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated?
Channel
And
who
I'm not
I work
hearing-
with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said
In your
they've
opening
never seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hicks said you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign as
serving.
Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf of
job?
the men and women I'm serving.
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on.
He did not answer the question.
While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the.
And he did not retort her when she made that statement. You will not commit to resign if you are drinking on the job. He did not correct her to say nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let's continue.
Constitution, and not an oath to any man, woman, or you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution, and not an oath to any man, woman, or president, correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense.
All of this word salad. The answer is yes. If the answer is yes, nobody needed to hear the rest of that bloviating that you were doing.
Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in down. Yes.
And I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown DC, an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret
directed
Service agents
to
get injured
Secretary
by
Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and destroy
You know
a
what? That
statue.
sounds to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such.
I saw 50 Secret Service officers get injured. Injured in what way? By protesters trying to injure them? No, he said by protesters trying to jump over a fence and set fire and destroy a statue. You actually did not hear them. Him saying that these people were attacking people or Secret Service agents themselves. Be clear on what you hear him try to deflect to have some rationale that people in a peaceful George Floyd protest should be shot for. We heard that the ICE agent who shot and killed a man was hurt, but we heard that he was badly hurt and he feared for his life was the reason why he killed that undocumented immigrant. That's what we heard. But we heard on the body cam when a police officer showed up at the moment right after the shooting while the guy was still laying in the gutter. The ICE officer said, "No, I'm okay. I'm fine. I think I have a hole in my pants." We did hear that. So let's be clear of what the question is and what his answer is. And she's talking about your predecessor were told to shoot protesters at this march, and he cannot answer the question. And based upon this rationale, this is his rationale to a question: should people who are protesting their government be shot? Listen at this.
D.C., an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret
directed
Service agents
to
get injured
Secretary
by
Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and destroy
You know
a
what? That
statue.
sounds to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg. Moving on. President-elect.
So, do you doubt that if he was told to blow up any boats that he saw in the Caribbean, to blow them up? Do you doubt that if he was given a story that we're just going to say that these were people carrying drugs into the United States? Do you doubt that he would just say, okay, if you think that he would not say, we're going to call these people, we're going to call them terrorists, and the American people are behind us fighting terror, so we're going to call them terrorists? Do you think that he would not go along with this? Do you think that he would not go along with any of this if he is making excuses of why he would shoot American citizens who have not attacked the Secret Service or anyone? And he cannot say if he would not shoot them in the leg if told to by 45, 47. So what won't he do if not told to do by 45, 47? What is it he wouldn't do? Let's continue.
Has attacked our allies in recent weeks, refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're
commander-in-chief
not
of
talking
this
about
country.
the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland and take over the Panama Canal. Current DoD policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated with non-covered reproductive health care, including abortions. Will you maintain this common sense policy?
Okay, so she's going into reproductive care. He will do whatever the president tells him to do. The link is in my description box. Let's go.
I spoke to the mother of one F-18 pilot who flew the March 15th mission over the.
Now, this is Vindman asking him questions about a mother asking for an apology after he took his stupid ass on the Signal app with an actual reporter tuned in to the Signal app as well, and gave away times and locations of when this mother's son would be flying his plane and making this strike on the Houthis. Understanding that the Houthis have successfully used anti-aircraft machines to shoot planes out the sky. And this numbnut, as the first act of him being over the Defense Department, is on a unsecured app, giving away time and information which could have gotten her son killed. Uh, this is the context of this questioning. The link is also under the same description box of who is Hegseth. I just want you to realize who Hegseth is as we go.
I spoke to the mother of one F-18 pilot who flew the March 15th mission over the Red Sea in Yemen that you discussed over Signal. I spoke to her again on Tuesday and asked her if there was anything she wanted me to bring up. She believes that you need to resign. She also had several questions, but one thing, she said she'd appreciate an apology for putting classified information. Her son couldn't even tell her where the Truman was going, but into the Houthi PC small group Signal chat that risked her son's life and the mission. Mr. Secretary, yes or no, do you think you owe her an apology?
Please make sure to let her know how grateful we are for the skill and heroism of her son.
I'm very much grateful. I'm sure everybody in this room is grateful. I'm proud of what her son has done. The question is, do you owe her an apology for your actions? Are you going to be accountable?
It was an incredibly successful mission. Her son did great work.
They did a magnificent job.
Thankfully, the Houthi campaign was successful.
Secretary, I agree with you. Magnificent job. The performance of those pilots and Navy personnel, magnificent. We're talking about what you did and accountability. Are you going to apologize to the mother or not?
I don't apologize for success.
You don't apologize for putting her son's life in danger.
You don't apologize for success. But understand, the success was not yours. The success was her son flying over there and completing his mission. You were an abject failure. She's not asking you to apologize for any success. She's asking you to apologize for how you failed her son and could have possibly put her son's life in jeopardy. Let's be real clear. You don't apologize for success when you're an abject failure. Is that what we're to believe this? This is who Hegseth is.
What you did and accountability. Did a magnificent job.
Thankfully, the Houthi campaign was successful.
Secretary, I agree with you. Magnificent job. The performance of those pilots and Navy personnel, magnificent. We're talking about what you did and accountability. Are you going to apologize to the mother or not?
I don't apologize for success.
You don't apologize for putting her son's life in danger and for putting the mission in jeopardy. Well, that's really disappointing and not befitting the type of leadership that our troops and families deserve. It's frankly a stunning lack of OPSEC. Privates are trained to do much better than that. It was reckless. And it sounds like that accountability doesn't extend as far as the Secretary of Defense. So I think you should resign. The mother says she wants you gone.
Vindman just told Pete Hegseth what no Secretary of Defense wants to hear. A military mom wants him to resign. Her son flew the mission Hegseth discussed on Signal, and she believes he puts lives at risk. Vindman asked a simple question: do you owe her an apology? Hegseth refused to answer and apologize.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Let's move on. Who is Hegseth? Let's move on.
Thank you for being here today. Thank you for
Let me make sure. I think I am still sharing this. Yes, I am. Let's move on. Who is Hegseth?
service to this country. Thank you.
Now this is who Hegseth wants, who is a retired, he was Gabby Gifford. He is Gabby Gifford's husband. He ran for senator after she was shot in the head at a campaign event that she was giving, I believe in Arizona, at a grocery store parking lot. He was an astronaut who went into space 4 times. One time to retrieve the bodies of astronauts who had passed away, and he ran for Senate, and he did the public service announcement And do you wonder why? Do you wonder why he is sitting in here, listening to this numbnut being questioned during his confirmation hearings? He's hearing all of this. He's sitting in the halls of Congress. He's not sitting up watching for-profit media as they purse their questions properly to continue to get access to public figures. No, he's actually doing the work. He's actually hearing what these fools are actually saying and being confirmed into this administration. Now, he does the public service announcement, and he's he's also a retired Air Force. I think he's a sergeant, a retired Air Force sergeant. Now, when he does his public service announcement, reminding the troops that they do not have to take any illegal orders. Let's be clear. This administration is trying to say that he said that he shouldn't take any orders from this president at all. Well, what makes this administration believes the fact that he said you don't have to take any illegal orders means that he is automatically saying he don't have to take any orders from this president. See, he said what he said. He said any illegal orders. Why does this administration then confuses that or compares that to taking any orders from this president? Is that a self-tell on themselves that all of the orders that they will be telling the military will be illegal orders? Because the man was very clear. Everyone on this public service announcement was very clear about illegal orders. And so now they want to bring him back off of his retirement to court-martial him. Pete Hegseth wants to reinstate him or whatever, pull him back off of retirement, back into the service, which they can do. But the only reason he wants to pull him back into the service is to court-martial him. Make that make sense. Let's find out why. This is Pete Hegseth.
Senator, few nominees come in for being here today. Thank you for your service to this country.
Thank you, Senator.
Few nominees come into this room with all the necessary experience to do this job, to be Secretary of Defense. We get that. It's a reflection on just how big of a job this is. What I want to understand is whether or not you bring any of the necessary experience that this job requires. And here's where I'm concerned. Senator Coleman, in introducing you, and this is a quote, he said, he has struggled and overcome great personal challenges, unquote. You walk in here saying that you've had personal and character issues in your past, including heavy drinking, which you wrote about. And you said, and this is a quote from you, that you said, I sit before you as an open book. Yet you haven't actually said what personal challenges it is that you've overcome when you've been asked about them. So I'm going to give you an opportunity here to be as forthright as you say you want to be. So while leading Concerned Veterans of America, there were very specific cases cited by individuals about your conduct. I'm going to go through a few of them, and I just want you to tell me if these are true or false. Very simple. On Memorial Day 2014, at a CVA event, in Virginia, you needed to be carried out of the event for being intoxicated.
Senator, anonymous smears.
Just true or false? Very simple. Summer of 2014 in Cleveland, drunk in public with the CVA team.
Anonymous smears.
I'm just asking for true or false questions. True or false answers. An event in North Carolina, drunk in front of 3 young female staff members after you had instituted a no alcohol policy and then reversed it. True or false?
Anonymous smears.
December of 2014 at the CVA Christmas party at the Grand Hyatt at Washington, D.C., you were noticeably intoxicated and had to be carried up to your room. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
Another time, a CVA staffer stated that you passed out in the back of a party bus. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
In 2014, while in Louisiana on official business for CVA, did you take your staff, including young female staff members, to a strip club?
Absolutely not. Anonymous smears.
So is it accurate that the organization reached a financial settlement with a female staffer who claimed to be at a strip club with you, and there was a colleague who attempted to sexually assault her? Was there a financial settlement?
Senator, I was not involved in that. I don't know the nature of how that played out.
You understand there was a financial settlement for a young female staffer who accused another member of the organization, not you, of sexual assault in a strip club.
We have multiple statements on the record referring to that.
But you claim you were not there when that occurred.
Absolutely not.
Now, the behavior I cited, if true, do you think that this behavior of intoxication, going into these type of establishments, women on your staff being so uncomfortable that they have to file these sort of harassment claims, do you think this appropriate behavior for a leader?
Senator, the overwhelming majority every day are the overwhelming preponderance of evidence that testify to my leadership and professionalism in leading Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. My leadership has been completely impugned on these veterans organizations that did fantastic work.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm not even going to go into the, I'm not even going to go into the
and we managed our
accusations.
financial books with integrity across the board. How many people, everybody who runs a campaign.
I have limited time. I'm not going to get into the accusations that come from Fox News. Now you have some of your Fox News colleagues here. There were multiple instances of accusations against you about drinking on the job.
All anonymous, all false, all refuted by my colleagues who I worked with for 10 years at 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and everything.
The challenge here for me, Mr. Hegseth,
they've only seen me be professional
is when there is
every
discussion
single time.
about get into the
Fighting overseas,
I'm not even going to go into the
and we managed our
accusations.
financial books with integrity across the board. How many people, everybody who runs a campaign.
I have limited time. I'm not going to get into the accusations that come from Fox News. Now you have some of your Fox News colleagues here. There were multiple instances of accusations against you about drinking on the job.
All anonymous, all false, all refuted by my colleagues who I worked with for 10 years at 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and everything.
The
in
challenge here
between,
for me,
and
Mr.
said
Hegseth,
they've only seen me be
is
professional
when there is
every
discussion
single time.
about personal challenges, and you admittedly had issues with heavy drinking. It's hard to kind of square this, to square the circle here. It's kind of a difficult thing to do. Let me ask you, if I have about 90 seconds left here, if you had to answer these questions about sexual assault against you and your drinking and your personal conduct, would it have been different if you were under oath?
Senator, all I'm pointing out is the false claims against me.
Okay, I take it you do not want to answer that question. I walked into this hearing this morning concerned that you haven't demonstrated adequate leadership in your civilian roles. And this is a dangerous world we're living in here. And America cannot afford a Secretary of Defense who is unprepared for that mission. I'm going to leave with concerns about your transparency. You say you've had personal issues in your past, yet when asked about those very issues, you blame an anonymous smear campaign, even when many of these claims are not anonymous. Which is it? Have you overcome personal issues, or are you the target of a smear campaign? It can't be both. It's clear to me that you're not being honest with us or the American people because you know the truth would disqualify you from getting the job. And just as concerning as each of these specific disqualifying accusations are, what concerns me just as much is the idea of having a Secretary of Defense who is not transparent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Senator Rosen, you're recognized. I thought I would just create a stir down there.
No, I thank you to my seatmates on both sides. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We take care of each other. And again, thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, for holding this hearing. Mr. Secretary, we have a short amount of time, so I'm just going to ask a few simple questions, and I would just appreciate if for some of them you would just answer yes or no. And so, Secretary Hegseth, would you agree that every senior official in the Department of Defense must reflect the values and conduct that our service members must uphold and our citizens expect?
Senator, we want to uphold the highest possible standards.
I'll take that for a yes. So would you also agree then that anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have no place in our government or military? Yes or no?
They should not.
Thank you. So would you also agree that anyone who has posted, and I'm going to quote, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories lifted right out of a neo-Nazi playbook, end quote, shouldn't be anywhere near a position of power? Yes or no?
Since I don't believe the characterization of many officials in the news media, I would need to see precisely what's being characterized.
But generally, would you not say that if
Generally
we
speaking,
thought something was coming out of a neo-Nazi playbook, it doesn't have any place in our Department of Defense? Now, Secretary Hegseth, the quote that I just read you was referencing Ms. Kingsley Wilson, the DoD press any place in our Department of Defense. Now, Secretary Hegseth, the quote that I just read you was referencing Ms. Kingsley Wilson, the DoD press secretary. It's a direct quote from her, who my Republican colleagues on this committee have also expressed alarm over due to her comments. In fact, one colleague said, and I'm going to quote again, "Obviously, I don't agree with her comments. I trust the Pentagon will address this," end quote. However, in the months since, not only have you not addressed these anti-Semitic comments, you have promoted Ms. Wilson. This seems to be at odds, honestly, with President Trump's commitment, very public commitment to combat anti-Semitism, which you just said you too agreed with. So, Secretary Hegseth, given the rise in anti-Semitic violence, hate crimes in our nation, and to show that the Trump administration, your administration, does have a zero tolerance policy for anti-Semitism, will you dismiss Ms. Kingsley from her role as a U.S. military spokesperson today, yes or no?
Again, that's why I referenced the context and characterization.
Well, we'll send you the quote,
I've worked
sir.
directly with her. She does a fantastic job. And there's any suggestion that I or her or others are party to anti-Semitism is a mischaracterization, attempting to win political points.
Sir, and I'm going to say
Senator,
that
you're
your
attempting to
lack
win
of an
political points on the
answer
backs of
confirms what we've
mischaracterizing
known
the
all
statements of a
along.
member
The Trump
of my
administration
department.
is not serious.
And I'm not going to stand for that.
You are not a serious person. You are not serious about rooting out, fighting anti-Semitism within the ranks of our DoD. It's despicable. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm going to move on to General Hawk. The sudden inexplicable dismissal of General Hawk. He serves both director of the National Security Agency, commander of U.S. Cybercom. It's deeply concerning, raises significant questions about the decision-making process, its potential consequences. Public reports indicate that the removal of General Hawk, who has served his country proudly, has been influenced by social media influencer, a personality on social media, Laura Loomer, spreads conspiracy theories. She's been denounced even by Republicans. And the idea is that any leaders within our agencies responsible for our nation's security, somebody would be dismissed based on the advice of a social media influencer is alarming, to say the least. It's surely not how we should be running our military. So were you consulted regarding General Hawk's dismissal, yes or no?
Well, Senator, I would not advise believing everything you read in the media.
Were you,
and I'm consulted on every single decision.
Okay,
I'm the
so that's
decision maker
alarming.
for the
It's your
department, and we all
department,
serve
Mr.
at the pleasure of the president.
Okay.
And
So
we have
what
the
was your-
prerogative to
what
make
was
those
your
decisions
What was
the
your
best for the
recommendation?
country,
Did
and
you
we did
personally
that.
approve Mr. Hawk's dismissal, yes or no?
Anyone coming or going
Personally
at the
approve
Defense
it.
Department, especially at that level, would ultimately be a decision
So
made by
that's a
me,
yes.
and I
Did you
stand
personally
behind that.
relieve him? Did
Excuse
you
me?
personally relieve him? Yes or no?
Anyone at that level
You did,
who is
so that's a
relieved
yes.
would be relieved by the Secretary of Defense.
Was there a specific justification for General Hawk's dismissal? Was there a specific justification for General Hawk's dismissal?
Ma'am, we all serve at the pleasure of the president, and the president deserves the type
it
of
true?
commanders and advisors that he thinks will best
Did you
equip him
discuss General
to
Hawk's
accomplish the
dismissal with
mission.
Laura Loomer prior to his removal?
I don't discuss who I talk about anything with, but ultimately this is my decision, and he serves at the pleasure of the president, and that's why he's no longer there.
So do you believe it's appropriate for any social media personality to influence personnel decisions in your department? Yes or no?
I believe your time is up, Senator.
Oh, it is not up to you to tell me when my time is up.
Well, the time
And I
of
am
the
going to
senator-
say, Mr. Secretary, you're either feckless or complicit. You're not in control of your department. You're just unserious. It is shocking. You're not combating anti-Semitism within your ranks. It's a dangerous and pivotal time in our nation's history. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. And I don't appreciate the smirk, sir. You are the Secretary of Defense.
The time of the gentlelady has.
As he showed up without his budget. I think, once again,
Senator Slotkin.
Senator Slotkin, who also, I think she was in the CIA, and she also served in the service. We would be remiss if we did not remind you of this.
Thank you, Chairman.
And she also did the public service announcement that reminding the military that they did not have to follow illegal orders. Who's sitting right next to her as she questions him? Oh, Senator Kemp, who Hegseth wants to bring back off of retirement to court martial for this same PSA. You reminding the service that they don't have to take illegal orders. Now, let's figure out why they found it necessary. If you haven't figured it out as of yet, why they found it necessary.
Mr. Secretary, I said in your hearing, when you had your confirmation hearing, that my biggest concern with you at the helm was the potential use of the military in ways that contradict the Constitution or that taint what I hope we all want, which is an apolitical military. And when I asked you about whether you would accept an order that was actually given to your predecessor, Secretary Esper, Trump's SecDef, to deploy active duty troops against unarmed protesters and to, in Secretary Esper's words, shoot at them, shoot at their legs. You said this was all theoretical. Here we are, a few months later, you've deployed 4,700 troops to Los Angeles and against the wishes of the governor. And my colleague across the aisle was right. It is the first time since 1965 that we have deployed Guard troops without the permission of the governor. In all the instances he laid out, the president had sent in the military to protect protesters, not against the protesters. So you may dismiss it, but I feel like this is a fundamental issue of American democracy. If you love your country and you want an apolitical military, then it should be the last resort, not the first resort in our country to use them. So to get to the non-theoretical, have you authorized the uniformed military to detain or arrest protesters in Los Angeles?
Senator, I would just start by saying you're not a protester if you're throwing concrete
100%.
at law
Arrest those people,
officers.
throw them in the jail, 100%. But what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows this is a political decision, right? So we don't trust that you're using the best interests of the military, certainly, and of democracy on top of that. So have you given the order? That's all I want to know. It's not theoretical. For the U.S. military, not law enforcement. They can arrest all day long. That's the job. Do they have the ability, the uniformed military, to arrest and detain protesters currently today? It's a yes or no thing, authority.
It's sort of amusing the extent to which the speculation is out there. These troops are given very clear orders.
Then what is the order? Then list it out for us. Be a man, list it out. Did you authorize them to detain or arrest? That is a fundamental issue of democracy. I'm not trying to be a snot here. I'm just trying to get the actual, did you authorize them to do that?
All of these orders and what they're sent there to do are public. They are
okay,
there
so
to,
say it. So say it. Yes or no?
I'd like to.
Please, yes or no?
As I've said time and time again through interruption, they're there to protect law enforcement.
Do they have
ICE
the ability
officers
to arrest?
who are trying to do their job,
Okay.
deporting illegals who were allowed in by the previous
So
administration.
they cannot arrest and detain citizens of the United States, the uniformed military.
As we've
Is that right?
stated, if necessary, in their own self-defense, they could temporarily detain and
Have
hand
you-
over to ICE. But
have
there's no
you given-
arresting going
have
on.
you-
And you know this better
Have
than
you
you're trying to
authorized
play
the
political
U.S.
games.
military
There's
to
no
use
arresting
cyber
of U.S.
tools
personnel.
of the U.S. military against members of the protest? Have you authorized U.S. military cyber tools to investigate people participating in these protests? Yes or no?
Certainly in no way that I'd be aware of.
Okay, that's good. I love that answer. That's great. Have you given the order to be able to shoot at unarmed protesters in any way? I'm just asking the question. Don't laugh. Like the whole country. And by the way, my colleagues
What is
across
that
the
based
aisle.
on? What evidence would you
It
have
is
that an
based
order
on
like that has
Donald
ever
Trump
been given?
giving that order to your predecessor, to a Republican Secretary of Defense, who I give a lot of credit to because he didn't accept the order. He had more guts and balls than you because he said, I'm not going to send in the uniformed military to do something that I know in my gut isn't right. He was asked to shoot at their legs. He wrote that in his book. That's not hearsay. So you're poo-pooing of this. It just shows you don't understand who we are as a country. who we are. And all of my colleagues across the aisle, especially the ones that served, should want an apolitical military and not want citizens to be scared of their own military. I love the military. I served alongside my whole life, so I'm worried about you tainting it. Have you given the order? Have you given the order that they can use lethal force against honor? I want the answer to be no. Please tell me it's no. Have you given the order?
Senator, I'd be careful what you read in books and believing it, except for the Bible.
Oh my God. So your former predecessor, I guess that's not enough for you. Okay, on Iran. I don't think there's a debate. There's like a cat fight going on in your own party about whether to go after Iran. Have you commissioned?
Okay, this link is in my description box. Why do you think that they put out that message? This is exactly why they put out that message. Don't take it from me. Take it from his own lying mouth. Now, who would someone go to in the military to make sure that they are giving and receiving lawful orders? Who is put in place to make sure that the military is not going awry from what is legal? It's always to make sure when you make big decisions that they comport with the actual law. Who is responsible for that? JAG officers are responsible for that. So let's get into the JAG officer of it all. Shall we? Yes, we shall. Let me see. Here we are, right here. We're going to talk about this. What does Hegseth think of JAG officers? Let's talk about it. The attorneys, the ones that are still there, that Hegseth didn't fire from the military. These professional attorneys and lawyers that many of which whom Hegseth decided to get rid of. The ones who could have told him what commands that he was giving in the Caribbean with these boat strikes, which would be against maritime law and laws of engagement. Those people. Let's see what he thought about them during his confirmation hearing, shall we? Let's.
I like that. Ms. Hegseth, you've written in its quote, "Oh yeah, and fire any general who hasn't carried water for Obama and Biden's extra constitution and agenda-driven transformation for our military. Clean house and start over." It's come to my attention that current serving military personnel have received emails threatening them with being fired for supporting the current DOD policies. One mail that was sent to a military officer with the subject line.
So you mean coming in the door, he was threatening to fire any general under who was there under Obama and Biden. Lifelong generals that would be long career standing generals that were there. That was the only reason coming in the door. He's emailing these generals. Huh? Because they decided to make the military their career. And because a certain president was elected, now their careers are going to have to suffer. Are we clear on that? But there was an administration between Obama and Biden. That was 45-47's first administration. So they get a pass on being in his administration in between times because this is their career work. This is who is making these decisions. Is telling you without any evidence that these were narco terrorists delivering drugs to the United States, that boats that were nowhere near the United States, that didn't have the fuel to get to the United States. Let's continue.
Emails threatening them with being fired for supporting the current DOD water for Obama and Biden's extra constitution and agenda-driven transformation for our military. Clean house and start over. It's come to my attention that current serving military personnel have received emails threatening them with being fired for supporting the current DOD policies. One mail that was sent to a military officer with the subject line, clean house, reminiscent of your specific comment.
Hold on. David Higbee, David Higbee, tell someone to stick a sock in your ass. Okay, you don't have to be here. The one thing that you can do is absolutely go to a different channel. How do you come to a channel and tell somebody to stick a sock in someone's mouth? Go stick a sock in your motherfucking mama's pussy. Somebody should have stuck a sock in there so you couldn't have been dropped out of that old slimy piece of rag ass pussy that your mama got. Go put a sock in that. Let's continue. You don't have to be here. You can always go to a different channel. Let's continue.
States, and I quote, with the incoming administration looking to remove disloyal, corrupt, traitorous, liberal officers such as yourself, we
Let
will
me go back. I lost my place.
DOD policies. One mail that was sent to a military officer with the subject line, clean house, reminiscent of your specific comment, states, and I quote, with the incoming administration looking to remove disloyal, corrupt, traitorous, liberal officers such as yourself, we will certainly be putting your name into the list of those personnel to be removed. We know you support the woke DEI policies and will ensure you never again influence anyone in the future. You and the redacted spouse's name will be lucky if you're able to collect your military requirement, end quote. Now, I want to remind everyone that these policies that
you will be lucky if you're able to collect your military retirement, because Obama and Biden were elected. A black man and someone who beat 45-47. How dare you have a career in the military when a black man is elected into office? How dare you continue to be in the military when 45-47 got his ass whipped by Biden? You'll be lucky if you collect your pension. You are upholding this administration and all of this bullshit. But you're not beholden to the president. That lets you know coming in the door, he was beholden to the president as opposed to being beholden to his duty to act, to obey the Constitution, and to support this nation and obeying the Constitution, not the person who was sitting in the Oval Office. Let's be clear. What sense does this make? In the door.
being referred to his name will be lucky if you're able to collect your military requirement, end quote. Now, I want to remind everyone that these policies that are being referred to date back decades, so the 1940s and 50s with respect to racial discrimination particularly, and administrations of both parties, including the Trump administration and their first party, caused those policies to be enforced. Mr. Hegseth, are you aware of these emails being sent to officers?
Senator, you mentioned the word accountability, which is something we have not had for the last 4 years.
Are you aware of these messages being sent to officers?
Certainly, I'm not aware of that. It's not one of my efforts. But there's been no accountability for
Excuse
the
me.
disaster of the withdrawal in Afghanistan. And that's precisely why we're here today,
Excuse me.
is that leadership has
No.
been unwilling to take accountability. It's the time to restore that to our most senior ranks.
You've written publicly that DI policy is a distraction and have military personnel walking on eggshells. Do you believe that emails like that are essentially threatening both a serving officer and a spouse and claiming that they'll lose their pension will have a distraction and detract from the lethality?
Senator, you mentioned the 40s and 50s, and you're precisely right. The military was a forerunner in courageous racial integration in ways no other institutions were willing to do. I served with men and women of all backgrounds because of the courage of people decades and decades ago. Incredibly important. However, the DEI policies of today are not the same as what happened back then. They're dividing troops inside formations, causing commanders to walk on eggshells, not putting meritocracy first. That's the indictment that's made by those serving right now.
Excuse me.
And why we're
Meritocracy. Is he kidding me? Is he kidding me? Is he kidding? He has no merit to be in this position. He is a total kiss ass, a whole white nationalist sitting up here talking about merit. Hey, Happy Life, what's going on? Hey, Noah Jones. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've been needing a WD-40 on my table that I left for a long time. That's what that is. Let's continue.
having this conversation.
All of your public comments don't talk about meritocracy. They talk about liberal democratic efforts that are destroying the military, that those people are our enemies. That's not meritocracy. That's a political view. And your goal, as I see emerging, is to politicize the military in favor of your particular positions, which you've outlined extensively, which would be the worst blow to the professionalism of the United States military and would undercut readiness, undercut retention, because I can see officers receiving these emails beginning to wonder very seriously if they should continue. Let me change subject for a moment here. You've been instrumental in securing pardons for several convicted war criminals.
Several what? Several what? He has been instrumental in getting pardoned for several war criminals. So if he is the one who went to 45, 47 in his first administration to beg for pardon for people in the military who had been convicted on war crimes, what do you think he thinks of committing war crimes himself? This is in my description box under who is Hegseth. Since many of you that just listen to propaganda don't even know half of the shit that you should know, let's find out.
At least two of these cases, the military personnel who served. You've been instrumental in securing pardons for several convicted war criminals. In at least two of these cases, the military personnel who served in combat with these convicted service members were not supportive of the pardons. They did their duty as soldiers to report war crimes. Your definition of lethality seems to embrace those people who do commit war crimes, rather than those who stand up and say, this is not right. So what's the response to your service members who personally witnessed these and courageously reported them to their superiors?
Senator, as someone who's led men in combat directly and had to make very difficult decisions, I've thought very deeply about the balance between legality and lethality, ensuring that the men and women on the front lines have the opportunity to destroy with and close the enemy, and that lawyers aren't the ones getting in the way. I'm not talking about disavowing the laws of war or the Geneva Conventions or the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Sir, I'm talking about restrictive rules of engagement that these men and women behind me understand they've lived with on the battlefield, which has made it more difficult to defeat our enemies. In many of the cases you're talking about in particular, sir, there was evidence withheld, there was prosecutorial misconduct, and as someone who looks case by case and defaults to the warfighter, to the men and women with dust on their boots, not the second guessers in air-conditioned offices in Washington, D.C.
Excuse me.
I look case by case and was proud to work with President Trump to understand those cases and ensure that our warriors are always looked out for.
Those cases were adjudicated by
case and was proud to work with President Trump to understand those cases and ensure that our warriors are always looked out for.
Those cases were adjudicated by who? People in Washington or fellow non-commissioned officers who had also served, sacrificed, and believed in the ethic of the military? Who were the court martial?
Senator, in multiple cases, they were actually acquitted, but
some
charges
cases,
lingered.
yes,
regardless of where those
some were
convening
committed.
authorities were. Yes, sir.
Some were, but others were. By who? People in Washington or fellow non-commissioned officers who had also served, sacrificed, and believed in the ethic of the military? Who were the court martial?
Senator, in multiple cases, they were actually acquitted, but
some
charges
cases,
lingered.
yes,
regardless of where those
some were
convening
committed.
authorities were. Yes, sir.
Some were, but others were convicted, and you asked for pardon. That's the only reason you asked for pardon, because they were convicted. But the other factor, too, is you've already disparaged in writing the Geneva Convention, the rules of law, all of these things. How will you be able to effectively lead a military in which one of the principal elements is discipline, respect for lawful authority? You have made statements to your platoon after being briefed by a JAG officer. Well, by the way, would you explain what a JAG off is?
I don't think I need to, sir.
Why not?
Because the men and women watching understand.
Well, perhaps some might.
Okay. Let me make sure my microphone is on. You see, he wouldn't tell who adjudicated the war crimes, and then he tried to slip in that well some were found innocent. If they were found innocent, we are talking about you going to 45, 47 to actually get pardons. So people who are found innocent don't need pardons. So the question still remains where you try to talk about people in Washington don't know what the war fight is going through and they don't understand, and then you have to break it down. So what are you saying? The people in Washington were on the jury when these soldiers went before well, I forget what it's called. You're telling me that they were on the jury, or was it other people in the military that understood the laws of engagement for the military? He never answered that question. He went on to say, well, some were found innocent. You didn't. We're talking about pardons, bitch. We're talking about pardons. We're not talking about people who were found innocent. We're talking about people who were found guilty. This is your defense secretary at his confirmation hearing.
The rules of law.
But
In some
charges
cases,
linger,
yes,
regardless of where.
Your definition of lethality seems to embrace those people who do commit war crimes, rather than those who stand up and say, this is not right. So what's the response to your service members who...
So, are we clear on why these service members and people in Intel had to come up and make this PSA that you do not have to take illegal orders? Are we clear? Are we still trying to play games like we don't know who Pete Hegseth is? While some of you sycophants and people who always are drinking the Kool-Aid for 45, 47 and his anti-black and brown agenda, we know exactly who Hegseth is. And once you start accepting this type of agenda for one group of people, be ready to swallow it for yourselves. Be ready to swallow it for yourselves, because you know who's another group of people? People who are neither black or brown or have money. You are another group of people that this administration gives zero fucks about. Zero fucks about you. While you think that we give a fuck about you looking at us, you better look in the mirror, because they give zero fucks about you as well. Let's continue.
personally witnessed these and courageously reported them to their superiors?
Senator, as someone who's led men in combat directly and had to make very difficult decisions, I've thought very deeply about the balance between legality and lethality, ensuring that the men and women on the front lines have the opportunity to destroy with and close the enemy, and that lawyers aren't the ones getting in the way. I'm not talking about disavowing the laws of war or the Geneva Conventions or the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Sir, I'm talking about restrictive rules of engagement that these men and women behind me understand they've lived with on the battlefield, which has made it more difficult to defeat our enemies. In many of the cases you're talking about in particular, sir, there was evidence withheld, there was prosecutorial misconduct, and as someone who looks case by case and defaults to the warfighter to the men and women with dust on their boots, not the second guessers in air-conditioned offices in Washington, D.C.
Excuse me.
I look case by case and was proud to work with President Trump to understand those cases and ensure that our warriors are always looked out for.
Those cases were adjudicated by who? People in Washington or fellow non-commissioned officers who had also served, sacrificed, and believed in the ethic of the military? Who were the court martial?
Senator, in multiple cases, they were actually acquitted, but
some
charges
cases,
lingered.
yes,
Regardless of where those convening authorities were, yes, sir.
Some were, but others were convicted, and you asked for pardon. That's the only reason you asked for pardon, because they were convicted. But the other factor, too, is you've already disparaged in writing the Geneva Convention, the rules of law, all of these things. How will you be able to effectively lead a military in which one of the principal elements is discipline, respect for lawful authority? You have made statements to your platoon after being briefed by a JAG officer. Well, by the way, would you explain what
Let me give you the real meaning and the real duties of a JAG officers. He is asking him about JAG officers. Hegseth had gone on a spree of calling them not JAG officers. He decided to call JAG officers JAG offs. Like in jack off, JAG officer, a judge, advocate, general officers are legal professionals in the U.S. military responsible for providing legal services and support. The role includes legal aid. They offer legal assistance to military personnel and their family. Court martial. JAG officers handle court martials and ensure compliance with the military law. Legal counsel. They provide essential counsel on various legal matters, including military operations and ethical conduct. Training. A JAG officers undergoes rigorous training and education to fulfill their responsibilities effectively. Overall, they play a crucial role in upholding legal standards within the armed services. And these are the people that this numbnut who is defending people who have been found guilty of war crime, not from people in Washington sitting on an air conditioner, actual military officers of war crimes. This is who Hegseth decides to call them jag off. So let's finish this jag off shit up, so we can not play dumb as to who Hegseth is.
what a JAG off is? Respect for lawful authority. You have made statements to your platoon after being briefed by a JAG officer. Well, by the way, would you explain what a JAG off is?
I don't think I need to, sir.
Why not?
Because the men and women watching understand.
Well, perhaps some of my colleagues don't understand.
It would be a JAG officer who puts his or her own priorities in front of the warfighters. their promotions, their medals in front of having the backs of those who are making the tough calls on the front lines.
Thank you, Senator Reed.
So this is what he feels that a JAG officer is, somebody who gets in the way of him doing whatever the fuck he wants to do, if it is legal to do as a officer or not. That he decides to call them a JAG off. The person that absolutely tell them the right and wrong and what is lawful under the military. Here we go. Last one. Speaking of jag off on this. Let's this link, all of these links are under Who is Hegseth?
Member of the United States.
Are you, as Secretary of Defense, going to get involved in the implementation of the U.S. Military Code of Justice?
Oh, no, that's
Senator,
the wrong one.
ultimately,
that's the wrong. Oh, no. This is the right one. I apologize.
Not go to change it. You're not attempt to change it. You also said that JAG officers are potentially people who put their own interests in their own medals and promotions ahead of the troops. Senator Lindsey Graham was a JAG officer for most of his life. Is that what you believe about those who implement our justice system in the U.S. military?
Senator, I was speaking about particular JAG officers I've had to deal with in my military
Are you going to
experience,
get
not about a
involved?
member of the United States Senate.
Are you a secretary?
So, do you question why he wasn't talking about all JAG officers? He was talking about the JAG officer he particularly had to deal with. So, does it beg to question why did so many JAG officers even have to deal with his drunk ass in the first place? Does it question why he found himself running up against JAG officers to the point that he has gone on to call them JAG offs in the first place? Was he so non-compliant as a officer himself? Why did he have so many run-in with JAG officers? If and we understand what their jobs and duties entail. Why is he the one who has fired so many JAG officers? All of these links are in my description box. Nothing at all to contribute. I don't care. But thank you, very Carrie. They have so much to say about me, but nothing to say about what is actually being shown. Where are all the people talking about propaganda? Where are all these people talking about? I'm not a propaganda channel, not by far. If you don't like it, that's on you. Say you don't like it and say why you don't like it. But propaganda, no. You never knew all of this stuff. I never knew that. But you don't want to say you never knew it. You want to act like someone is doing something to you, while the people who are doing something to you, you have absolutely nothing to say. So, and even South Park got in on the gag. I have never been a South Park fan, but I've never watched South Park. But South Park is absolutely killing the game. Guess who just happened to be highlighted this week? Who knew this week was going to be the week that Hegseth does the drops the final straw in his broom of fuck shit that he does. Let's get into this. Okay.
Hell yeah! And that's it. Don't just make a bunch of content. Like, actually go and do something.
Be sure to like and subscribe, guys. Well, for once, I agree with DUI hire Pete Hegseth. Be sure to like and subscribe because you're not going to want to miss this one. Now, not only do I have a recap of South Park humiliating Hegseth on the new Thanksgiving episode, but it also seems that Pete is in legal peril over the fact that he committed murder. Apparently, that's illegal and immoral, and now the whole world is watching. So hit subscribe to Really American Media and join in on the shit show that is the Trump administration. And while you were eating way too much turkey this week, USA, South Park was putting out a new episode, and this time they turned their ire on our so-called Secretary of War, Mr. Pete Hegseth. So the episode kicks into full political satire mode as Trump sends PD to South Park to free our wannabe dictator's tech bro buddy, Peter Thiel, from the local jail, and Hegseth gets the reception that he deserves.
The secret button? Yeah, it's in the floor right there. You see it? It's right there. It is. Now get your little bitch ass out of my town. Oh, you. I dare you to do that again. Oh! We were met with resistance from the woke local police force.
God damn it, we gave you one job to do. We need Peter Thiel here at the White House.
Sir, yes, sir. I'm going to need the full might of the Department of War. I'll need all our tanks and guns and dudes.
Then you got it. Just get us the prisoner no matter what it takes.
Hell yeah!
And Hegseth, don't just make a bunch of content. Like, actually go and do something.
Be sure to like and subscribe, guys.
Yeah, this episode, which is called Turkey Trot, does a great job highlighting the Trump regime's obsession with making content for social media videos instead of, like doing government work.
Commitment, strength, the ability to obliterate our enemy. That is the Department of War. What's up, guys? I'm Pete Hegseth. We're outside this woke liberal town that is actually defying our government, and nobody defies the Department of War. Pete Hegseth will do whatever it takes. I'm here to kick bubblegum and chew ass, and I'm all out of ass. I'll do whatever's necessary to get the job done.
Yeah, the sad part is that these guys actually waste your tax dollars making videos that look exactly like that one. So now Pete is joined by another character that I only wish was fictional, Miss Ice Barbie, the notorious puppy killer, Kristi Noem. So she and Pete are convinced that the South Park locals running in the Turkey Trot are protesters and narco-terrorists, and they're competing to see who can take them down and get the best content to post online.
Protesters are headed your way. Stand down, Homeland Security. This is our content. There's too many of them. Here they come. Everyone hold your positions. Department of War will not be intimidated. Hold. Hold.
Yeah, so now Pete takes to the skies, which is better than him driving drunk behind the wheel. And this is the scene that everybody's talking about, as it features a classic South Park parody of the song Highway to the Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins, which was first made famous in the movie Top Gun. And I'm just going to warn you ahead of time, you're going to be singing this song for the next several days. It's what they call an earworm.
What's up, guys? Pete Hegseth, Department of War. We've got the narco-terrorists on the run, and we're going to take them out. Yeah!
Pete Hegseth is a fucking tease. Pete Hegseth is a fucking tease. Acting like a tough guy, posting it around the world. Making lots of content like a little teenage girl. Pete Hegseth is a fucking tease. Pete Hegseth is a fucking tease.
Yeah, Pete Hegseth is indeed a fucking douche, and at the end of that episode, he ends up in the South Park jail, which might be foreshadowing for real life, because we've had a developing news story coming out over the last few days that Pete Hegseth may have actually committed murder based on a new report about him blowing up those boats in the waters off of Trinidad. And no, this part of the story is not satire. We broke it all down on the latest episode of The Vocal Minority. All right. We've been talking about the Venezuelan boat strikes quite a bit, and there's another headline out today that, I keep saying that this is freaking murder, and it appears even more so that that's what is going on. So, in early September, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered a U.S. Strike Force command to kill everyone on board a suspected drug trafficking boat. That was the command. The order was to kill everybody. U.S. military commanders were apparently shocked to see 2 survivors clinging to the side of a flaming boat after the initial strike. So what'd they do? They ordered a second strike to finish off the orders to kill everybody.
What?
They saw survivors. Instead of, sending someone out to help, they said, well, go back again, kill these, worthless human beings.
It's unbelievable, dude. Someone made a comment in the chat a little earlier that this administration doesn't see people of color as human. And I think that that's true. Like, depending on what country you're from and what they just want to do what they want to do. So they don't see us as human,
But I cannot fucking believe that we had people, we saw survivors. It's bad enough that we're killing them on the first go around, but to send someone back around, send another missile, go murder those people.
Yeah.
I really kind of, it bothers me that people keep calling these extrajudicial killings. Like, it's fucking murder, people.
Yeah.
From the party of, Christianity and all these, devout religious people supporting them and pro-life people. Pro-life, and this is what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's sickening, and you're right. I mean, they should just be calling it murder. Everyone should just be calling it murder, exactly what it is, and there's no way to fluff this up as anything else. So
yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it certainly seems like straight up murder. And Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin was recently interviewed by NBC, and he said that there is no legal justification for this.
Well, there's no legal rationale for it. Congress has not declared war on drug boats in the Eastern Pacific, nor is this a legitimate police action. The president is not himself the police, the prosecutor, the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And it's a terrifying logic they're, advancing to the world, because if they can do it in the Eastern Pacific, why can't they do it off of the coast of California? Why can't they do it in the waterways of America? So it's a lawless operation. Only Congress can declare war, and we have law enforcement bounded by all of the rules of due process, the presumption of innocence, prosecution, and so on, that the president himself has afforded himself of when he's been prosecuted for crimes he's committed.
Yeah, so Trump has gone from playing king to playing executioner, and Pete is the perfect lapdog for that. And now the Senate is vowing vigorous oversight to get to the bottom of this. And the United Nations human rights chief recently said that all of this is illegal, and he's also investigating it. So this is a
developing story. The link is in my description box. Let's move on. Let's hear more about this.
Well, we're learning that
investigation.
Pete Hegseth is in legal trouble over the reporting that has come out a couple of days ago, saying that not only is he shooting these boats in the oceans with absolutely no oversight or due process, but he's also allegedly he saw survivors in the boat and ordered them to be killed as well, which is a war crime. And because it's a war crime, he could very well be going to prison for a long time. Now, that's not the only news for Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth also is being skewered by South Park, and these guys, the South Park team has been on it. And watch this.
What's up, guys? Pete Hegseth, Department of War. We've got the narco terrorists on the run, and we're gonna take them out. Yeah!
Pete Hegseth is a fucking tease. Pete Hegseth is a fucking tease.
We saw that.
Acting like it's tough, guy posting it around the world.
Let me go a little further. We saw that. I don't want to bore you guys.
Amazing. Now, South Park was also not the only ones to skewer this administration. We also have Donald Trump being skewered by Canada's SNL.
Kids like Don Jr. and one of the girls. So I wrote a book about the lying liars who write about me. Here it is. Quiet, piggy. Just like I yelled on the plane, quite frankly. Let's begin. These swine called reporters, they drive me insane. Who let these farm animals onto my plane? They ask about Epstein, I say it's no biggie. Then they press me again and I say, quiet, piggy. That's the book title, kids. Try and keep up. Then they look at my hair and they say it's a wig. And it's as real as my tan. Once again, shut up, pig. Quiet, piggy, shut up, pig. It's the same thing, quite frankly.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. I mean, that's so good that I almost don't think it's funny. It's a little too real. It's a little too real. Rose O'Donnell actually is in the news, too, for talking about the fact that reporters are not standing up for each other. And we saw that just the other day.
What happened to decency? What happened to someone standing next to that woman saying, did you just call her stupid?
Right.
Did you just call her stupid, President of the United States? Like, where's that person? Where's that voice?
I know some of these reporters, and they're good reporters, and it kills me to see the press not stand up for each other.
Can you tell me why?
Rosie, my only speculation is, and I think I have some pretty good reason to say this, is that their bosses will not let them do it. And their bosses are leaning on them to just take it, absorb it, and try to ask the best question that you can and get out of there.
Well,
and
that is a disservice to everyone, to the soul of every person forced to eat it. You're telling me that we have to swallow this behavior from a madman because we can't figure out as a nation how to right all the wrongs that have occurred? We can't figure that out, and we don't know how long he's going to last or we're going to have to deal with him. And this is what will continue.
That's right. There's no question
the
about
body
it.
in motion stays in motion.
Yes.
So,
he actually called the woman who asked him about the Afghanistan person being vetted under his administration stupid. That's a stupid question. You're stupid. as he is the reason for that those people those for what are they? What are they again? Oh my God. National Guard soldiers being shot in the first place. It's no one's fault but his own because they weren't supposed to be in DC. He had a judge's order that they weren't supposed to be in DC. So we have to look at our president calling people stupid. Now let's move on. This link is in my description box. Is this a skit or what?
Journalism. It's just like the profession to be a check on power. Opinion. Now, that's also, I think, why this Pentagon, because not all reporters are bad. Okay, journalists, we need journalism. We need journalism. It's just like the people who are doing the reality TV scorecard type reporting, I don't really like. But this stuff, I think, is so important. And thank God it's been out there, because the U.S. Secretary of Defense could face war crime prosecution over a claim that he ordered a second strike to kill the survivors of a missile attack on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean. The Pentagon chief insisted that 11 people on board the boat should be killed, according to the Washington Post. Quote, the order was to kill everybody, claimed 2 people with direct knowledge of the SEAL Team 6 operation targeting the waterborne drug smugglers. 2 people were left clinging to the burning deck of a vessel that was destroyed by... was to kill everybody, claimed 2 people with...
The SEAL Team 6 operation. The SEAL Team 6, the same SEAL Team 6 that Slotkin asked would he put on peaceful protesters in the United States that he refused to answer. That same SEAL Team 6. That same SEAL Team 6 that 4547 asked Hegseth's predecessor to shoot peaceful protesters in the leg. That same SEAL Team 6. So let's be clear. And who's going to face ramification? Who's gonna face ramification? Lord, who's gonna face legal jeopardy? Ramifications. I'm like ramifications. Who's gonna face who's gonna be in legal peril? Ramifications. Who's gonna be in legal peril or face ramifications for these that second strike or even these first strikes? Who's gonna be on the hook for these illegal killings?
Direct knowledge of the SEAL Team 6 operation targeting the waterborne drug smugglers. 2 people were left clinging to the burning deck of a vessel that was destroyed by a U.S. rocket fired off the coast of Trinidad on September 2nd. To comply with Hegseth's order, the special ops commander in charge of the operation allegedly ordered a second strike and wiped out the survivors. 2 missiles reportedly hit the boat to kill those on board, and another 2 were fired to sink it. And so they actually posted this video of the boat, but they put a cut in it because they didn't want you to see that there were survivors. And apparently, this is what the Washington Post reported. I read this report yesterday. They reported that if you were to have seen the people surviving on the boat just trying to hang on, there would have been an outcry because it's completely inhumane. Even in war, if someone surrenders, you're supposed to take them in. You're not supposed to kill them. That is like, there are some rules of war, and that's one of them. So if we're at war and you make it so that someone is literally just trying to cling on for life, it's 1, illegal, 2, it's absolutely un-American. Okay, now let's keep going. A CNN report said that while Hegseth ordered the operation to ensure everyone on the boat was killed, it was not clear whether he knew there were survivors prior to the second strike. That's not true. Former military lawyer Todd Huntley, a director of the National Security Law Program at Georgetown Law, said,
Now, CNN has a whole different story. Of course they do. Who is CNN bought and paid for by? I discussed CNN being, what was his name? What is this guy? The Jewish guy whose son has taken over Warner Brothers. I talked about it last week. I forget his name. who's married to that real young girl. Oh, what is his name? Of course, CNN is going to have a different story. You wonder how your for-profit media has a different story that tries to paint this administration in sunshine. You notice how CNN never asks questions that should be asked nowadays. You know how CNN have put on their puppy paws and their puppy booties and never get down to the facts of situation. Oh, what is this dude? Larry somebody who has just bought Warner Brothers. What is that dude's name? Whatever. The Jewish guy. Oh God, what is his name? Fuck his name. That's why CNN, your for-profit media, is trying to softball all of these situations. Anything for money. Just collect your check, and let the nation go into ruin. Let the military do unlawful things, and don't get upset. Or you're not going to get upset. You're being paid millions of dollars to do absolutely no reporting, and to sit on here and do hair and makeup and clothing, and come out and just repeat the script. Because that's what we pay you millions for. You're not a journalist. You're not reporters. You are just talking heads that are paid millions of dollars to spew out propaganda on these television stations. Thank God that more people are getting their news from other sources. And do you wonder why? Do you wonder why that you have to go to any other source to get your real news? That is not filtered through billionaires for profit? Well, if you do wonder why, I wonder why you wonder why. I'm just saying.
A decision to kill all the boat's helpless passengers, quote, would in essence be an order to show no quarter, which would be a war crime. He told the Post that killing any of the people in the boat amounts to murder. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said the entire narrative is completely false. Who do you trust? See, that's what I'm saying. Who do you trust? The journalists or Pete Hegseth? I'm going to go with the journalists on this one. He added, an ongoing operations to dismantle narco-terrorism to protect the homeland from deadly drugs have been a resounding success. The September strike was the first in President Donald Trump's military campaign against narco traffickers, which has hit at least 22 boats and claimed 82 lives. After the SEAL 6 attack, Trump posted a video on Truth Social showing the first missile and claimed there were narco-terrorists from the Tren de Aragua cartel on board. But in following attacks, the protocols were altered to rescue any alleged traffickers if they survived the first hit. Quote, the idea that the wreckage from one small boat in a vast ocean is a hazard to marine traffic is patently absurd, and killing survivors is blatantly illegal. Rep. Seth Moulton, a member of the House Armed Services Committee, told the Post, mark my words, it may take some time, but Americans will be prosecuted for this, either as a war crime or outright murder. Hell, yes, absolutely. That is the type of shit we need the next person who's going to be the Democratic nominee to say. We need them to say all that shit. It needs to be about that. We're going after anyone who's murdered someone. We're going to go after anyone who made money off the fact that they had inside information. We're going after all the corruption. We're going after all the illegal deals. We're going after all of it. And by the way, we're tearing down the ballroom, bitch. Yeah, that's what we need to do. That fired me up. All right. And it goes on to say that someone said, a former associate for the general counsel of the Pentagon said that they're breaking the law either way. They're killing civilians in the first place. And then if you assume there are combatants, it's also unlawful under the law of armed conflict. If somebody is orders to combat and no longer able to fight, then they have to be treated humanely. Pete Hegseth said this. As usual, the fake news is delivering more fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory reporting to discredit our incredible warriors fighting to protect the homeland. As we've said from the beginning and in every statement, these highly effective strikes are specifically intended to be, quote, lethal kinetic strikes. The declared intent is to stop lethal drugs, destroy narco boats, and kill the narco terrorists who are poisoning the American people. Every trafficker we kill is affiliated with a designated terrorist organization. The Biden administration preferred the kid gloves approach, allowing millions of people, including dangerous cartels and unvetted Afghans, to flood our communities with drugs and violence. The Trump administration has sealed the border and gone on offense against narco-terrorists. Biden coddle terrorists. We kill them. Our current operations in the Caribbean are lawful under both U.S. and
So now it's about the past administration, and they are allowing, and now they are including unvetted Afghans into the reason why they are striking boats in Venezuela. Did you see how they snuck in the unvetted Afghans, which this administration actually gave them their citizenships? Unvetted Afghans. I thought we were talking about striking boats in Venezuela. You see how they just combine the bullshit and the lies? Biden administration preferred the kid glove approach, allowing millions of people, including dangerous cartels. Now, I just showed you where this administration brought 17 family members of El Chapo into the United States and said that no one can question the DOJ about it. But the Biden administration is allowing dangerous cartels and unvetted Afghans to flood our communities with drugs and violence. Bullshit.
International law with all actions in compliance with the law of armed conflict and approved by the best military and civilian lawyers up and down the chain of command. Our warriors in Southcom put their lives on the line every day to protect the homeland from narco-terrorists, and I will always have their back. Notice one thing there in that statement. This man is in deep trouble. He is in deep.
Our current operations in the Caribbean are lawful under both U.S. and international law, with all actions in compliance with the law of armed conflict and approved by the best military and civilian lawyers up and down the chain of command. I didn't realize civilian lawyers were in the chain of command, thus them being some civilians. And I don't know. So it must be the non-JAG officers who said that it is a go. You understand that they also can lose their law licenses, and they also can be court-martialed as well. Okay. Kind of like those judges, when a judge make a ruling that this administration doesn't like, they are, what do they call them? What do they call these judges? We're going to get into the judges with Christine Nome. Christine Nome is in, they are radical leftist judges when they make rulings that they don't like, but they will continue to appeal all the way up to the Supreme Court to get a favorable judgment so they can say that what they're doing is legal when it's factually illegal. But anytime they get a bad judgment, it's a radical left judge. It's an activist judge. Let's get into the judges, the judgment of it all, too.
Trouble because he is admitting that he did all that shit. Not one denial. He is in deep shit. I look forward to seeing him in prison. He will be there. Trust me. Trump might not ever be there.
Okay, this link is also in the description box. It's under more Hegseth. I think I've had, I just had to be thorough in this Hegseth bullshit. Land action.
Roosevelt Roads Base, Puerto Rico. F-35 fighter jets zoom off the tarmac. Gigantic gunships weave their way around. This is just a sneak peek into American mobilization in the Caribbean. A mobilization that includes warships, bombers, and submarines. All this firepower is focused southwards. The target, Venezuela. This is a country long ruled by socialists. Its current leader is President Nicolas Maduro. He's been in power since 2013. The U.S. has never had warm ties with Caracas, but under President Donald Trump, things have worsened. Washington does not recognize Maduro as president. They accuse him of smuggling drugs into the U.S. This accusation was the starting point of America's military operation. It began with airstrikes on Venezuelan boats in September. The U.S. calls them drug boats, but Venezuela says they are fishing vessels. So far, 22 boats have been hit in 21 strikes, and casualties? More than 80 killed. No trial, no evidence, no due process. The United Nations has called them extrajudicial killings.
These attacks and their mounting human cost are unacceptable. The U.S. must halt such attacks and take all measures necessary to prevent the extrajudicial killing of people aboard these boats, whatever the criminal conduct alleged against them.
Nonetheless, the U.S. pushed on. Along with the strikes, they began a worrying buildup, raising the specter of an invasion. Historically, the U.S. has always deployed warships in the Caribbean, around 3 to 5 of them, mostly surface ships. But in August, that changed. 5 extra warships were deployed to the region. First came the Iwo Jima Group, 1 amphibious assault ship, USS Iwo Jima, and 2 San Antonio-class transport ships. Since then, more have followed. Look at the U.S. firepower currently in the Caribbean. There are 3 guided missile destroyers, USS Jason Dunham, USS Stockdale, and USS Gravely. 2 guided missile cruisers are also in these waters, USS Lake Erie and USS Gettysburg. USS Wichita is a littoral combat ship near Venezuela. And there's 1 nuclear-powered submarine, USS Newport News. That's a lot of firepower already, but around mid-November, another warship entered these waters, an absolute monster. Aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford. This isn't just any warship, it's the largest in the world, 1,106 feet long, 250 feet tall, and a displacement of 100,000 tons. The Gerald Ford can carry up to 90 aircraft, including the F-35, the FA-8.
However, since then, a China warship has been commissioned that is actually larger than the Gerald Ford.
And helicopters. Here's the thing about such carriers. They don't sail alone. They sail with a group of warships for protection. In this case, 5 guided missile destroyers, USS Mahan, USS Winston Churchill, USS Bainbridge, USS Mitchell, and USS Forrest Sherman. These are just the naval assets. In addition to them, Washington has also stationed air assets, like the B-52 strategic bombers, the B-1B supersonic bomber, the P-8 Poseidon patrol plane, the F-35 fighter jets, and the MQ-9 Reaper drone. Like we said, a lot of firepower. The U.S. also has bases surrounding the region, Roosevelt Road in Puerto Rico, Guantanamo Bay near Cuba, the Atlantic Undersea Center in the Bahamas, and Soto Cano Base in Honduras. These are sites operated directly by the U.S. military. Then you have shared facilities like the CSL El Salvador Airport, the CSL Aruba Airport, and the CSL Curacao Airport. If you're Maduro, this doesn't look good. This is the largest U.S. buildup in the Caribbean since 1989. That's when the U.S. invaded Panama. So naturally, everyone is asking the obvious question. Will the U.S. invade Venezuela? There's enough firepower for sure, but maybe not enough troops. Experts say a ground invasion will require 50,000 to 150,000 soldiers. The U.S. only has around 12,700 right now, not enough for an invasion. Yet anxiety remains. Last week, U.S. officials dropped a bombshell. They said a new phase of U.S. operations would soon begin.
However, let's not forget we have Palantir. Palantir, who was hunting down the Palestinians' hiding places and helping with the genocide. We do have Palantir. We do have all of these drones and information that Palantir is feeding the United States military. Understand that they thought that the Ukrainians were on their last leg until the Ukrainians did that drone attack that took Russia by surprise. Do we forget that the Ukrainians took a whole loads of a truck deep into Russia, and then they let loose those drones in Russia and struck one of their airports and ruined a whole lot of planes and everything. Are we forgetting that Peter Thiel wants to make a new type of government where everyone it's too hard to get everyone to come over to their side. So they can't wait on democracy. They must, create the government they want without your vote. And your government has bought into it hook, line, and sinker. I just want to remind you of that.
It's not clear what this phase will look like, but reports say regime change is on the table. President Trump is keeping his options close to his chest. He floated the idea of talks to avoid a war.
On Venezuela, sir, on plenty of talks in the hospital. I might talk to him, we say, but we're discussing that with the different staffs. We might talk.
So we understand that he has talked to him now. I just wanted to you guys to see some of this fighting power that is set up over there. So let me that link is in my description box as well. So let me share this with you. There is some new reporting. Which one is it? Let me see. Here we go. MAGA Pete panics after crime gets exposed. Here we go. Let's get into this. This link is in the description box.
Post that MAGA Pete Hegseth, the current Secretary of Defense who was plucked off of Fox News, may have potentially committed a war crime in the Caribbean Sea after striking a boat, then seeing images of men clinging onto the boat for dear life and striking again, which violates a no quarters rule, which is essentially a war crime. I will explain all of this as we go on, but the main headline that I want to loop in here is that this also explains why the Trump administration was so squirmy around this video when Alyssa Slotkin, Mark Kelly, a few other key representatives and senators came out and said, you can and must refuse illegal orders that come even from higher ups. You swear an oath to the Constitution, not to your higher-ups, not to MAGA Pete Hegseth, who was plucked off of Fox News with an alcohol addiction, not to Donald Trump. You do not swear an oath to Donald Trump, but at the end of the day, it is to the Constitution. And in the Constitution, there are correct ways and incorrect ways to carry out strikes or to launch wars. Congress actually has the power to launch a war vested in it, but at the end of the day, there's also international law and war crimes that you can commit under international law. So there are legal orders in multiple regards. And let's just start here. Alex Horton says on Twitter, exclusive, Hegseth ordered everyone killed in the first alleged drug boat strike back on September 2nd. September 2nd, initiated a string of drug boat strikes. And listen, I need to clarify, we don't want drugs coming into the country. That's not the position that we are taking. It's that we want to minimize the amount of drug trafficking in a legal, humane, and normal way. What Donald Trump is doing is striking first, asking questions later. They've killed 80 plus people in the Caribbean Sea and in other seas, just striking random drug boats, and there are problems with that I will explain. Exclusive. Hegseth ordered everyone killed on the first boat, prompting a second hit to finish off survivors in the water in a mission led by SEAL Team 6. Ordering no quarter could legally perilous. Tommy Vitor, Pod Save America, who worked with Obama, points out this is why Pete Hegseth is flipping out about a meaningless video telling the troops to only obey legal orders. One more time, this is why Pete Hegseth is flipping out about the video. Drunk Pete and the people coordinating these strikes are in serious legal jeopardy under the no quarter rule. In the next post, we have Ryan Goodman, who points out textbook war crime / extrajudicial killing. Quote, 2 survivors were clinging to the smoldering wreck. The special operations commander overseeing the September 2nd attack ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions of killing them all. And they link to this post. this Washington Post article that says Hegseth order on first Caribbean boat strike, kill them all. Now, to explain simply the reason why this is a war crime is because under the Hague Conventions, under the Geneva Conventions, under every international rule the United States helped write and is currently participating in, declaring that there are no survivors or no quarter is a war crime because you are explicitly saying that even if people are incapacitated or out of the fight or hostages or just literally have their limbs blown off, you must just kill everybody. No survivors. So this explicit scenario of killing everybody, kill them all, and then doubling down with a second strike to kill people who are out of the fight is a war crime. There are rules around killing people who are defenseless. Let's read this Washington Post article, but I want you to keep in mind the entire time that Pete Hegseth has been flailing around about this video that simply says, hey, you can refuse illegal orders.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans.
This is the video that offended the hell out of Pete Hegseth. This is the video that Pete Hegseth claims is tearing the foundations of our society apart. This is the video that the Department of War, therefore Pete Hegseth, is investigating Captain Mark Kelly over. This is Mark Kelly right here. He is being investigated after they said official statement that the Department of War has received a serious allegation of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice and other applicable regulations. They are recalling him to active duty for court-martial proceedings. Just some absolutely insane stuff. One more time, this report says, in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice and other applicable regulations, a thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. This brings us on to the article where he says, kill them all. One more time, just to make it very, very clear, you cannot, under any condition, declare, threaten, carry out, or pursue an order that no prisoners will be taken. The Hague Conventions created this, and the Geneva Conventions then strengthened that rule. Anybody who is out of combat, so like if you're surrendering, if you are wounded, if you are unable to fight, if you are shipwrecked, if you are any of these things, they are protected, and killing them is murder. You cannot murder somebody who is surrendering. You cannot murder somebody who is wounded and weaponless and defenseless. There are certain things you can do. So saying the words kill them all in and of itself is an order that you cannot do. And this is what happens when you pluck somebody directly off of Fox News who is insecure. I mean, listen, we have articles that Pete Hegseth is repeatedly humiliated as underlings take the lead in peace talks. People beneath him are basically cucking him throughout all of this. So this reads in the Washington Post about the Kill Them All article. The longer the U.S. surveillance aircraft followed the boat, the more confident intelligence analysts watching from command centers became that the 11 people on board were ferrying drugs. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave a spoken directive, according to two people with direct knowledge of the operation. Quote, the order was to kill everybody, one of them said. That order in and of itself could be a war crime. A missile screamed off the Trinidad coast, striking the vessel and igniting a blaze from bow to stern. For minutes, commanders watched the boat burning on a live drone feed. As the smoke cleared, they got a jolt. 2 survivors were clinging to the smoldering wreck. The Special Operations Commander overseeing the September 2nd attack, the opening salvo in the Trump administration's war on suspected drug traffickers in the Western Hemisphere, suspected drug traffickers. If they make one mistake and strike a ship without drug traffickers, it is over. The United States is essentially a war. They ordered a second strike to then comply with Hegseth's instructions. Two people familiar with the matter said. The two men were blown apart in the water while they were shipwrecked, wounded, surrendering, and otherwise unable to fight. These are all protected classes under the Geneva Conventions. Hegseth's order, which has not previously been reported, adds another dimension to the campaign against suspected drug traffickers. Some current and former U.S. officials and law of war experts have said that the Pentagon's lethal campaign, which has killed more than 80 people to date, is unlawful and may expose those most directly involved to future prosecution. This is the reason why I'm also against drug traffickers. I am against drug traffickers entering into the United States and this is where we at. Don't follow illegal orders. The alleged traffickers pose no imminent threat of attack against the United States and are not, as the Trump admin has tried to argue, in an armed conflict with the U.S., these officials and experts say. So the Trump admin has recategorized drug traffickers and people like this as armed threats who are in an armed conflict, therefore trying to give themselves the legal justification to strike these ships. They're legally required to strike these ships, according to their own logic. Even if the U.S. were at war with the traffickers, an order to kill all of the boat's occupants if they were no longer able to fight, quote, would in essence be an order to show no quarter, which would be a war crime, said Huntley, now the Director of National Security Law Program at Georgetown Law. He's explaining the same concept that I've touched back on multiple times. You can't just say kill everyone. You can't just be like kill everyone and all survivors, because you're essentially saying, I don't care if they surrender. I don't care if they're wounded. I don't care if they have no weapons. If you say kill everyone, then that's kill everyone. That's a war crime. The report is based on interviews with and accounts from 7 people with knowledge of a September 2nd strike and the overall operation. These strikes were already on shaky ground before this happened. But again, this is what happens when you have somebody who is quite literally, I mean, I made a video yesterday about how Pete Hegseth is being shunned from real big boy talks, real decisions in the Middle East. Pete Hegseth
All of this is behind drugs, you say. So let me take you over here.
Contradiction to his crackdown on the Caribbean, on the striking contradiction to his crackdown on the Caribbean drug trade, President Trump announced over the weekend that he would pardon the former president of Honduras, who was convicted just last year of conspiring to import cocaine into the United States. Jay O'Brien has the story. Good morning, Jay.
Yeah, good morning, George. President Trump has repeatedly warned that drug cartels present an urgent danger to the United States. But this morning, in a major contradiction, the president announcing he's pardoning Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, currently serving a 45-year prison sentence here in the U.S. for drug trafficking and weapons charges. In 2024, the Department of Justice said that for nearly 2 decades, Hernandez helped cartels, quote, move mountains of cocaine into this country, and it was at the center of one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world. And despite that, in a post announcing his endorsement of the conservative candidate in Honduras' ongoing elections, Trump also promised to grant Hernandez a, quote, full and complete pardon, claiming the former leader had been treated very harshly and unfairly, and arguing without evidence that Hondurans believe Hernandez was, quote unquote, set up. Now, Democrats slamming this move, calling it part of a string of controversial pardons issued by President Trump. Even Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana questioning why the administration would pardon Hernandez and then go after Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro on similar accusations of drug trafficking. George.
Okay, Jay, thanks very much.
Can you explain more about why you took part in a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Which
Juan
one?
Fernando Hernandez.
Well, I was told, I was asked by Honduras, many of the people of Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. Not a Biden, the Biden didn't know he was alive, but it was the people that surround the resolute desk, surround Biden when he was there, which was about very little time. And the people of Honduras really thought he was set up, and it was a terrible thing. He was the president of the country, and they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country. And they said it was a Biden administration setup. And I looked at the facts, and I agreed with that.
What evidence does you share that he was set up and that he wasn't?
Well, you take a look. I mean, they could say that you take any country you want. If somebody sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president or put him in jail for the rest of his life.
President, can I just clarify something for you?
That includes this country, okay? To be honest, I mean, if somebody does something wrong, you put the president of the country in jail. They said it was a Biden setup. It was a Biden administration setup. And you have a big race going on this week, next week. I think it's going to be a very important race. It'll be interesting.
And you have a big race going on this week. I think it's going to be a very important race. Huh? Excuse me? There is a big political race going on in Honduras, and he thinks it's going to be a very important race. Ronnie Q, why are you pointing this out? If you have not watched Democracy...
This is Democracy Now!
Democracy Now! So is this election interference? Could this be election interference? Let's find out. Let's find out. What is in it for D. Donald? What is in it for D. Donald?
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump has announced plans to pardon former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, serving a 45-year sentence in a U.S. prison for trafficking hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States. Last year, Hernandez was convicted in New York of drug trafficking and weapons charges. He once bragged, quote, "We are going to stuff the drugs up the gringos' noses," unquote. A trial prosecutor showed how Hernandez ran Honduras as a narco state from 2014 until 2022, accepting millions of dollars in bribes.
You mean to tell me this was getting a pardon? Let's continue. He said what? We're gonna ram the drugs up the gringos' noses, and he's getting a pardon?
Bribes from cocaine traffickers in exchange for protection, including deploying the Honduran National Police to safeguard cocaine loads as they were transported through Honduras. One unnamed Drug Enforcement Administration agent who worked on the case described Trump's move as, quote, lunacy. Trump's announcement came on Friday, 2 days before Hondurans went to the polls Sunday to pick a new president. Ahead of the vote, Trump also endorsed the conservative candidate, Nasri Tito Asfura, the former mayor of Tegucigalpa. He's a member of the right-wing National Party, the same party as Juan Orlando Hernandez. Asfura has a slim lead in early election results. Trump wrote on Truth Social, "If Tito Asfura wins for president of Honduras because the United States has so much confidence in him, his policies, and what he will do for the great people of Honduras, we will be very supportive. If he doesn't win, the United States will not be throwing good money after bad." Trump continued. Additionally, I'll be granting a full and complete pardon to former President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who's been, according to many people that I greatly respect, treated very harshly and unfairly, unquote. This all comes as the Trump administration has been bombing drug boats in the Caribbean Pacific and has called for the closing of all airspace over Venezuela, saying that Venezuela is involved with drug trafficking. For more on the possible pardon and the Honduran elections, we're joined by two guests. Dana Frank is professor of history emerita at the University of California, Santa Cruz, author of The Long Honduran Night, Resistance, Terror, and the United States in the Aftermath of the Coup. She attended the trial of Juan Orlando Hernandez last year here in New York. And in Honduras, Rodolfo Pastor is with us, the former secretary of the presidency under the current president, Xiomara Castro. He's also a Libre Party candidate for city council in San Pedro Sula, where we're speaking to him right now. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's begin with Rodolfo Pastor in Honduras. Can you talk about the pardoning, well, it looks like the imminent pardoning of Juan Orlando Hernandez, often called Joe, J-O-H, in prison for 45 years for drug trafficking and other charges. The significance of this.
Of course, Amy.
On a striking contradiction to his crackdown on the Caribbean drug trade.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Warren.
First of all, state publicly elections happened.
Trafficking and other charges. The significance of this.
Of course, Amy. Good to be here. Thank you so much for paying attention to Honduras. We're waking up to results that are shocking the nation and are, in a degree at least, reflection of what President Trump stated a few days before the elections happened. For us, it's shocking. It's a blow to Honduran dignity and democracy that a foreign president would, first of all, state publicly what his preferences were. He actually suggested that Hondurans should vote for a specific candidate. And he went even further as to suggest that he would pardon Juan Orlando Hernandez. I think it exposes a very stark contradiction between what he is trying to portray as a justification for what's happening in the Caribbean Sea and against Venezuela.
He also said that he would not send any money to them. Other than telling them who they should vote for, he also threatened to withhold money. What money? We have no trade agreements that I'm aware of with Honduras. So what American tax dollars? It surely won't be his money. So what money is he talking about he will withhold from them? He threatened them to vote for a particular candidate based upon withholding money from Honduras. If that's not election interference, I don't know what is. Let's continue.
And at the same time, what is going on here in Honduras? I mean, this is, as you very clearly stated, a man who conspired to traffic tons and tons of cocaine and weapons between Honduras and the United States. He is someone who has been sentenced and convicted for his crimes committed against the United States, but someone who has not been held accountable by Honduran justice.
And so 4547 says that the president of Venezuela is an illegal president. And this guy is letting out a former president of another country who was sending drugs to the United States. This president said that the president of Venezuela is over a drug gang, a drug cartel, if you will. But the same situation of someone bringing drugs into the United States is okay with this president, enough for him to pardon him for his 45-year sentence. Make any of this make sense? You can't, because you're dealing with a madman. You're dealing with people who are trying to stuff their personal pockets. and making the United States of America look like they are a bunch of fools and idiots by sitting down and allowing these travesties to actually go forward. How much money is being spent over there in the Caribbean? Who's going to profit from it? Who's going to profit from this? The president in Honduras that he wishes to be voted into in Honduras. Who's going to profit off of that?
Hondurans were at a first moment very hopeful that because of what the U.S. had been able to do, what the Southern District of New York and the attorneys there had been able to do, what the court system in the United States had done, was just a partial justice for Honduras. Because here in Honduras, there has been no process against Juan Orlando Hernandez. So for President Trump to be so brazen in intervening in a sovereign process right before the elections, and also to be so hostile and aggressive in his stance, he's almost threatening Honduras that if we don't do what he is demanding that we do, then that he will wreak vengeance against Honduras by sending.
He is threatening you, and I'm pretty sure if you don't elect who he wants to, the next body of water that will be full of U.S. ship will be Honduras. We know that this administration likes to call elections illegal elections, but he never says that about Putin. Strangely, he never says that about Netanyahu. Strangely, we know how he always liked to call elections illegal, and there's someone who needs to be overthrown. In brown nations, not in the nations of the whites. Let's be real clear about that.
Sending back someone who's done so much damage here.
Can you talk about who the three candidates are? And again, the significance of Trump saying if he Esfota doesn't win, that the U.S. would be withholding money from Honduras.
Exactly. He's basically threatening Honduras if we go ahead and make a sovereign decision right before our elections, right? And the three candidates, the main party candidates were, number one, Rixi Moncada, who is the candidate for the official party and who represents, the continuation of what Xiomara Castro as president has started, which is a third alternative party that was born from the resistance to the coup back in 2009 and reshaped the electoral and political party system here in Honduras against two traditional historic parties that had alternated in power for the last century. So this was a very progressive, reform-oriented project, and that has been, as results are coming in, devastatingly defeated. On the second place, in second place, it would be Najib Tito Asfura, who represents the National Party, which is the same party, as you also stated, that Juan Orlando comes from, and who is surrounded by most of the people who surrounded Juan Orlando during his government. And in the third place, it would be Nasrallah, who is this TV broadcaster who portrayed himself as an outsider, who represents the very traditional, the most historic political party in Honduras, the Liberal Party, and who was perceived as the most probable winner of the elections until Trump came in with his statement. So the result that Tito Asfura is now leading the polls, that Libre has been sent to a very distant third place in the results, is in many ways a reflection of this very hostile attitude by President Trump, who basically discarded Nasrallah as having any possibilities. He accused him of being a socialist in disguise, of having aided Xiomara, because, of course, at one point, we all joined forces to be able to oust Juan Orlando and his very corrupt, very authoritarian, very repressive regime. And for siding with Tito Asfura, so basically President Trump is saying, we're going to bet down on the National Party, on being our closest partner, and we do not care if they have very deep links with organized crime and drug trafficking. So when you contrast that against what's going on in Venezuela, it's just so much hypocrisy on behalf of Trump.
Rodolfo Pastor, I remember interviewing your dad, Rodolfo Pastor Fasquel, when I was in Tegucigalpa, flying in with the former president, the ousted President Mel Zelaya, and his wife, Xiomara Castro, who is president of Honduras now, when they flew back into Honduras after being ousted in a U.S.-backed coup. That was back in, 2009, and it was under Obama and his Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. So this intervention is not new, and that led to the rise of Joe, right, of Juan Orlando Hernandez.
U.S. intervention is nothing new for Honduras, Amy. We are the emblematic banana republic. We've been in so many ways shaped by U.S. intervention for the last century in our country. And the coup back in 2009 was a shocking reminder of the fact that we're still subjected to that kind of empire. What happened after 2009 as a result of the coup was that Juan Orlando was able to make it to power and not only be there for what the Constitution allowed him to be president for, a 4-year term, he got reelected against the Constitution that prohibits that reelection from happening, and with the backing again of the United States. And so, from the beginning, from the get-go, what we started learning was that if the United
we would be remiss if we didn't recognize that 2009, who was the president? Barack Obama. Let's continue.
United States knew and understood the links that Juan Orlando had to drug trafficking, the corruption that he was responsible for here, the crimes that he was responsible for here, and would stand for him to be reelected against the constitutional prohibitions. We knew that there was not a lot to do. We went to elections in 2013, saw him get elected for the first time. We actually, the Libre Party won those elections, but through the fraud and through the advantage that drug money gave Juan Orlando Hernandez and public money that had been grafted gave Juan Orlando Hernandez, we were defeated. We again went to the polls in 2017. We won again in that occasion with Salvador Narrala as the candidate of the opposition. And yet we were again defeated through fraud and were repressed when we protested against that fraud. And it was finally in 2021 that Xiomara Castro was finally elected as the first woman president of Honduras, and a transition period had started. It's been a very, very difficult, in so many ways, by the Juan Orlando administration, which stole enormous amounts of public money, which stopped investing in health, in education, in energy, and so we were rebuilding the country. And
does it sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? And speaking of which, if you are hear the latest news that crypto lost a lot of its value, and they are struggling to figure out why. But these millionaires and billionaires, they are not sweating it at all because they are not the ones who are losing. Let's continue. Taking away education, defunding education is what they have done in Honduras, taking away civil services in Honduras. Does that sound familiar? Why 4547 would be supporting someone who has robbed this country blind? But so many people sit up here and act as if they don't see how these millionaires and billionaires are robbing the United States blind with the help of 4547. You don't understand that a lot of you are continuing to pay for your own demise. But when you finally open your eyes up, it's going to be too late. And you're going to stop talking about dumb shit and celebrity shit and bullshit. And it's going to be too late. That's why I'm here.
And for this to come to a halt in such a brutal way, in such an abrupt way again, and also as a result of U.S. intervention, or should I say directly as a Trump intervention, because he did so in a very personal way. He did so on his own social media. And I have not seen as of yet, Amy, any kind of statement coming out of the State Department or the White House or the Department of Justice that was such an important ally to bring Juan Orlando to justice.
I want to bring Dana Frank into this discussion. University of California, Santa Cruz, professor of history emerita. You've written a book on Honduras, deeply involved with covering what's going on there. And I last spoke to you when you were going every day to Juan Orlando Hernandez's trial here in New York. This is astounding. Our top news headline is Venezuela's condemned President Trump's unilateral declaration that all airspace surrounding Venezuela is closed. Trump said the U.S. is poised to launch attacks inside Venezuela itself because he says the president of Venezuela is a drug trafficker. And here he says he's going to pardon a leading drug trafficker, someone convicted of drug trafficking. By the way, that's in addition to his brother, Tony Hernandez, who's serving a life sentence here for drug trafficking. Can you talk about the significance of this moment?
Well, obviously this contradiction between Trump's criminal acts attacking people of Venezuela, that is a front for other regime change in Venezuela and wanting Venezuelan oil. So all of this is about his rhetoric and really dangerous military acts against Venezuela in the name of fighting drug trafficking. And at the same time, he pardons one of the, this famous drug trafficker. And, I want to underscore that the evidence from the Southern District of New York was overwhelming. Juan Hernandez has been sentenced to 45 years in U.S. federal prison. But one of the things that's missing here is that this is not just contradiction in terms of drug war. It's
the Southern District of New York. He was just convicted last year. Who runs the Southern District of New York? Who? I'm asking you, who runs the Southern District of New York? Letitia James. Letitia James is over the Southern District of New York as well. Let's continue.
Outrageous subversion of rule of law in the United States. For the president to just tweet out or send out on social media that he's going to pardon a major former president of another country convicted of drug trafficking and other crimes, and just throw the Justice Department conviction of Juan Orlando and all their years and years of many people working on this case impeccably, to just throw that out the window is also terrifying for the people of the United States. So what he's doing is a threat to democracy in Honduras, outrageously, but also in the United States. And of course, we're used to saying it's outrageous, but here he is showing overt sympathy to a criminal and saying, well, he's obviously bonding with a criminal, another president who's a criminal, supporting Asfuda, who worked closely with Juan Orlando, and Asfuda, the candidate that Trump supports, has himself been charged with stealing a huge amount of public money that was destined for a light rail system in Tegucigalpa. And Nasrallah, the other right-wing candidate, supports like Asfuda, Bukele and Milei and Trump. It's this authoritarian right project that Trump is supporting at the point of a gun here. This is a really terrifying act of intervention into the, as Rulo pointed out, into another country. It's not news, but it's to so boldly intervene in an election. It's like blackmail. If you don't support Asfuda, who knows? The gunboats could be out there attacking Honduras if Rixie wins. And I think people know that in Honduras, and you want to remember about the question of the immigrants in here, because a third or a quarter of the Honduran economy runs on remittances, and Trump is already attacking Honduran immigrants in really dangerous and terrifying ways, and deportations.
Dana
So,
Frank,
I think we want to be alarmed about all this.
what surprised you most? I mean, you've covered Honduras for decades. You've taught about it. You've written about it. When you sat in that trial, the extent of Juan Orlando Hernandez's involvement with drug trafficking, with cocaine into the United States, the man who Trump says he's about to pardon.
Well, it was breathtaking, and the evidence was not just about Juan Orlando, about his minister of security that the U.S. worked with for many years, about his right-hand man, Abel Diaz, on and on, all sorts of people in his regime and in his party, with which Asfuda, the National Party candidate, is affiliated. And the other thing in this that I think people may not be aware is, not only did Obama and Trump and Biden all support Juan Orlando and look the other way at his many crimes, but his crimes, as Rulo underscored, are not just about drug trafficking. He supported the coup when he was on a congressional committee. He led the so-called technical coup that overthrew the Supreme Court in 2012 when he was president of Congress. He turned the military and the troops on peaceful protesters in 2017 when he ran completely illegally for re-election. But I think something people are not aware of is also that the Biden administration did not want Hernandez to be extradited. 2 weeks after Chamorro was inaugurated and Juan Orlando was out of office, Biden administration finally allowed Juan Orlando Hernandez to be extradited to the United States. But the Southern District of New York had been working on that for 5 years, and in the year before had been trying to indict Juan Orlando, and Biden would not allow it. So there's this long history of U.S. military support for Juan Orlando and for his regime and for his many crimes. And so it's not like even Biden acted heroically. This is a long history of the U.S. supporting Juan Orlando. And Trump is just one more link in that chain. But it is shocking if you saw the amount of evidence in that trial and how impeccable those prosecutors are. It was extremely impressive to watch their work and how careful they are. And to see that thrown out, you feel that in your gut about what happened to the rule of law in the United States in this, as well as the subversion of the rule of law in Honduras. And why was Juan Orlando not prosecuted in Honduras? Because the U.S. supported the coup and the post-coup regimes, which destroyed the rule of law and on many fronts. And that's why the gangs moved into that gap. And that's why there's so much mass poverty and why people have had to flee to the United States.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. I want to bring Spencer Ackerman into this conversation.
Thanks for watching. I just wanted to let you hear that and let myself hear that as well. Now, let me share this with you. Pete Hegseth wanted to be sure that there would be a proper Christian prayer for these two guardsmen who were shot in Washington, D.C. Specifically, a Christian call out to Christian nationalists. This person who is making unlawful strikes in Venezuela, in the Caribbean, killing people, wants you to hear about his Christian humanity, his white Christian nationalist humanity. Let's be sure, because most likely the Afghanistan shooter could possibly be of Muslim religion. Let's get into how we are supposed to pretend like Hegseth is a Christian, only if you put nationalists behind it.
The Christian faith, the prayers, the faith of this country, the Christian faith, the prayers. I would ask for prayers for our National Guardsmen. Excuse me, Mr. Appeals to heaven for our National Guardsmen.
Appeals to heaven. We're going to find out exactly what these appeals to heaven mean when they think that they're sneaking something over on you. Let's find out what this kiss to the sky and appeals to heaven represents.
After it was announced that there was the shooting in Washington, D.C., and Sarah Beckstrom and Andrew Wolf were shot, Sarah succumbing to her injuries, Donald Trump announced, we're going to double down. We're going to send more troops into the city of Washington after a judge, by the way, declared it unlawful, illegal, the deployment of these troops into the city. And Pete Hegseth, a know-nothing, unqualified, incapable of doing the job, came out and gave a statement to the press that devolved into a white Christian nationalist screed, where he's speaking in coded Christian nationalist language about appeal to heaven. We're going to get into all of that, but demanding people say Christian prayers for the families. And he came in with very obvious scripted talking points that he had to hit, because he either forgot that he had said them earlier or just wanted it on repeat or couldn't think of anything original to say. But the stiffen our resolve, he said multiple times in this very brief clip before he pivoted to Christian nationalism. Going back to leadership. Watch Pete Hegseth, and then we'll get into his white supremacist bullshit that he's on Thanksgiving spewing.
Myself and my team were notified that 2 National Guardsmen have been shot in Washington, D.C., critically wounded. The shooter shot in a cowardly, dastardly act targeting the best of America, heroes willing to serve in Washington, D.C., serve for people they don't know and they've never met because they love their country and their capital and their community. They were willing to do dangerous things others were not because they love their fellow Americans. Someone decided to turn that into targeting National Guardsmen. That will only stiffen our resolve. We will never back down. We will secure our capital. We will secure our cities. In fact, this happened just steps away from the White House. It will not stand. And that's why President Trump has asked me, and I will ask the Secretary of the Army to the National Guard to add 500 additional troops, National Guardsmen, to Washington, D.C. This will only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we make Washington, D.C. safe and beautiful. The drop in crime has been historic. The increase in safety and security has been historic. But if criminals want to conduct things like this, violence against America's best, we will never back down. President Trump will never back down. That's why the American people elected him. America and our warriors, our National Guardsmen, are strong. And so we're following this very closely. We're getting information rapidly. I mentioned the faith of this country, the Christian faith, the prayers. I would ask for prayers for our National Guardsmen.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Appeals to heaven for our National Guardsmen, for their families, on bended knee as a War Department, as a nation.
Excuse me.
We will never back down. Excuse me. Think about them right now.
Venezuela.
Couple of different things.
A couple of different things. Everyone don't believe in Christianity. Everyone don't pray on bended knees. Is it a requirement that they pray your prayer, every warrior on bended knee? Is he serious? Let's continue.
I don't want to get petty here, but it's not myself and my team. And I'm not just speaking about grammar here. What this is a glimpse into his psyche and his arrogance and the ego of Pete Hegseth. First of all, grammar-wise, it's my team and I were notified. That's the least of the thing. The problem I have with his language isn't the grammar part of it. It's the fact that he centers himself. I was notified. Oh, yeah, and as an extension, my team was too. He thinks of himself first. It's all about him and how deep and long into Donald Trump's ass he can shove his tongue. So the shooter sought the cowardly, dastardly act targeting the best of American heroes willing to serve in Washington, D.C. Let me say this about the troops in Washington, D.C. They're all over the place. They're not in the places they should be if this were actually about combating crime in the city, about setting a good order back to the city. If that were the case, they wouldn't be where all the tourists are, where there's virtually no crime anyway, right? But he says there.
And understand, this man, Dolomore, he lives in Washington, D.C. So he's not just talking hyperbole. He's talking facts on the ground. He knows where they are, and he knows what area they are in.
They're willing to do. They don't have a choice. These people, they joined the National Guard, but they didn't raise your hand if you want to be deployed to Washington, D.C. in violation of the law. Raise your hand if you don't care about the Posse Comitatus Act. Raise your hand. Nobody did that. So when I'm talking to my friends and colleagues and people generally about the National Guard being here, I always say, I've gotten in the face of federal agents and given them a ration of shit. I've talked about it, walking out of a restaurant and seeing the Secret Service out there doing a traffic stop and me oh, Trump's got you out here doing traffic stops, huh? I'll give them shit. They have a choice whether or not to be here. They have a choice. You can't just quit the military. That's not how it works. They weren't. It wasn't that they were willing to serve. They volunteered in Donald Trump's illegal, as defined by a federal judge, unlawful deployment here. And then it'll only stiffen our resolve. It'll only stiffen our resolve. He says it twice. We will secure our capital. We will secure our cities. They're going to use this as a predicate for further occupation of U.S. cities. further invasion of U.S. cities, illegally deploying the United States military into them. Mark my words, that's what they're going to do. And that President Trump, that's why President Trump has asked me, and I will ask the Secretary of the Army and the National Guard to add 500 additional troops, National Guardsmen, to Washington, D.C. That'll fix everything.
What would have fixed everything if he had followed the judge's order that it is illegal for the National Guard to be in D.C. and 500 more. So these are radical judges that saying that the National Guard is illegal to have them in D.C. Are we wondering? Is there any other wonder when this administration turn on its people? You know, these people who aren't going to have health insurance. Is it any wonder what's going to happen to you as you sit down quiet and continue to stuff the pockets of billionaires like Amazon and Meta and Walmart? What's going to happen to you is what you are allowing to happen to you, which you are helping to happen to you.
More people in the city that didn't need them in the first place. It'll stiffen our resolve, and then he pivots to his Christian nationalist talking points. As I mentioned, the faith of this country, the Christian faith, not Islam, not Judaism, the faith of this country, the Christian faith, the prayers I would ask for. He wants Christian prayers. Jews need not apply. Muslims need not apply. Hindus need not apply. Some other of the thousands of other religions, you need not apply. But Pete Hegseth is looking for Christian prayers here. This appeal to heaven, we're going to get to that. Appeal to heaven for National Guardsmen, for their families on bended knee, as the War Department, as the nation, we will never back down. Never back down. So you may have heard about this appeal to heaven flag. Remember when Samuel Alito, Supreme Court Justice, flew this flag outside his beach house, his vacation home, and people are like, that's a little problematic for a justice of the Supreme Court to fly this white Christian nationalist flag. Of course, it was like commissioned by George Washington during the Revolution, but there's a lot of revolutionary iconography, symbology that is being co-opted by white supremacist groups in their effort at revolution, at changing the country. I'm going to read a little bit about that particular flag. That statement from Pete Hegseth, appeal to heaven, which just so happens to be on a white Christian nationalist flag. The history behind the controversial appeal to heaven flag. The appeal to heaven flag is now also associated with American far-right movements and supporters of former President Donald Trump. The flag has appeared at Trump rallies, and it appeared among crowds at the January 6th insurrection. It is also ingrained into the rhetoric of Christian nationalism. We just heard a Christian nationalist, Pete Hegseth, ingrain it into his rhetoric. However, its gradual integration into far-right politics actually started far before the Trump era, and its significance during the American Revolution is a key reason why. Quote, this flag is part of a broader effort by the right wing to recall the principles of the American Revolution and import them into anti-democratic efforts, says Jamar Tisby, an author and professor at Simmons College in Kentucky who studies Christian nationalism. This theme can be traced back to the emergence of the Tea Party movement, another homage to the American Revolution, the conservative political movement that took root in the early days of President Barack Obama's first term around 2009. And as you'll well remember, as all of you who have any memory whatsoever, those in my audience who aren't fucking goldfish will remember the roots of the Tea Party movement, exactly what motivated them. The election of our first black president. Oh, what a coincidence that all of a sudden they're freedom lovers, they're tyranny haters. Oh, because they were afraid that a black dude was president. The Tea Party movement called for a reduction in government influence, but was also closely related to far-right populism and racial animus in response to Obama's election to office. It greatly influenced the Republican Party and was leveraged by Donald Trump during his victorious 2016 presidential campaign. So they're going to make this a racially motivated killing, certainly an anti-Christian thing. They're going to a double dip back to the Tea Party movement, putting up, using language that is coded for the ears of the neo-Nazis, of the white power movement, of white supremacists in general, certainly of white Christian nationalists, and colleagues in that movement of Pete Hegseth. Rather than just leadership, rather than just dealing with the reality that we must face, they want to engender more support to swell the ranks of racists and racism in this country, to get people on board who otherwise might not. But they're, oh my God, a Muslim killed these two people.
I just wanted to bring you the facts. I just wanted to, just in case you did hear that dog whistle, you don't think these white nationalists, these people who want their whiteness to reign over everyone else in this nation, you don't think they heard it? Well, I heard it, and I just wanted you to hear it too. I wanted you to hear the facts from the rhetoric that is being spewed out from this administration. Speaking about rhetoric being spewed out from this administration, this white nationalist rhetoric that is being spewed out. Let me go here. Let me rambling lunatic. If you're not familiar with Kyle Kalinske, the Secular Talk, go over there and subscribe and get some more factual information. I just try to share with you information that I find. If you have something that you would want to talk about that is factual, come over here. I would drop the link for you. No hyperbole, no propaganda, just facts that you would like to convey, and let's have a conversation about it. All of this libtard and all of this juvenile stuff. No, this is not the place for that. Or you
decided to go completely awesome Thanksgiving. I hope you ate your turkey and your stuffing and your mac and cheese and your sweet potatoes with the little marshmallows on top, which is my personal favorite. But our president on that day decided to go completely and utterly mask off. Now, it's not that he was mask on previously, but this is like really next level type stuff. This government has been outright flirting with Nazi talking points for quite a long time. Trump's ICE is basically the Gestapo reincarnate. Everybody knows that. You have the Department of Homeland Security Twitter account on a regular basis will post flat out Nazi memes. They do the 14-word thing. They do the secret Heil Hitler thing. There's all this disgusting stuff that they post out there. And you don't even have to read too much between the lines. Like a lot of this stuff is not, it's not a dog whistle. It's a fucking foghorn directly in your face. Well, Trump decided to get it on the fun himself. And he posted this absolutely disturbing, rambling, lunatic rant. So here's what he said on Thanksgiving, by the way. He says, "A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all of our great American citizens and patriots who have been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world for being politically correct and just plain stupid when it comes to immigration. The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people, census, most of which are on welfare." This is all totally fake, by the way, completely and utterly made up fake number. "From failed nations or from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. They and their children are supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens who, because of their beautiful hearts, do not want to openly complain pain or cause trouble in any way, shape, or form. They put up with what has happened to our country, but it's eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. Let me just pause real quick to say, it's so far beyond bullshit. We need a new word to describe just how factually false this is, because it's the exact opposite. Undocumented immigrants cannot get welfare benefits. They can't get them. This is a lie. In fact, undocumented immigrants net pay tens of billions of dollars in taxes and get dick in return for it. So this is what the right does. They wage a war on truth. The fact of the matter is, the immigrant population in this country, they're some of the hardest working, most family-oriented people, and they're the ones who are oppressed on a regular basis, and Trump flips it like they're somehow the oppressors. No, you know who the oppressors are? The billionaires that suck you off on a daily basis and that you give billions of dollars in welfare to. What a sick, sick joke, man. He continues. The real migrant population is much higher. This refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Oh, please. Yeah, everything was great after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits, etc. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. This is insane. All of this is completely and utterly made up. Everybody knows it's completely and utterly made up. But since his regime is collapsing around him, he has to go and try to play the greatest hits and point the finger and blame immigrants. Get people talking about something else as opposed to him not releasing the Epstein files and him waging another stupid war and all that bullshit. The seriously retarded, he says, governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressman and woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab, and who probably came into the USA illegally, in that you are not allowed to marry your brother, Jesus Christ, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she is treated when her place of origin is decadent, backward, and a crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country for lack of government, military, police, schools, etc. All right, let me just pause to point out, basically what he's saying is, all these immigrants, they hate this country. They really, it's really, all they do is talk bad about this country. Motherfucker, you ran on the platform of Make America Great Again. Of course, that means right now it's not great. In fact, you could go back and watch rally speeches where Trump talks about how we're basically a third world nation. We're a crumbling, disgusting, pathetic, crime-ridden third world nation. But if a Democrat were to come along and say the exact same thing verbatim as Trump, Trump goes, you hate America and you should be kicked out of America. The lack of logic is absolutely astonishing from the right. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about reality. They don't care about logic. They'll contradict themselves 48 times while trying to smear some minority population that did nothing wrong. He continues, even as we have progressed, Jesus Christ, like, bro, can we just say that the getting rid of the character limit on Twitter really cooked Trump's ability to communicate on the platform? That now this motherfucker truly is a rambling lunatic. As in the past, when you had the character limit, he would say something and it would come across much more tight, much more witty, much more punchy. Now this is just like, give grandpa his oatmeal and his fucking Seroquel and put him in the corner and hopefully he shuts the fuck up. That's where we're at now. That's where we're at. Even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe's auto pen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country, and end all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted through an unauthorized and illegal auto pen approval process. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving. Oh, so it's reverse migration. That is the solution. The solution wasn't simply to follow a judge's order. All of this word salad of bullshit, to not take responsibility for illegally having the National Guard in D.C. and ordered by a judge that this was a illegal action that he was doing. All to make you feel like everyone else. It's these illegals, these third world countries that he could not say if Afghanistan was one of the third world countries that he was referencing in this long diatribe. He couldn't say if they were even a third world country. Who are these third world countries that are not having people allowed in? I'm pretty sure that there are Muslim countries and black and brown countries. Period. Point blank. Period. Point blank. Giving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. You won't be here for long. Rich coming from a guy who is looting the treasury along with his billionaire donors at the moment, and he's going to talk about other people stealing. Absolutely ridiculous. But notice here, he literally said reverse migration. Remigration is a literal Nazi talking point. It is a white nationalist talking point. It's not actually a thing. It's not a thing. But effectively, the goal is we want to only have white people in this country. That's the point of quote unquote remigration. So the white nationalism is out of the bag. The Nazism and the fascism is out in the open. There is no more hiding from it. There is no more plausible deniability. It's mask off. And guess what? He's going mask off at a time when his approval rating is fucking 36%. You don't have the political capital. You don't have the support to pull this shit off anyway, because people are looking at you going, hey, you fat prick, how about you lower prices? Inflation is out of control, you dipshit. How about you get that under control? How about you fix the economy? Unemployment is skyrocketing. What is wrong with you? Waging another war? Now you're going to try to fucking regime change Venezuela? What the fuck did they ever do to us? They didn't do dick to us. What are you talking about? So as the country is revolting, he's coming out here throwing a tantrum and saying remigration, which, by the way, let me also just point out, I don't know if this is actually Trump. I don't know. To me, this looks like Stephen Miller trying to sound like Trump. That's what it looks like to me. So it's Stephen Miller going, well, how do we distract from the Epstein files? How do we distract from this new regime change war we're committing? I don't know. Let's go out there and play the hits, and I'll do my whole Nazi tap dance and say fucking remigration and, change the...
How do we distract from the Epstein files? How do we distract from this economy? How can we distract from people losing their jobs? How do we distract from people losing their health care? How do we distract from these clowns that were on the Sunday shows telling you everything is going to be okay next year, but for sure by 2027? How are we going to distract from all of this? How will we? Okay, that link is also in my description box. You can avail yourself to it. Now, there is a couple of more things I wanted to share with you. Let me find it. We may as well start right here. I think that this is a good starting point. Stacey Abrams.
Step plan. And we're at about step 9. So step 1, you have free and fair election, but it's the last time. Because once that person wins, they don't.
Stacey Abrams explained how 4547 is turning America into an autocracy. Is Trump a Marxist communist? That is a question.
Don't intend to let anybody else or anyone else take the power that they have amassed for themselves or for their ticket. Second thing they do is that they orders coming out claiming all kinds of powers that a president doesn't hold. Number 3, they then take the competing versions of power and try to either make them consider neuter them. So you have a Congress that basically has forgotten they got a job, and then you have a judiciary that's either complicit or neutered. And it's neutered because if the president of the executive refuses to follow the rules, then you've neutralized the judiciary because the judiciary doesn't actually have enforcement power. Number 4, you go after the media. With the media, you make sure that you demonize and criticize the legitimate media so that nobody trusts it. And then you create an echo chamber so that the only truth that people hear is the truth you want them to hear, even if it's not truth. Even if you put truth in the name, it's not true. Then you start to gut government. You fire all of the people who know how to do stuff. You break democracy by making people think they don't need it. The best way to do that is to make sure that the things that they've learned to rely on are no longer available. Because then you become the only way they get what they want. So you fire the CDC so that vaccine rates drop and the disease rises. You fire FEMA so that when there's a natural disaster, the only way you get what you need is by begging for it. So you gut the civil service so that no one can actually do the work that democracy is supposed to protect us for. At the same time, you hire a bunch of people that you call loyalists, and you put them in place so that they don't hire anybody who doesn't agree with you, but you also put them in positions of power. So then your next step is that you go after the people who do the good work. So you sue law firms, you sue philanthropies. Then step 7, you got to have someone to blame. They blamed everybody. They blamed women. They blamed children. They blamed people of color. They blamed immigrants. They are doing all of that because they know at step 7, if you can push that forward, then we're fighting each other and fighting for survival instead of fighting for our country. And then you start to incentivize private violence. That's step 9. Maybe you send the National Guard and Marines and you militarize kidnapping people off of the streets, throwing them into detention camps, and then arresting people who dare to challenge you, calling any question obstruction of justice. Civic participation, the First Amendment, is the 9th category because if you can militarize your response, you also convince.
Let me know what y'all think about this down in the comment section.
And once you've gotten to step 9, step 10 is easy. You make sure no one ever votes again because now you've got them captive, now you've got them scared, now you've got them poor, and now you've got the power. That's autocracy intensive.
I found this scrolling on social media. Let me know what y'all think about this.
Autocrats come to power. There's a 10-step plan, and we're at about step 9. So step 1, you have free and fair election, but it's the last time. Because once that...
Okay, that is in my description box. That is the 10, it's under the 10 steps in my description box. I want to share with you this information about Medicaid now requiring prior authorization. I spoke about this earlier in my show. I definitely want you guys to have this information as well. Let me start this over. So you can have all of this information. The man who was going to save Medicare, he wasn't going to touch Medicare. Let's get into this. This will be in my description box as well under Medicare.
Massive story broke just before the holiday weekend, but hardly anyone is talking about it, and that really needs to change. So as I'm sure you know, Trump has promised over and over again to never touch Medicare.
I'll save Social Security. I'll save Medicare.
Well, guess what? He lied, because on Friday night, he and Dr. Oz, who's the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, confirmed that they are going to fundamentally change Medicare, and not in a good way. They are launching a pilot program that will require senior citizens to get prior authorization for some healthcare services, and here's the kicker: artificial intelligence will decide whether their procedure is approved or not. What could go wrong? To quote this Truth Out article, prior authorizations already exist in the privatized Medicare Advantage system and with standard private insurance, and we know they cause delays and denials of critical medical coverage. They're a nightmare. Now, in case you didn't know, traditional Medicare rarely asks for prior approval. That's why it works so easily and well. That's why we love it. But Trump doesn't want us to have nice things. Oh, wait, and I haven't told you the worst part yet. These AI companies will be paid based on the value of the procedures they reject, meaning AI companies will profit from denying needed care to seniors. So literally, the more claims they deny, the richer they get. It's like a cash incentive to deny your claim. These companies donated massively to help Trump get elected. Now they're getting paid back at our expense. It's disgusting. And the outcome of all this is that your grandmother or your dad or your sister or even you could lose a vital medical service because a computer decided that it wasn't worth covering, even if your doctor said it was. These AI pre-approval programs are going to roll out this January in 6 states listed right here. The pilots will reportedly be limited to about 17 procedures to start, but if they achieve their goal, denying your healthcare and making AI companies rich, they'll expand to more procedures and more states. You remember when the GOP invented the term death panel in the scare campaign to stop the Affordable Care Act? It was false, but we never heard the end of it. This, on the other hand, is actually happening. Trump is rolling out AI death panels. He should never hear the end of it. So call your members of Congress and tell them that it's not okay. And share this story far and wide so people can make a lot of noise. Every promise Trump makes, he breaks. Don't let him break Medicare too. So a massive...
Okay, there's that link. I definitely wanted to share that with you as well. Trump is president over a 2/4 of a negative GDP. Inflation is 3.1%. Unemployment is 4.4%, and likely higher because they are hiding the numbers. uh, why don't you do your own research? And if you find some research that counters what I have given, then come and write it in here. You saying do your own research, you're preaching to the choir. Yes, you should definitely do your own research. And you, when you find some research that differs from the research that I have done for myself, why don't you put it in the chat box? Why don't you type any misinformation that I have given? Since you are telling everyone to do their own research, what research do you have to counter anything that I have presented here? How about that? Hmm? How about that? Uh, uh, A A to Z. I really need you to type in English. Button. You mean Joe Button? What does Joe Button has to do with anything? He's releasing Austin. Who is Austin? I have no idea who that is. Fur, fur, 4 years. Fur, as in fir tree, 4 years. I don't understand what a fir tree, FIR, has to do with 4 years. I don't even understand anything. Go back and retry that again. It's very simple. Very, very simple. It's very simple. Okay, tell Ice to come right on. Please tell Ice to come right on. Uh, this is a factual channel. Please stick to the facts. Let's continue. Now, what else would I like? Oh, they're upset. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. I love this part. Let's talk about. Please don't let another labor and delivery unit close in Virginia. Now, let's talk about the effects of this big bloated budget on expected mothers. Let's talk about that. And when you hear these numbers, understand that Black women die up to 4 times more in a pregnancy and delivering a child than their white counterparts. So let's see what this big bloated budget has done in Virginia in regards to labor and delivery. Shall we? Shall we? Shall we? Shall we? Let's get into it. I have bad news for you. I live in Virginia, especially if you live in Farmville. So let's hear what's going on in Farmville, Virginia, and how many other counties is it going to affect as well.
If you live in Virginia, especially if you live in Farmville, Appomattox, any of the counties in Southern Virginia near those areas, the Farmville Hospital, Centra, has just announced that as of December 19th, they will be permanently closing their labor and delivery units. There will no longer be the opportunity to deliver a baby at that hospital.
71% of rural hospitals in Virginia already don't offer maternity care. With this closure, that number will be up to 75%. Living in a county without access to maternity care is a well-studied risk factor for increased risk of pregnancy-related death in mothers. Black mothers, that is time for you. Let me see. Let me see. Living in a country without access to maternity care is a well-studied risk factor for increased risk of pregnancy-related death in mothers. Many studies have shown this is one of the most recently. In 2025, I can't, I don't know what that means. From 2020 to 2022 in Virginia, pregnancy-related deaths were between 69 and 86.6. 22. I don't know what that means. Oh, 22 deaths per 100,000 death in 2022. It was a 10.5 death for 100,000 death in California for 2022. So Virginia has twice the maternal death had twice the maternal death in 2022 because the lack of available places for mothers to have their children. That number in the U.S. Every year is significantly higher for Black women. In 2022, about 3.5 times higher, and American Indian Alaskan Native women is about 4.5% higher. Those are not the numbers I got. I got Black people were 4 times higher. The actual highest numbers of mothers are Black who die.
Instead, forcing most expecting moms in that area to travel as much as 60 miles to get to a safe place to deliver their baby. I'm Dr. Wagner. I'm a pediatrician. This matters a lot. Already, when you compare Virginia to a state like California, their moms in Virginia have a 3 to 8 times, depending on the year, risk of dying of complications of maternal mortality related to pregnancy and childbirth than in California. And a lot of that is due to access to care. 80% of the rural hospitals in the state of Virginia already don't have labor and delivery services. So there are counties where already moms are having to travel over an hour to deliver their babies. And now we're adding a whole other part of our state map to that. In 2020, our state had one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country. That was 86 of 100,000. That is on par with countries like the Philippines. That were, like, for comparison, California, which has one of the lowest rates of maternal mortality, it's about 9 per 100,000 now. Governor Youngkin and the Virginia Department of Health have already declared this as a measure of like high priority, want to put resources towards more maternal care in Virginia. Just a message to all of our lawmakers and anyone who says they care about the health of women and children. Many, many studies show that access to care is critically important to maternal and child health. And then when you close a hospital, close that access to care, make women have to travel farther, especially when they're high risk to deliver their babies, that the outcomes are going to be worse. I have bad news if you live in Virginia, especially if you live.
So you have 47's a big bloated bill to thank for that. That was the argument on the Democrat side that it was going to hurt rural hospitals the most. So there you go. There you go. Okay. 412, goodbye. You do not come into my chat cursing. All that ice shit is ineffective. The reason why you guys are banking on ice because you think that it scares people. It shows what absolute fools you are and how afraid you are. Chaba, I'm so bored with dumb shit. Let's move on. People who cannot stay on topic. Let me share this with you. How do I? Indiana GOP. Let me see. Indiana state senator says he will vote no on redistricting after Trump used a slur. This link is going to be in the description box. Let me share this with you. And we'll get to why people are taking this position against 45-47. Let me hold on one second. Hold on. Let me share this with you. Here we go. Okay, Indiana State Senator Michael Bohawk said Friday that he wouldn't support an effort in his states to redraw congressional district lines that favor Republicans after 45-47 use a slur for those with intellectual disabilities. See, whoever I just blocked, you have somebody who is supporting you and your intellectual disability. To describe Democratic Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He called him retarded. That is the slur. This is not the first time our president has used these insulting and derogatory references, and his choice of words have consequences. I will be voting no on redistricting. Perhaps he can use the next 10 months to convince voters that his policies and behavior deserve a congressional majority. Brombrack wrote in a Facebook post after explaining that he has a daughter with Down syndromes. He Brohawk Facebook post came after 45-47 said in a Truth Social post that he would permanently pause all immigration from third world countries and took aim at Minnesota's Somali community, claiming without evidence that gangs patrols the streets of Minnesota and that the seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing either through fear, incompetence, or both. So that is what happened. That is what is happening in Indiana as the districts that were redrawn in Texas have been overthrown to be illegal, to be drawn strictly on a race base, which is something that they cannot do. They cannot appeal because those dummies admitted that they were doing it based on race. So it is over for Texas. Texas has no way of using these rigged maps to steal 5 districts when the master 45-47 called Hot Rod what is his name? Hot Rod Abbott to gerrymander the districts in Texas. These motherfuckers came out and gave up said the last thing that they weren't supposed to say is it was based on race, how they gerrymandered their district. So let me see. I'm gonna put this under Indiana. Indiana says no. Is that the only person in Indiana? Is that the only way he's crippling the ability for Indiana to not redistrict? No, it's not. There is another post about Indiana as well. Let me share this with you. The redistricting, the only way that 45-47 can think to stay in power, cheating in the elections, in the midterm elections. But he won't fare well there as well. Now, Indiana was thinking about it, and then they decided against it. Breaking. Indiana Republican refuses Trump's summons to the Oval Office and publicly publicly accuses him of violating the law in blistering takedown. So Occupy Democrats breaking. Indiana GOP senator just snubbed Trump and publicly accused him of breaking the law. Senator Greg Walker. This is not the same senator. This is a whole different senator in Indiana. Senator Greg Walker refused Trump's Oval Office summons, calling it a Hatch Act violation and blatant abuse of power. He didn't just say no. He exposed how 4547 tried to use taxpayer-paid staffers on the clock to push a partisan redistricting plot for 2026. He asked the real question: why is 4547 wasting time on map making instead of leading the country? Why is he meddling in state legislators instead of focusing on real national issues? Because he wants to remain in power, and he knows that he's unpopular unless he cheats. That's why. This isn't obedience, it's courage, and it proves what we already know. 4547 grips only works if everyone bows down. When one Republican finally stands up, the change starts to crack. Share this if you are sick of what is going on in this administration. The link is in my description box under Indiana. So let me drop that in the description box. Both of these links are under Indiana. So it doesn't seem like he will be successful in gerrymandering Indiana, whose map is almost all red in the first place. He is down to trying to force states to gerrymander so he can keep control of the House and the Senate in the upcoming elections. But it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do that either, because there is another senator who has said that he is dropping out of the race in November. Oh, what is his name? I think he's from Texas too. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Where is that? Let me. Hold on. Let me find that. I thought I had it up here. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Oh, it's not a senator. This is a congressperson. Let me share that in. Here we go. Texas. Trey Nails from Houston is his name. Let me share that with you. It's looking bad. It is looking bad. They won't even be able to cheat their way in. Let me share this with you.
And another Republican congressman from Texas will not run for re-election. Congressman Troy Nehls represents the Houston suburb of Richmond. On social media, Nehls said he plans to focus on his family, called his time in Congress the honor of his lifetime. Nehls is the 6th Republican from Texas to decide to leave Congress. After his announcement, his twin brother Trevor announced that he would run to replace him.
New today, another House Republican is quitting Congress. Trump ally, Texas Representative Troy Nehls, says that he will not seek re-election and plans to retire at the end of this legislative session. It comes amid speculation that President Trump could be losing his tight grip on Capitol Hill's narrowing Republican majority. And joining me is our friend Hayes Brown, MS Now writer and editor and author of this opinion piece, Trump's chokehold on the House has some GOP members frustrated. Welcome. We've got a couple things to get to you about here, my friend, but here we go. Because there are several reports that a Republican mass exodus right? From Congress that it's really on the horizon there. From what you're hearing, is it likely, and is it something that would affect the balance of power in Congress? Because there'd be re-elections.
Yeah, right. I think it is. I think it's likely. It depends on the timing, how much it affects the balance of power. With Marjorie Taylor Greene exiting in January, her seat is a very solidly red Republican seat. When they do have a special election to fill it, it will be likely filled with Republican. The question is, what happens if you have several members exiting at the same time and having that gap where before special election can be held, you have fewer Republicans sitting in the House. One of the biggest problems that the GOP has had since reclaiming the majority is how narrow that majority is. So if you have a lot of lawmakers who feel frustrated.
I disagree. Even if Marjorie Taylor Greene was running, there is no way of guaranteeing that she would win her seat. Kind of like that seat in Tennessee, the seat that they are going to have this special election for in Tennessee. Don't buy into the bullshit. Do not buy into the bullshit. Where 45-47 won, I think, over 20 some points, and now this seat is in jeopardy by a self-proclaimed what does she is the same thing Mondani said he was, a progressive something. Oh God, I forgot. The reason why they were calling Mondani a communist. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Who will we play? They're so desperate they sent Waddling Vance down to Tennessee. Let's see, who shall we play? Okay, let's see Harry Enton talk about the Tennessee race and how it has tightened.
It is election day in.
I cannot stand CNN, but let's see what Harry Enton has to say about the numbers in the race in Tennessee, which should have been an easy win for the GOP. But it doesn't look like it is now.
Tennessee.
Red ass Tennessee. Tennessee. Take me to another party. Take me to another land. Because I can't think of a song. Let's continue. Let me drop this in the description box
Tomorrow,
as well.
a special election for Tennessee's 7th congressional district. This is a heavily Republican district. So why are Republicans having to spend so much money there? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here with the details. When I say this is a Republican district, Harry, how Republican?
It is a ruby red Republican district, John Bremen. What are we talking about? Well, why don't we just take a look at the past 3 presidential elections in the great state of Tennessee, in the 7th district, in that great state. Look at Trump's margins. In 2016, he won it by 17 points. 2020, 15 points. And then in 2024, Johnny B takes the cake here. We get Donald Trump winning by 22 points. That's why I say even a close GOP win tomorrow is a bad sign for them, because what we're dealing with is a district that all 3 times that Donald Trump was on the ballot in general election, he won it by double digits. And last time, he broke the 20-point margin barrier.
I would say if you had to look at the congressional map, any district that Donald Trump won by 22 points, you would say, you've got like nearly a 100% chance of winning if you're running for.
And I think she is within 2 points. I think they call that what? The margin of error? Let's see.
Congress there, but what are the prediction markets saying right now?
Yeah, what are we talking about in terms of the prediction market odds? Look, the Democrat has a 15% chance of winning in that race, okay? A 15% chance, which ain't nothing in a district that Donald Trump won by 22 points. But here I think is the key nugget on this side of the ledger, and that is a GOP win by under 10 points. There's a 68% chance of that. So there is a more than 2/3 chance that the Republican candidate, yes, they win, but they win by a significantly lower margin than Donald Trump. We're talking about double digits, smaller. We're talking about a huge huge shift to the left. We're talking about, when you add these two together, we're talking about a more than 80% chance that there's a clear double-digit shift to the left and a 15% chance the Democrat actually wins in a district, that Donald Trump won by 22 points. That just shows you how bad the environment is for Republicans right now, that the Democrat has any sort of a chance in this district.
Talk to me about what the special election has been showing so far.
Yeah, okay, so you see this and you say, okay, this might just be a one-off in Tennessee. It's a December special election. But get this, 2025 House special elections. Dems outran Kamala Harris. We've had 5 so far. Arizona 7, Dem outran Kamala Harris. Florida 1, Dem outran Kamala Harris. Florida 6, Dem outran Kamala Harris. Texas 18, Dem outran Kamala Harris. And in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., and Virginia 11, the Dem outran Kamala Harris. And on average so far, the Democrats have been outrunning Kamala Harris's margin by over 15 points. So what the prediction market suggests what happened in Tennessee is not something that's happening in isolation. It is happening all over the congressional map.
Okay, so when you see something like this, what does history tell us about what ultimately happens?
Okay, so you see these and you say, special elections, what do they matter? Well, take a look to the midterm that happens down the line. You go all the way back since over 20 years ago. What are we talking about? Special elections and midterm results. When a party outperformed in special elections since 2005, 5 out of 5 times they went on to win the House of Representatives in the next midterm. So what's happening, what's likely to happen tomorrow in Tennessee, what has happened across the congressional map is likely not to stay in 2025, is likely to push forward and be very good news for Democrats come 2026.
Watch these margins tomorrow night. Republicans are a little bit jittery. Harriet, and great to see you this morning. Thank you very much.
Well, you just heard my interview with Democrat Afghan Dane, who suddenly...
Okay, there we have it. I wanted to share that little bit of information with you. Okay, so let me see. There are a couple of more things. Okay, let's get back into this. Let me see a couple of more things. There is definitely something I want to share with you. What this administration is trying to get you to look away from. Let me share this with you. If you have never gone over to More Perfect Union, I suggest you go over there and check them out. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my goodness. Hold on one second. I apologize. There was something I wanted to play about housing in More Perfect Union. Let me find it real quick. One second. No. Let me see. Oh my God. I can't believe I didn't save that. Or did I save that? Let's go to Miami. This isn't the original one that I wanted to show you, but let's take a trip. Let's take a trip to Miami, for example. Miami, where there are more houses for sale that can be sold. Remember, Miami had a big housing boom. The whole state of Florida had a housing boom, but now they can't sell houses. Houses are sitting on the market until the owners go into foreclosures because they can't. The housing prices are so high, and additionally, they can't even afford the insurance for homes in Florida. So let's see how Florida works out for the billionaires and the regular person. We went to Miami. The inequality will shock you.
Miami, a city whose bright lights and tropical weather have attracted bachelorette parties and beachgoers since the dawn of time.
Enjoy Miami.
But over the past 10 years, Miami's population of millionaires has nearly doubled. Enticed by Florida's lack of taxes, out-of-state billionaires are rapidly developing the city.
Hello, Miami, and hello, Florida.
So much so, its skyline is now the third tallest in the country, right behind New York and Chicago. But while Miami is touting a new era for the ultra-wealthy, the very people who build these skyscrapers are getting left behind.
Imagínate cómo es de irónica la vida, porque somos los que construimos casas, construimos edificios, y somos los que más sufrimos por pagar una renta.
Miami developers are known for building big projects incredibly quickly, no matter what.
Every 4 days in Florida, a construction worker dies on the job.
And workers are fleeing the state because of it.
Si no cambian las condiciones, obviamente, yo soy de las personas que no se queda donde está mal, yo me muevo.
Now with a $3 billion urban redevelopment project on the line, one of the biggest in Miami's history, construction workers are fighting back. We went down to the 305 to figure out who will define the future of Miami's skyline. After 29 years of living in Seattle, Jeff Bezos made an announcement in 2023.
Jeff Bezos posting on Instagram last night that he's leaving Seattle after nearly 30 years. He's going to move to Miami.
The move to Florida saved him around $1 billion in capital gains and personal income taxes. But Bezos wasn't the only 1%er moving to Miami. From 2012 to 2022, 38,000 millionaires, 160 centimillionaires, and 12 billionaires moved into the city. In fact, Miami has more centimillionaires with second homes than any other city in the country. And now it's one of the most unequal and unaffordable places to live. This massive accumulation of wealth didn't happen by accident. Let's go back to December 2020, nearly a year into the pandemic. Self-described village idiot Delian Asparuhov, a venture capitalist, tweeted, "Okay guys, hear me out. What if we move Silicon Valley to Miami?" Miami Mayor Francis Suarez responded a few hours later, "How can I help?" Suarez rolled out the welcome mat to every morally questionable financial institution in America.
You know, we in Miami believe that government should facilitate, not that government should dictate.
Lured by low taxes and little regulation, crypto companies, investment firms, and billionaire founders flocked to South Florida.
This crypto bull from TradeStation really symbolizes how the gravitational center of gravity of the country has moved from San Francisco in venture capital and private equity in New York to the city of Miami.
Between 2020 and 2023, 105 financial firms relocated to South Florida, including the massive hedge fund Citadel and its billionaire CEO, Ken Griffin.
The men and women who serve in public office have a mindset of how can we help? It is a pro-get-it-done mindset that is often lacking in the northern cities.
As Miami quickly became Wall Street South, its skyline did too. Spurred by pro-development policies and regular changes that allowed buildings to be taller, luxury developers rushed to build. There are currently more skyscrapers under construction in Miami than in every West Coast state combined. But for the workers constructing Miami's growth, the wealth hasn't trickled down.
I thought to myself, how is it, that the very workers who we rely on to build our housing here in Miami can't afford a roof over their own heads?
Zaina Al-Sus is a director at We Count, an organization fighting for better living and working conditions in South Florida. She's standing up for the people Miami has left behind, people like Arturo.
Lo más bonito, pues, como siempre lo digo, es cuando el edificio se termina. Si me sacan un día voy a ir al edificio y me voy a sentar a tomar un café abajo para decir, estas luces las hice yo y eso. Esa es la parte que a mí me encanta, el ver mi trabajo terminado.
Arturo has been working as an electrician for the last 18 years across the U.S. He moved to Miami last year to be closer to his family.
No tenemos el nivel de vida que deberíamos de tener. Y no estamos pidiendo que sea exagerado. No quiero vivir como los desarrolladores, ni mucho menos, pero por lo menos tener las condiciones medias de un trabajador calificado como nosotros.
Lo de la renta de aquí de la Florida es una exageración.
That's Candido Ariel, a carpenter who lives in Little Havana with his wife, daughter, and grandson.
Ya vivir aquí en Miami ya es un lujo.
Since 2023, the average monthly rent of a two-bedroom apartment has risen over 21%. No major American metro area has seen such a steep rise.
We found that 8 out of 10 construction workers who we talked to, mind you, on projects valued at $10 million or above, 8 out of 10 of these workers had struggled to pay rent in the last year.
Yo estoy ganando menos que lo que yo ganaba hace.
Okay, the link is in the description box. I just wanted to see what this nation has come to. Remember back in the early to mid 80s, if some of you were around in the 70s, construction workers were good union jobs. So it is the millionaires and billionaires and these rich people who own businesses who poo-pooed unions. And so are you surprised that we have undocumented workers doing all of this construction now and can't even afford a place to sleep? Do you think that these developers are bringing these people in? How come none of these developers are being brought up on charges by ICE? And when they are making millions off of one unit in these condominium high rises that they are creating, but they're hiring undocumented workers. But they don't want you to look at the people who are bringing these workers in. They want you to look at the undocumented people that are coming in, knowing that they will be hired on these jobs. And now they don't even want to play. I guess they want to have slaves. I guess they would rather have slaves. We know Jeff Bezos, who's just moved to Miami, said that he is getting rid of 600,000 jobs, over 500,000 jobs, and those jobs will be replaced with AI. So do you think that these people want to pay you, but you are talking about ICE is coming to get somebody? You are blaming all of this on the immigrants that come to the jobs that these billionaires have ready to hand out to them because they know they are undocumented workers, so they can work them against United States labor laws. Are you stupid? Are you guys really stupid? Now, here is the one that I actually wanted to show you. Let me show you this. Speaking about billionaires, let's talk about Elon Musk with his unsuccessful ass, with his never created anything ass. Doge, who was going to take off $1 trillion. He was going to come find $1 trillion of waste, fraud, and abuse. And he's found something like 200 and some billion, if my memory serves me right. The 140 billion a year of waste that Doge won't touch. This is what I wanted to share with you for sure. Let's get into this.
The Medicare Advantage program is just one of the biggest scams that I think we've seen in this country.
The Medicare Advantage program is actually not a good deal.
A huge giveaway to the insurance industry.
$100 billion a year in waste.
They can really boost their profits.
Overbilling, fake diagnoses, exaggerated patient conditions, Medicare Advantage is rife with fraud.
If you're looking for a way to save $1 trillion over 10 years, this is where you can find it, Doge.
Yeah, it seems like a prime target for someone trying to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. But the Trump administration seems ready to double down instead.
I will save Medicare Advantage.
So, how does a program that wastes billions of dollars a year,
Ripping off taxpayers.
and is plagued with issues in providing actual care,
It ain't an advantage. You're getting screwed.
continue to expand?
This is something that is so important to them. A majority of their profits are coming from this program.
We're tracking down where the push to privatize one of America's most beloved programs comes from.
President Trump.
He's going to save Medicare Advantage. Why he's taking on some of the things that makes Medicare Advantage. He's taking them over to straight Medicare. Some of the pitfalls of Medicare Advantage that allows for you have to have a pre-authorization and get denied your health care. That's what he's doing. Okay, so let's go on.
Secure and protect Medicare Advantage.
How key Trump appointments could help make that possible.
The fact is, everyone around you is signing up.
And what exactly it might cost us.
Medicare Advantage locks people out of life-saving care. It will kill people. It does kill people every year.
I'm going to tell you about Medicare Advantage.
You may be eligible.
Now understand, everyone on Medicare does not and are not on Medicare Advantage. During this time of year, you have all of these commercials touting what good it will be if you get into Medicare Advantage when Medicare by itself is just fine. They are soliciting you so they can get your money and deny you treatment that you need. And most people who are on Medicare are seniors and disabled people. Understand that. So no, everybody does not have to have Medicare Advantage, but isn't it curious that 4547 says he's going to save Medicare and he's doing absolutely nothing to Medicare Advantage, but what he is doing is taking on some of their tactics to deny care for people who are insured? Did somebody do some homework that I haven't done that would like to chime in? Did someone do your own homework and don't want to hear propaganda that would like to counter anything I said? Oh, okay. Moving on.
For a Medicare
I'm
Advantage
talking
plan.
about Medicare Advantage.
Medicare Advantage is a Medicare replacement that has enticed a lot of private insurance companies to get involved in the Medicare business.
Wendell Potter is a former health insurance executive. Now, he documents and fights back against the greed of insurance companies.
You can tell right away that they have gamed the system to grab more money, and they're really profiteering.
Just a handful of companies dominate this market and have seen a lot of growth by luring people away from traditional Medicare with certain benefits.
Like dental, vision, or hearing.
Did you say dental?
So a lot of people find that very appealing. What they don't tell you is that you might not be able to get the basic medical care that you need.
These private insurers are given a set rate per person they cover under Medicare Advantage plans per year, paid through the Medicare Trust Fund. But there's a way for these private insurers to suck even more money out of that fund.
Private insurance companies have found it to be a huge cash cow.
Private insurers get more money for a patient with more serious health risks.
There's a great incentive to overdiagnose, to claim that people are sicker, because the government will pay these companies more.
This has led to a scheme called upcoding, where the private insurers exaggerate their patients' conditions or fabricate diagnoses or codes entirely. There's reports of programmers being told to scan charts for big money codes, fleets of nurses tasked with racking up these codes on home visits, and champagne and bonuses for doctors who pack charts full.
Much of the time, that's just bogus, claiming that these people have these conditions, but never approving treatment for those conditions. So they're just banking this money.
These practices have led to questionable diagnoses of HIV, obstructed arteries, bipolar disorder, and anatomically impossible diabetic cataracts. Upcoding and other factors mean Medicare Advantage actually costs the US government more than traditional Medicare. Estimates say anywhere from $83 to $140 billion a year more.
Even if you kind of meet in the middle somewhere and say that these companies are overpaid $100 billion a year, over 10 years, that's $1 trillion.
It would seem an obvious target for someone searching for
Waste, fraud, and abuse.
but it just might not be a priority.
With Medicare Advantage, you can get a plan with $0 monthly premium.
You might recognize Dr. Oz from his long-running daytime medical advice show.
The viral sensation known as Salt Bae is here.
But now, he's the head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Oz has a long history with the program he is now in charge of overseeing.
I'd be signing up, so why are not more folks signed up?
Oz used to hawk Medicare Advantage on his show.
Medicare beneficiaries have another option.
And was even a licensed insurance broker in more than 20 states. His ethics disclosure forms show a number of investments in for-profit health companies, including up to $600,000 in stock in United Health Group, the leading Medicare Advantage plan provider in the country. Despite all of that, this is how his confirmation hearing began.
Is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you've been nominated?
No.
I think the Trump administration thinks healthcare is like any other business.
Dr. Diljit Singh is a practicing physician and the president of Physicians for a National Health Program.
Let that sink in. Can you let that sink in? He was one of the strongest proponent for Medicare Advantage. And now he is actually putting some of the tools that Medicare Advantage uses to deny health treatments onto the Medicare plan that is not a part of Medicare Advantage. The people who have been actually happy with their treatment have not had to get prior approval and all of this type of stuff. He is trying to find a way to help you die. Help you die from all of these denials, all of this prior authorization that is delaying your treatment. And in many cases, I've already talked about this when I talked about healthcare. Go back into my videos. Plenty of examples of people who have something like 85% of people don't even file an appeal until their disease or their illness gets to a point where they have to revisit their disease. Their cancer has spread. They are actually dying. These people don't appeal. 85%, I believe it's either 65 or 85% of people don't even appeal their denials. That's why so many people get denials, because they're banking on you not appealing your denial and just dying. That's what they're banking on, because they have more money from your premium to spread out amongst their shareholders and their CEOs, who come up with all of these convoluted plans how to not get you to use the health care that has been afforded to you by choosing them as your insurer. And Dr. Oz is bringing this over to the Medicare that is not a part of Medicare Advantage. That did not have all of the problems that Medicare Advantage has. But 45, 47, and Dr. Oz are going to bring those problems over to people who, thank God, have not had to endure those problems. And once you choose Medicare Advantage, they will not allow you to just say, forget it, I don't want Medicare Advantage. Once you choose Medicare Advantage once, they make you stay with some Medicare Advantage program. You cannot just go back to having a simple Medicare. Isn't that something? Now, everybody wants to talk about what the insurance companies are doing, and the insurance companies are doing this, and the insurance companies are getting rich. They sure are. But you have heard no one talk about doing something about how these insurance companies are enriching themselves instead of preventing them from doing this. Dr. Oz, a part of this administration, is taking on this prior authorization that the insurance companies are getting rich off of. So what that means? That means that the people who are on Medicare who hadn't chosen who haven't chosen to be a part of Medicare Advantage, uh, they have been getting all of the health care that has been prescribed by their doctors. So Medicare has have had to pay out on whatever the doctor said that they medically need. So if we hit prior authorization, some people are going to miss out on the cost of their of what their doctor prescribes them. Some costs are going to be denied. And what does that mean? That is more money for your government to not pay into keeping you healthy. The whole point of having Medicare in the first place. But y'all want to act like Obama did something to you. But y'all want to act like Obama did something to you for a health plan that 45, 47 wants to put his name on because he's too lazy and scandalous to think up any health care plan that is better than the ones that you have. He is too busy trying to pocket money. If there was a way to pocket money, I bet he'd have thought up a plan, in my opinion.
The group has been vocally opposed to Oz's nomination to serve as the head of CMS.
I don't think that they understand what us regular people mean when we say conflicts of interest.
Even outside of the Dr. Oz show,
So how many of these plans are there out there? They sound good.
Oz has plugged Medicare Advantage as some sort of miracle solution to public health challenges in America.
Medicare Advantage. Why not expand that?
His 2022 Senate campaign was marked by an insistence on moving more public dollars to private insurers.
Medicare Advantage for all, not Medicare. Medicare Advantage for all could provide universal coverage. We should do this now.
When he is somebody who's getting paid by these companies, it makes perfect sense to me that he would recommend it.
But the push for privatization is not just coming from Oz.
I will save Medicare Advantage.
In his first term, Trump signed an executive order bolstering Medicare Advantage. And the Department of Health and Human Services actively promoted the plans in direct email campaigns.
Under my administration, your Medicare Advantage is safe.
Then there's Project 2025, which has designs on making Medicare Advantage the default enrollment option, which would push even more of the public's Medicare trust fund money into the pockets of private insurers. And then there's the lobbying, from insurers themselves and from what's called the Better Medicare Alliance. The group, whose backers and funders include the largest private insurers in America, have been lobbying big time.
We're an organization trying to make more of our Medicare dollars be spent on shareholder dividends, on CEO salaries, on something other than actual health care.
When the Biden administration was looking to curb waste and abuse in the Medicare Advantage arrangement, the group spent millions on a Super Bowl ad to fight off the changes.
Tell the White House not to cut it.
And they've been pressuring Trump to prevent any other changes and preserve their dominance.
President Trump, secure and protect Medicare Advantage.
And it seems to have worked.
Watching the health insurers, they are jumping today after a bigger than expected increase in the government's reimbursement rate.
Almost double what the Biden administration had proposed initially.
The Trump administration just announced that private insurers will get $25 billion more in 2026 for their Medicare Advantage plans. News that caused a spike in stock price for health insurance companies.
Most of those stocks are moving higher.
UNH, CVS, which owns Aetna, Humana, take a look at all of them. They're amongst the biggest gainers this morning. Elevance.
A Former lobbyist for the Better Medicare Alliance, Don Dempsey, was tapped by Trump to serve as the top health official at the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, giving him, and the insurance industry he has benefited from, power over budget decisions regarding Medicare and Medicare Advantage. Between 2020 and 2024, the largest Medicare Advantage providers spent a combined $332 million lobbying on the program. Between Oz, Trump, Dempsey, and the insurance lobby, it can feel like this push to fully privatize Medicare is coming from everywhere.
I think it's one big voice saying the same thing to us, which is we are trying to find a way to get these companies to make more money. It is not important to us how much health care Americans get.
In his ethics agreement, Dr. Oz pledged to divest from some of his conflicts of interest, including his investment in the #1 Medicare Advantage plan provider in the nation.
But morally, it tells us that he has a bias and that he has the potential to have a relationship that enriches him after these 4 years.
Oz was questioned about the upcoding and overcharging carried out by the private health insurance industry during his confirmation hearing.
And I pledge if confirmed, I will go after it.
But Oz or not, the Medicare Advantage grift is unlikely to just stop if the private insurance industry has any say.
They make far, far more money in profits on Medicare Advantage than they do on their private plans that are sold in the commercial market.
Private insurance companies are relying on our Medicare money to inflate their bottom line. According to an analysis by The Lever, if the government had eliminated overpayments in 2022, the insurance industry would have been hit hard. United Health Group would have seen profits drop by more than a third, CVS Health by more than half, and Centene by a quarter.
They haven't been focusing on growth as much in the private sector because they found that it's much easier to rip off taxpayers than it is employers.
But we've just been talking about the profiteering. We haven't talked about what Medicare Advantage really means for those enrolled.
It's insurance. We pay into it. We earn that insurance. I didn't ask to get cancer.
Jen Coffey is a former state legislator and EMT. She's enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan.
Because I have Medicare disadvantage. He wants to put everybody on that.
Thank you, Senator Cortez.
People will die.
Jen is, unfortunately, deeply familiar with how Medicare Advantage compares to traditional Medicare.
It's supposed to cover everything Medicare does. Key point. But that's not reality, right?
Despite being offered as direct alternatives, there are some pretty big differences between traditional Medicare and Medicare Advantage.
In traditional Medicare, you can go to almost any doctor or hospital or clinic, any kind of healthcare provider in the country.
People on Medicare Advantage, though, are locked into networks, sometimes very limited networks, which can be frustrating for people like Jen, a 2-time cancer survivor.
I went for my routine checkup. I'd been a Dana-Farber patient since 2013, and I got a bill. They're saying the provider's in network in the building, but the building of Dana-Farber is out of network, and I'm not allowed to go there anymore, even though I'd been going there and had the same insurance. So after all of these years, I have now moved my care to a different hospital because I can't go there anymore.
And then there's prior authorization, the permission you need from the health insurance company before starting a certain type of treatment.
In traditional Medicare, prior authorization is rarely ever used.
But private Medicare Advantage insurers do use it, and that can mean denied or delayed care and a paperwork nightmare.
This is my life.
As a result of a cancer surgery, Jen was diagnosed with CRPS, complex regional pain syndrome. With no known cure, one of the only treatments is an infusion therapy.
I go to them and I get a prior authorization, and you think that's good. Now you can go get the care. Well, then I go get the care and then I get the bill. I have to pay $600. They only paid $1.22. This isn't right. So I file for an appeal and they took money away. Now they're saying they're only going to pay $1 and a penny. So I have to keep doing this. I don't have a choice.
Traditional Medicare is not perfect. There are weaknesses. The out-of-pocket expenses, the fact that it doesn't cover certain parts of care. And those issues are kind of what have allowed Medicare Advantage to flourish.
It shouldn't be like this in America, but it is only like this in America.
The answer can't possibly be to fuel the private insurance grift more.
Every single healthcare dollar should go to healthcare, not profit, not shareholder dividend, not somebody who never ever did anything good for a person.
But that is not the future the health insurance industry wants. This is
Medicare Advantage.
Medicare Advantage for all.
This would be a great solution for them to keep that money gushing, but for the rest of us, it would be an absolute disaster.
It puts a lot of money in a lot of rich people's pockets and takes a lot of care away from good people that deserve access to it.
Thank you so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this one, be sure to like and
see one more. United Healthcare. I think there are two things I want to show you about United Healthcare in particular. Brian Thompson, this is the man who was shot on the streets on his way to a shareholders meeting. And they continued the meeting as he bled out and his body was taken away. Because they wanted to know how much money they made that year. Shot on the ground.
Our mission and values are focused on helping people live healthier lives and making the health system work better for everyone. Data is at the core of our agenda to improve.
Data is at the core of our mission to improve healthcare. The data that they use AI to deny your premiums. The data that they not your premiums, the data that they use to deny your health services, your tests, your recommendations from your doctors. You know, the data, this is why he is so proud, because this is what he created. He felt that healthcare is more based on data than what your actual doctor who works for their actual insurance company, because you have to be under their umbrella. Their own doctors tell you that data is the thing that's going to deny your claims. Are we clear? Are we clear? We're going to get a little clearer.
Directly influences how we develop innovative consumer solutions.
It directly impacts how we develop solutions. Solutions to deny you from your claim. Solutions to make them more money. Let's hear this one more time.
Our mission and values are focused on helping people live healthier lives and making the health system work better for everyone. Data is at the core of our agenda to improve healthcare, which directly influences how we develop innovative consumer solutions. Our mission and values are focused on
innovative solutions, not the best solutions, just innovative. We're being innovative. Unfortunately, your health will suffer because of our innovation. But I never said it was the best. I just said it was innovative. Innovative ways to deny you your health care. This is number 28. UHA denies. Okay, this is number 28 in the link. And let's go a little further. Let me paste that there. I have that there. I want to share one more thing with you. Where are all the talkers about insurance now? Where are all the people who are talking about do your own homework now? Huh? Where are all these people? Let me share this with you. United Healthcare investors sue after CEO death expose profit first tactics. This is also going to be in the description box. Let's get into this. Where are all the people now?
I'm sure everybody has been disturbed by the amount of negative and in many cases vitriolic media.
Now, this is the CEO. Now, I will tell you that the CEO quietly left the United Healthcare Group. Why did he leave? Because of personal family reasons. He has never disclosed why he has left the United Healthcare Group a year later. But this was directly after their other CEO was of the United Healthcare was killed. He's over United Health Group, which encompasses United Healthcare. So after he was shot, they had a all hands on meeting, and this is what he was saying to his employees in a meeting that was leaked to the press. Understand, this was not for all ears. However, it was leaked to the press. What does he have to say?
And commentary that has been produced over the last few days, particularly in the social media environment.
United Healthcare is still very much dealing with the fallout from the assassination of its CEO, Brian Thompson. Now, the company is being sued by a group of its own shareholders who allege that the company misled them by not adjusting its forecasts following the loss of its CEO. And that's all anything comes down to, right? The shareholders have to be happy. Someone dies, the shareholders are the ones who need to be appeased. In a capitalistic society, one of the most powerful things you can be is a shareholder. The lawsuit was filed Wednesday in a U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York, and it's seeking class action status. The suit accuses United Healthcare of not initially adjusting its forecasted net earnings for 2025 in the wake of Thompson's death. Thompson was killed on December 4th of last year, and just the day before, the company had announced its forecast for the coming year. However, despite the backlash the company received following the incident, they announced on January 16th that the forecasted numbers from December 3rd were still good. And at the time, that was a little suspect. It wasn't just that the company was scrambling without its CEO. The company was also grappling with some really bad press. They were essentially in a PR crisis. Rather than empathizing with United Healthcare and mourning the loss of its CEO, rather than taking the bait that we're all expected to, the bait that usually suffices to quell any legitimate criticisms of the bigger picture, because no one wants to be the guy to disparage the dead or to be accused of using a tragedy opportunistically. Social media and news networks were focused on all of the reasons why the general public could possibly be generally disgruntled with the healthcare industry. There was also plenty of commentary about how the general public just couldn't be bothered to care about one millionaire or billionaire's death when so many of us had died because of the completely predatory way that the CEO's company chose to do business. How come none of those deaths were making headlines the way that this one was? Were those deaths any less murderous than what Luigi did just because the trigger that was pulled happened in a boardroom somewhere? People were tired of giving money to already wealthy people who give so little back in exchange. People were tired of paying into companies that pride themselves in finding ways to legally defraud their customers. Because the customers don't matter. The shareholders matter, but United Healthcare found a way to upset even them. The projected forecast for 2025 that was announced the day before Thompson's death and maintained a month and a half later included net earnings of $28.15 to $28.65 per share and adjusted net earnings of $29.50 to $30 per share. The investors said in the suit that those projections in January were materially false and misleading for basically all the reasons that I went through earlier. And the shareholders, ever the compassionate bunch, said that since there were so many eyes on the company and on the broader healthcare industry, United Healthcare was no longer willing to use the aggressive anti-consumer tactics that it would need to achieve $28.15 to $28.65 in earnings per share, or $29.50 to $30 in adjusted net earnings per share. As such, the company was deliberately reckless in doubling down on its previously issued guidance. Anti-consumer tactics. Let that one soak in.
I have never been more proud of this company and our colleagues and what this company does on behalf of people in need across the country.
Now, let's be fair. The shareholders aren't outwardly advocating for anti-consumer tactics, which are exactly what they sound like. They're saying that the company was already using anti-consumer tactics when it made its projections. When the company pivoted away from using those anti-consumer tactics after the consumers found out about them, the shareholders are saying that United Healthcare should have adjusted its projections in according to its new less aggressive strategies. So here's what they said in the complaint. Specifically, defendants made false and or misleading statements and or failed to disclose that United Health had for years engaged in a corporate strategy of denying health coverage in order to boost its profits and ultimately its share price. This anti-consumer and at times unlawful strategy resulted in regulatory scrutiny as well as public angst against United Health, which ultimately resulted in the murder of Brian Thompson. And I want to point out very quickly that we're talking about healthcare here, and in healthcare, the so-called consumers are actually medical patients. I really don't understand how people still manage to defend the healthcare and the health insurance industries in this country. They literally don't see us as people who have rights to healthcare, and they remind us of this time and time again. But back to the shareholders, while they weren't outwardly advocating for the use of anti-consumer tactics, they certainly bought into them, literally. They invested in the company knowing that the company was already using said anti-consumer and at times illegal tactics, and they supported the company's 2025 projections, knowing that those projections were based on the use of those anti-consumer and illegal tactics. There is no balance in capitalism when it's completely unregulated and unscrutinized, when the bottom line is the only thing that matters. In that way, to be an investor is to be anti-consumer. A company can choose to prioritize either the investor or the consumer, or in this case, the patient. The company gets some money from the consumer/patient, but they're also expected to provide a service in exchange for that money. This costs the company money, so the company is constantly trying to deliver less to the consumer/patient while charging more to widen its margins. Wider margins mean happier shareholders, smaller margins mean happier consumers/patients. And shareholders, with the money they invest into these companies, they are entitled to their monetary returns. More than people paying for healthcare are entitled to receive that healthcare, apparently. There is no happy medium, there is no middle ground. Perhaps there could be, but there isn't. And these shareholders knew exactly what they were buying into, and they're so entitled to their monetary returns that they're now willing to sue over them. United Healthcare denies any wrongdoing and intends to fight the lawsuit, even though the investors are currently seeking unspecified damages. Perhaps if and when this thing achieves class action status, damages will then be specified. Also, United Healthcare did adjust its 2025 projections, but not until last month. The company said it needed to shift its corporate strategy, and that same day, April 17th, its stock dropped more than 22%. So we'll see how this all turns out, but either way, the average
we'll see how that works out. Let's see how that works out for them. There was something else I wanted to share with you. 1 second. Is it this? I think it is this. I do think it is this. Here we go. Understand that this is just one Medicare Advantage program that is available to take government dollars that 45, 47 has just increased that they will get more of. This is 2 years old. Why do I know this? Because I did this story 2 years ago. Why do I know this? Because I do my homework and I know what I'm talking about. But I understand some people cannot take educated Black women. So let's let you see it yourself and then cry and continue to cry because you cannot face the facts while you want to blame Obama. And why you see that 45, 47 wants to take everything that Obama thought of, and he also wants to further enrich billionaires that are taking away your health care for money. But nobody has anything to say about that, I see. There's no outcry about that, I see. There's excuses of why it's everyone else's fault except the administration that has approximately 25 million, is it million? 25 million people who are about to lose their health insurance because they will not extend the subsidies for Obamacare, and about 17 to 20 million people who are about to lose their health coverage entirely, their Medicaid, because of this big, beautiful bill. But you guys continue to point to other people. As you see, 4547 has just insured the health insurers who are getting money from Medicare are going to receive more money coming in from Medicare. Make it make sense. Are you guys dumb or are you guys just stupid? Let's examine United Healthcare as one company.
Mr. Alec Opperman reached out to me with a surprising fact. Doctors are taking out payday loans. That kind of blew my mind. Doctors, as far as I know, make a ton of money.
What do you mean he did it for the money? He's a doctor. He's already rich.
So Alec did some digging, and he uncovered this new brazen strategy in healthcare. It's responsible not only for those scummy loans, but also denying patients like you and the people you love the vital care that they need. And it goes far beyond just our already broken system. So, who's the shadowy supervillain behind this plot to rip off both doctors and patients? It's America's largest insurer. This is the classroom for More Perfect Union, and today we're looking at the massive power of United Healthcare. Before we get into United Healthcare's new strategy to shortchange doctors and patients alike, we need to talk about how they became America's largest insurer. United was founded in Minneapolis in 1977 and pioneered a new kind of insurance, treating people within closed networks of providers, health maintenance organizations, or HMOs. HMOs were pitched as a way to curb America's exploding healthcare costs, which did not happen. HMOs proliferated after 1973 as a result of the Health Maintenance Organization Act, which gave federal grants and mandated employers offer an HMO option to their employees. The law suddenly made HMOs very popular and very profitable. Alec told me about an old nonprofit HMO, Physicians Health Plan.
It's a network of doctors in a health maintenance organization in Minneapolis, and they had hired United Healthcare to manage the HMO. Physicians Health Plan is a nonprofit, but United Healthcare is very much for profit.
Were the doctors happy? Was this a good system for them?
No, they were so unhappy that there was national news coverage that they were threatening to unionize. They were mad that they were being underpaid by United Healthcare, saying it was barely enough to cover their overhead. They were also alleging a conflict of interest with the chair.
Hold on. I don't know what happened. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know what happened to the video. Let me find it again. I apologize.
And he uncovered this new brazen strategy.
Minneapolis, and they had hired United Healthcare to manage the HMO. Physicians Health Plan is a nonprofit, but United Healthcare is very much for profit.
Were the doctors happy? Was this a good system for them?
No, they were so unhappy that there was national news coverage that they were threatening to unionize. They were mad that they were being underpaid by United Healthcare, saying it was barely enough to cover their overhead. They were also alleging a conflict of interest with the chair of the nonprofit Physicians Health Plan, who was Richard Burke.
And who ran the for-profit United Healthcare?
Also Richard Burke. So this man who was running a nonprofit had hired his for-profit company to manage this nonprofit tax-exempt organization.
When you first mentioned Richard Burke to me, I tried looking him up online, and there's really not that much. I tried a video search, and I only found this one video.
The whiteboard video?
The whiteboard video. This guy with a whiteboard that's literally about how it's so hard to find information about this guy online.
He's only mentioned once in United Health Group's own history. He's been thoroughly involved since the beginning. He's thoroughly involved now. There are very few to no articles about this person. Can you find articles about the founders of all these companies? Gods and gods and gods of them, but not Richard T. Burke. Organizations are not nameless and faceless. I mean, they are groups of people, and people are responsible for decisions that cause these organizations to be the way they are.
Much of United's initial growth was enabled by the HMO Act and the $300 million in grants from the government. Burke and United started snapping up all of these federally subsidized insurers, essentially stealing entire taxpayer-funded organizations. And it makes a lot of sense that the bill was so helpful to United Healthcare. It was written by a think tank, Interstudy.
Interstudy was founded by Paul Elwood Jr. He's this guy who's called the father of the HMO. But I also found another important figure at Interstudy. One of the directors was none other than Richard Burke.
United grew from a regional group of HMOs to a national insurer with a breadth of plans. Like other insurers, they claimed their growth would be helpful to the average American. The bigger they got, they said, the better they could negotiate with healthcare providers and pass the savings on to you, which did not happen. A wave of mergers and acquisitions in the insurance industry in the 90s wiped out the patchwork of regional nonprofit insurers that had already existed. Companies like Anthem went on a shopping spree for these nonprofits and added them to their for-profit empire. At the same time, United continued to consolidate and spent billions acquiring other for-profit insurers. Despite their promises, healthcare costs continued to increase. But they were getting more efficient in one crucial way: rationing your healthcare. For years, only a small portion of claims got denied. It just wasn't cost-effective to have a human review every request for care. But today, nearly 1 in 5 claims are denied. In 2021, that added up to nearly 50 million. 50 million instances of Americans being told, no, we won't pay for that thing you need to live a healthy life. Think about it. You pay a premium every month to United Health and other insurers for health insurance, and they mostly focus on making sure that they won't have to foot the bill. You can appeal denials, but insurers do everything in their power to make that super difficult. Only 1 in 500 cases are appealed. There are 500 sheets in a ream of paper, and those fail 59% of the time, leaving this little sliver of paper as the lucky ones that got through compared to all of this. These are worth billions of dollars for insurers. So what the hell is going on here? Let me explain. As these companies grew and got some of that sweet, sweet economy of scale, having entire departments of people to look at claims and deny them became way cheaper.
I found an older newspaper article where a real person's job title was simply denial nurse.
Denial nurse.
Denial nurse.
It isn't just nurses poring over claims looking for excuses to deny them. Tech plays a role too. Dr. Alan Mooney, an executive at United, pioneered a system that allowed for bulk claim denials at rapid speed. United's aggressive denial or underpayment of claims has made them the target of tons of lawsuits.
They're losing a bunch of cases. They were sued by 2 healthcare groups, Team Healthcare and Envision. The things that they were alleging in these suits that they won was gross underpayment and mass denial of claims, right? So in the case of Envision, they were rejecting nearly half of all the doctors' claims for medical care.
Huge hospitals have very expensive, well-staffed billing departments to chase down insurers for money, but most small practices don't have that luxury. But denying claims is just the start of United's plan to pad their profits at the expense of the patient. Which brings us back to the payday loans.
While I was reporting this piece, I reached out to one doctor who was publicly complaining about the payday loans from United. So the doctor emailed me this report, and the number in there that they pointed me to was that 41% of healthcare providers needed to take out external funds to stay afloat. So like loans, stimulus, etc.
This is why doctors and practices end up needing to take out those predatory payday loans. Appealing a denied claim can take months or years, so companies will front providers that money as they hope for insurer payouts. So United Healthcare's constant denials can be very, very profitable for a payday loan lender, which really works out for United because, of course, they own one, Optum. Optum not only speeds up claim processing to United and other insurers, they offer something called Optum Pay Advance. They must have known that sounds terrible because they've since rebranded that service to the more sterile Capital Loan. When capital loans aren't enough for small practices, there are plenty of companies in the market to buy struggling healthcare providers outright, like Blackstone and CVS. But most importantly, United Healthcare, now the largest employer of physicians in America.
This grower not shower wants us to believe that their healthcare went down, and it's because of whatever that bullshit that I didn't read that he tried to blame Obama about. But he has nothing to say when the facts are presented right in front of his face. You notice that? You notice how they want to blame Obama about everything and pretend like 45, 47 is going to do about the rising cost of healthcare. Yeah, he's going to do something about it. He's going to make sure you don't have any. The fuck out of my face with that dumb shit. Talk about the facts and the topic at hand.
America, 70,000 of them. United's strategy is called vertical integration. It's part of an ongoing process that gets United Healthcare a cut of every single step of the healthcare process. Say you're uninsured. You injure your knee and go to an online pharmacy for some Advil. While you're shopping around, you see an ad for a doctor specializing in knee pain. A few clicks later, you're scheduled for a knee replacement. The surgery is obviously pretty expensive, so the doctor refers you to a service offering loans to people like you. Faced with thousands of dollars in medical debt, you start considering a health insurance policy. In CEO Andrew Whitty's vision, every part of this process, the pharmacy, the doctor, the loan provider, the insurance, are all run by the same company, his.
There are very few companies in America that have a relationship with 100 million Americans, and none that have a relationship as intimate as healthcare.
Already, United Healthcare members might be told they're required to purchase specific drugs from a hand-selected pharmacy.
Welcome to Optum RX.
Optum. Sound familiar?
Working every day to take care of your pharmacy needs and make sure that you get the most out of your new benefits.
While insurers say their big happy healthcare family will save you money, it's more like a personal health dictator. A dictator who has a legal responsibility to make as much money as possible. And they're doing a really good job. In 2010, United was worth around $35 billion. Today, it's worth more than $450 billion. When insurers aren't using their savings to invest in vertical integration, they're using it to enrich their shareholders. In 2022, for instance, 7 major insurers, including United Healthcare, generated nearly $70 billion in profit and proceeded to spend $26 billion of that in stock buybacks. And of course, the executives, the characters you've met so far, are winning too. Richard Bork retired from the United board in 2022 with an estimated net worth of $500 million. And while United executives like to speak of firewalls between their business branches to ward off conflicts of interest, they have been busted for using their subsidiaries to manipulate the market.
New York's Attorney General charged United Health Group with using a research firm the company itself owns to manipulate reimbursement rates.
That firm was called Ingenix, which you might have guessed shut down. Nope, they just rebranded as Optum Insight. Today, Envision alleges that United uses its negotiating power to lower reimbursements for practices or to kick them out of network, putting them in the kind of financial stress that would allow Optum to swoop in and acquire them. The Department of Justice tried to stop United's acquisition of Change, Optum's competitor that facilitates the exchange of claims information between providers and insurers, but in spite of United's history with Ingenix, the judge took CEO Andrew Whitty's word that sharing of competitor info would be against, quote, everything we stand for in the organization. With this merger, United will have access to a trove of data on what other insurers are paying and what they've negotiated with doctors and hospitals. This could allow them to unfairly undermine the competition, further cementing their healthcare monopoly.
It's also worth mentioning that before he was the CEO of United Healthcare, Andrew Whitty was the CEO of the drug maker GlaxoSmithKline.
While Whitty was in charge, GlaxoSmithKline paid $3 billion for fraud, including but not limited to bribing doctors and, quote, encouraging the prescription of unsuitable antidepressants.
For what? For fraud. He got his company sued for what? For fraud? Interesting. But it's all Obama fault. It's all Obama's fault. Oh, yeah, okay. Believe that. Deny this.
Presence to children.
It's an organization with a great ethos, a belief in doing things with integrity, a belief in putting the patient at the heart of every decision we make.
Like a jewel thief who moonlights selling security cameras, United has found a way to profit even more off of the havoc that they wreak. If their practices bankrupt your doctor's offices, they can give them a loan or acquire them for dirt cheap. Then, if your medical provider disagrees with United's unwillingness to pay for a CT scan, they'll have to keep in mind that the people they're arguing with are their employer, their owner. If you can't afford your deductible, they can offer you a loan. When you're looking up information about medical procedures, the article might be written by someone on the United Health payroll, who now has an incentive to push treatment good for United's bottom line. And for Whitty, United is just getting started. Quote, despite our size, we're just scratching the surface of the opportunity, he told a group of investors. If 40 years of consolidation has taught us anything about health insurance, it's that big is usually bad. While companies like United will always frame their growth as a way to help you, their relentless rationing of healthcare shows it's anything but. They've done it with automated denials, and they'll continue to find innovative ways to protect their bottom line as they acquire more and more healthcare businesses. So what can be done about this? Vertical integration has been a very convenient way to escape antitrust measures for insurers like United, because regulators are accustomed to only scrutinizing acquisitions that remove their competition in the same space, in this case, insurance. United isn't even the only problem. Their vertical integration strategy is spreading across the industry. It isn't too late for antitrust regulators to start scrutinizing when companies like CVS or United Healthcare are buying up anything and everything. So, how have the healthcare monopolies affected you? Share your insurance story.
So let's see what else the fraudster, Mr. Whitty, said after the unfortunate shooting of Thomas. What else did Mr. Whitty have to say? Basically, he said, "You're next." He said that they will continue to decide. The health insurance company, not your doctor, will continue to decide. Let's hear this.
Care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it. And we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered.
We guard against unsafe care and unnecessary care to be delivered. You know, that unsafe or what they deem to be unnecessary care that your doctor prescribes as your care. We're not going to pay that. We're going to deny the claim who works under our umbrella of United Healthcare, who is not going to fight us back because he may have had to hire a staff in his office to review and to do all this paperwork we laden our doctors with, and we require them to have a certain amount of staff, a certain people to go over this, that, and the other to even be a doctor in United Healthcare Group, so we can send them patients. We require things of our doctors that they may not be able to afford because we are denying so many of their claims that they have to go out and get payday loans. And are they going to poo-poo and fight against us? No, we hire them. We can get rid of them. So he's telling you who's going to decide what is unnecessary care, not your doctor. The insurance company is going to decide. Let's continue.
In a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable.
If they don't deny unnecessary care, it makes the whole system unsustainable. Let's hear all of this bullshit again.
And we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it.
We make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and administered when people need it, not when your doctor says it. We make sure. The insurance company, we make sure. Not when your doctor says it.
And we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable.
We guard against a system that makes it too complex. It is too complex for us to just honor our own doctor's request of your medical treatment. That's too complex because we can't figure out a way to make these massive profits. If you did not know, United Healthcare profits were larger than the next three insurers underneath them combined. Were their profits higher than the next three insurers underneath them combined were their profits. And this is the man who is trying to make believe like they give a fuck about the patient. But you want to blame Barack Obama. Okay. Good luck with that. Okay, so all of these links are in the description box under, I believe, UHA deny. Okay, all of these are in that description box. You can peruse them or not at your leisure. They are available to you. Now, there is two more things I want to discuss with you while we are speaking about pardons. Um, did you guys hear about another pardon that was given out? And I find it odd, but maybe not so odd. If you guys haven't heard about 4547 did another pardon. 4547. Oh, not he just grant clemency. The offense will still be on his record, but he will not have to serve time in jail. He was convicted last year. He has spent 2 weeks in jail, but he has gotten clemency from 4547. 4547 grants clemency to private equity executive who defrauded thousands. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Uh, President of 4547 reportedly granted clemency to David Gentile, a private equity executive, after he was convicted of defrauding thousands of victims in a $1.6 billion scheme. Gentile, 59, was granted clemency just a few days into his 7-year prison sentence, according to the New York Times, and was released from prison on Wednesday, a day before Thanksgiving. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you, according to prison records. Gentile's conviction will not be erased. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Of course they didn't. Gentile and his co-defendant, Jeffrey Snyder, were convicted in August of 2024 on conspiracy to commit a securities fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and securities fraud. Prosecutors Gentile and Snyder participated in a years-long scheme to defraud more than 10,000 investors by using Gentile's private equity firm GPB Capital to misrepresent the source of the funds and how they were performing to make monthly distribution payments. The GPB funds raised more than $1.6 billion collectively from investors, many senior investors. Many of the investors were old, obviously. They preyed on, they pray. Is that elder abuse? Wouldn't you call this elder abuse? I think you should. But of course they won't. In this case, they don't even want to call this a crime under any circumstances. That the people who are committing these crimes have to suffer any penalties for. Okay. Oh, okay. No, where? Including, okay, they defrauded more than 10,000 investors by using Gentile's private equity firm GPB Capital to misrepresent the sources and the funds and how they were performing to make monthly distribution payments. The GPB funds raised more than 1.6 billion collectively from investors. Gentile was sentenced in May to 7 years in prison, and Schneider was sentenced to 6. It appears Schneider is still in prison. Well, Schneider don't know he got to get up off that dough if he want to get off that rope. Okay, Joseph Nokella Jr., United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York. Eastern District of New York. The state attorney who prosecuted this is from where? The Eastern District of New York. Isn't that what Letitia James is over? The Eastern District of New York? Another person who was prosecuted under Letitia James, U.S. State attorneys, has been given clemency, has been let out of jail free. You notice a theme here? Do you notice a theme here? Gentile and Snyder built a foundation of lies. The defendants built GPB Capital on a foundation of lies, Nokella said. They raised approximately $1.6 billion from individual investors based on false promises of generating investment returns from the profits of portfolio companies, all while using investor capital to pay distributions and create a false appearance of success. A whole pyramid scheme. Just say pyramid scheme. We know what a pyramid scheme is. They did a whole pyramid scheme by bilking $1.6 billion from individual investors and pretend like they were paying them out of profits. A pyramid scheme. The sentences imposed today are well deserved and should be served as a warning to would-be fraudsters that seeking to get rich by taking advantage of investors gets you only a one-way ticket to jail. Well, not if a motherfucking 43 time convicted felon is in office. If your crime is big enough to be $1.6 billion, maybe they can work something out. Maybe we can work something out. FBI Assistant Director in charge of Christopher G. Rhea echoed the same sentiment. For years, David Gentile and Jeffrey Snyder wove webs alive to steal more than $1 billion from investors through empty promises of guaranteed profits and unlawfully rerouting funds to provide an illusion of success. The defense abuse their high-ranking position within their companies to exploit the trust of their investors and directly manipulate payments to perpetrate this scheme. Alice Marie Johnson's Trump pardon czar wrote on Thursday on social media. That maybe that's why you didn't hear of this announcement, because it was announced on social media. You know, social media is the new way that this administration alert you to what's going on in the administration. Poo-poo the old times when someone from the administration or the president themselves come out and show their face to the shit that they're doing. No, they slip these things out on social media posts, and you're supposed to be aware. I'm making you a little more aware. If you just missed this, I don't know how many live social subscribers there are, but some people may miss the shit that's on live social. That's why I get what is said on live social from other people who report on it, because I don't go over to live social. So there's that. She wrote on Thursday on social media that she was deeply grateful that Gentile would be reunited with his young children. Okay, so he's 59 years old, and she's grateful that he will be reunited with his obviously young wife with these young children. A whole motherfucker out here stunting for the gram. A whole motherfucker out here trying to get young puss and have young kids, and he won't be around to for them to be teenagers with his old ass. Okay, just in case you guys didn't hear that, I have a little short I will share with you on that as well. And he has some connection to Tom Cruise religion. I forget the name of that Tom Cruise religion. He's also somehow connected with those people as well. I didn't get into that part of the story because I really don't care about his religion. They were trying to, oh God, I want to say the Latter Day, what the fuck are those people? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Let me show you this little video about that situation. Let me share with you that. Here we go.
Clemency to David Gentile, a private equity executive convicted of a $6 billion fraud scheme. Gentile, former CEO of GPB Capital, was sentenced to 7 years but was released early, reportedly on November 26. The fraud involved misappropriating over $8 billion from investors to fund luxury expenses like private jets and cars, leading to a lawsuit by New York authorities. Donald Trump has granted clemency to David Gentile, a private equity executive convicted of a $6 billion fraud scheme.
So there's that. No, one more thing. There is something else about Pam Bimbo. That I wanted to I can't remember. I think that is enough for me for today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Your way out. I appreciate your support. Let me make sure there is no breaking news that I want to discuss with you. There's always something breaking when I do these long ass lives. Let me see real quick. I don't see any breaking news. I think there was one thing that I wanted to show you. Uh, is there? Is there? Is there? Let me see. Let me see. Hold on real quick. I guess that's it. Yeah, I think that's all that I have for you guys today. Uh, I hope I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the show. Like, comment, subscribe, share. All of the links are in my description box for the videos that I played today. Go over and check out some of these content creators because content is actually absolutely what is being given. And I just also want you to go and visit their channels. Most of the people that I share out do multiple videos a day, are up on multiple breaking news stories. So go check them out and support them as well. So I appreciate you guys coming out. I hope you have a wonderful remainder of your day. And please do not forget on Saturday, December 6th, I will be having my fourth annual Secret Santa event where the content creators who show up who want to give back to their subscribers, we meet here. It is this Saturday, December 6th. Yeah, it is this Saturday. This Saturday, December 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's noon Pacific Standard Time. Any content creator who wants to give back to their subscribers between $30 and $50, we meet here on time on my channel. They hit the link, and in the tradition of Christmas, we pull names of the content creators who are participating, and we cash app them a gift between $30 and $50. However, none of us keep our gifts. These gifts come out of our pockets, and we cash app whose ever name we choose, but we don't get to keep our prize. We are giving back to the subscriber. So whatever we receive as our Secret Santa prize, we turn it around and we give it to someone who is actively in the chat that we're on, who are putting up their Cash App. We give the gift to you. This is our way of giving back to subscribers who support us all year long. So this is the 4th annual Secret Santa. I think I just spoke English in giving out the directions. I think that anybody who does not smoke and amphetamine and pretend like they're clean understands the English that I just spoke. So I have not heard this announced anywhere. I've seen it ignored in chats where I have alerted that I will be giving back to the subscribers, as there's a whole lot of complaining about the subscribers begging. But I will remind you. And if no other content creator shows up, be sure that I'm going to be here and I will be giving back to subscribers who are posting their Cash App in the link. So I hope to see you guys out here. And that's it for me. That's all I have for today. I hope you guys have a fabulous. Oh, wait a minute. I think Jill Comfort Zones did share the flyer. I take that back. So I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your week. And as Jill Comfort Zone says, stay sucker free. All right, guys. Have a great day. Bye bye.